Locked on. Commercial.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
All good? All right.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
I remember.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins in me. Peace begins in me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy, now stop this skylarking. Wanna fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below yourself, won't stop recording. When he said I get to start parting. Peace begins in me. Peace begins in me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle, you're on the store. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. Look up. Say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breasts. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BayesianVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio.
Greetings and welcome to Monday, the 13th day of November 2023. How time is flying. The year is already practically gone, it seems. And well, if you're like me, it feels like it just started. In any event, welcome. It's Monday morning. Well, it's Monday a.m. And you're watching 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, 246 Live, the morning breakfast show, the Global Independence Square. Today we will be doing something, adding a little bit of additional feature to this program. Kimberly is due to come in at 11 until 1 today. Yours truly will be here until 11, and then introduce Kimberly at 11. So that is an exciting development. We've been planning this for a couple of weeks now. Tomorrow, yours truly will be in again from 5 until 11, which time we'll bring in Ara, another young lady who will go 11 till 2, till 1, 11 till 1. And then I'm getting time differences here a little mixed up, but 11 till 1, my time. And on Wednesday, it'll be Kimberly again. And Thursday, Ara will be back. But on Friday, we have none other than His Excellency, my good friend, Errol Griffith, will be debuting The Power of Choice right at the second half of the GGRU presentation, which starts at 7 a.m. Of course, I'll be on live from 5, but the GGRU personnel will come in at 7 until 10, and then Errol will go from 10 until 1 with The Power of Choice. Don't miss it. That is a powerful presentation, and it should not be missed. I'm lining up the afternoon show, which will start from 1 till 4 my time. That is in progress. That will be a panel discussion daily, Monday to Thursday. We do have some of the panelists already installed, but we will try to debut that presentation for next week, so that it becomes a regular part of our presentations. So basically what I'm saying is that the 246 presentations will increase from today in a regular fashion. Philip Catlin Springer, me, yours truly, morning show, 5 a.m. until 11. Kimberly in from 11 till 1 on Mondays and Wednesdays, and Arrow will be coming in from 11 until 1 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we'll probably do a test run this week with the panels, but with the panel, there'll be more than one panel because we will rotate personnel as the week progresses, and of course availability. But following next week itself, we will be having the panel presentations from 1 until 4 p.m. weekdays, Monday to Thursday. Fridays will end with the GGRU 3-hour presentation, 7 till 10, and then the Power of Choice right after that. And that will give us a very complete week, folks. We are growing. We are building. God has been good. Most High God, as usual, is nothing but great, nothing but perfect. I'm thankful for all that has been achieved. The program is getting increased viewership, and I want to thank you all for your support. There are those busybodies and their sayers out there who have tried their little dirty works along the way, but I put my faith and my trust in God, and I want to say this here and now. I bless all of you viewers who are regular and new viewers who have good intentions, but I also bless those of you who are have your agendas, and I wish you all well with it. And I pray that God will find and use you in a positive way to build the kingdom and to glorify God's name and to build this family as an African family and to give us more of a cohesive relationship. It is not nice to injure someone intentionally or unintentionally, but especially intentionally, especially someone who's done you nothing. So please be mindful of your behaviors and remember we're one under God. And if we stick together, we're indivisible and powerful. Saying that, folks, it is 14 minutes after the hour of 5 on Monday, 13th day of November. And I would like to, something just came across my mind here. What are we going to do for this Christmas season? I'm not a Christmas person, folks. I'm a Hebrew. I don't celebrate Christmas, but I recognize that a lot of you out there do. And I'm going to have to think what I'm going to do for you for Christmas. Anyway, I bless you today. We'll deal with today. I can't look down, but it just hit me. It just hit me that I have a large audience out there that will be celebrating Christmas. So we're going to have to get crazy and giddy and all of that and just ham it up. Oh, did I say ham? Just live it up. Anyway, you see, I do have a sense of humor. I really do. I really do. It may not be the sweetest, kinkiest, but it is. I do have a sense of humor. I can laugh at myself. Thank you for listening. I will now go to commercial. Then we will come back. I have some really nice stuff lined up for you today. We have Dr. Kenny Bastian in the house. He will be coming in at 9 o'clock now since we've adjusted our times. And we will have Gabrielle P in the 8 o'clock hour before Dr. Kenny Bastian to fill that what was normally be his slot. And we have a number of neat videos to present to you today. We started with the first one. Actually, I'm going to play What Admire about Brazil. Brazil, you will love this. You'll love this presentation now. So sit back, relax, get them eggs, whip it up, some toast in the toaster, and some good old Java in the mug, and enjoy our ride for this morning. Greetings.
As Afro-Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm a below yourself, or start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle you on the store. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gotta give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
In Brazil, and believe me or not, this is not a Brazil that I expected. Woo! I am having a great time in Sao Paulo, and I'm here to let you know that don't listen to the media. Go out there, go live your life, and go learn something new. I'm learning so many things that I never knew it existed until I arrived in here. And I'm not just finding out about Afro-Brazilians living in Brazil, but seeing my brothers and sisters from the continent also residing in Brazil. It's exciting to know that if they had the same perception as me. You live here, huh?
Yes.
As a Kenyan?
Yes, I'm a Kenyan.
How long have you been here?
I've been living in Brazil for the last 9 years. So I came to Brazil in 2014. And since then, I've lived in 2 cities here.
Let me tell you something. This is not what I expected.
Why not?
I mean, the perception that I had for Brazil, I was coming to see more people living in cubicles, like, you know, in shacks. They call it favelas, because that's all I see on documentaries. I mean, were you having the same perception before you came, though?
Actually, before I came to Brazil, my perception was more about the Amazon. So I just knew Brazil because of the Amazon forest, and I knew Brazil because of football.
That's
so
it.
When I was coming, I thought that I would find a lot of forests. I thought I would find a lot of football everywhere on the street. But I wasn't very exposed to Brazil, to be honest. So when I came here, I was pleasantly surprised.
Surprised about what?
Okay, the first thing when I came, there was a question about language. So when I arrived, I knew that the country speaks Portuguese, but I didn't know how important a language it is. So when I first came, that was the first surprise to me that, okay, I have to learn Portuguese really fast. Brazil is a country where whatever you're looking for, you find it. If you like cities, Brazil has it. If you like the beach, Brazil
will give you.
If you have the forest,
Brazil will give you.
So
if you like the women, to be honest, this is one of the most beautiful countries that I've been to. Very organized.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is not the Brazil that I saw on TV even shocks me. Which one is your favorite city?
I don't know. There's so many good cities that I don't know.
Your favorite?
Okay, my top city, I would think it's Salvador.
I was so excited to go to Salvador Bahia, which is the largest black nation out of Africa. And when I got there, I got the shock of my life. But how is life in general living in Salvador Bahia as a black person?
Yeah, it should be wonderful. It's the most African city outside the African continent.
Yep.
At least between the capitals of Brazil and all America.
Yeah.
But it's on the other side, it's very difficult because it's one of the most racist city in Brazil.
Wow.
Not by cultural elements, because our culture is all inspired by African culture. Not just the religion, but as well the music and the dancing and the food. But in spite of all this, it's a lot of prejudice here in Salvador. Wow. We don't have mayors, black mayors, and we don't have a black elite, a middle class. Most of it is white people that compose this middle class. So it's a very large struggle to make justice and equalizing the opportunities for the whole society.
For all the society.
Yeah.
I have to be honest with you all. Before coming to Brazil, I never knew this is how deep racism in this country is. I have been a victim of racism, and I know how it feels for somebody to be racist against you. And knowing that wherever there are black people, racism exists, is really, really sad.
Então, no Brasil, a gente aprende desde cedo que a gente não tem racismo, que aqui a gente vive numa democracia racial em que o branco, o preto e o indígena vivem em paz, sabe? Só que não é verdade, porque o branco, quando ele tem dinheiro, ele vive nos melhores apartamentos de um bairro. O preto e o indígena e outras pessoas miscigenadas, as pessoas pardas, vivem nas periferias, levando tiro de polícia. E as pessoas indígenas que ainda têm a sua cultura, que preservam sua cultura, são violentadas muito pelo governo, como no último governo que a gente teve, que teve uma violência indígena muito grande, um genocídio, principalmente com povos, como o povo Yanomami, que teve pessoas que passaram fome, pessoas desnutridas, crianças morrendo de desnutrição por conta da exploração de ouro, sabe? Então, falar que no Brasil não tem racismo, que a gente não vê cor, é uma tática, inclusive, para silenciar essas pessoas de minorias, para silenciar pessoas negras, pessoas indígenas, sabe? Para a gente se alienar e pensar, ah, não, essa pessoa tá falando de uma característica minha, sabe? E aí acaba que nos cega dessa realidade, que o racismo no Brasil existe, ele é muito violento, ele mata, e mata muito. Mata muito.
This is really disheartening. It makes me wonder, and I would love to ask each and everyone watching this video, why is it that wherever you see black people, racism exists? Because I don't get it. I have been a victim of racism. I can't remember my first racism experience was when I was going to look for a job. And I was told that, yeah, we're looking for black people, but we're looking for black people that look like Obama. And if you look at my skin tone, it means that me and Obama do not look alike. So automatically, I got disqualified for the job. And it's really hurts to see that Afro-Brazilians and indigenous people of Brazil are also going through exactly the same thing of the country that belongs to them and the country that they built.
We have like a lot of like, how can I say that? It's, I forgot the word in English. Desigualdade is, let me translate it. But it's like when you have people that, white people are rich and racist and rich, and black people are poor because of like slaveries in the past, and it's history, like it's our history. The history of Brazil, it's like they built the society like considering that black people is like they are slaves, yeah, and
wow.
Then the things were like turning out and better for us, but still hard. Like,
but how was it being a black man in Brazil? How was it like?
Man, there are like cool features, like girls like it. There are girls that like it, right?
Oh my God!
But the hard part is like you're going to like go to the bus, for example, or even here there are looks, you can tell by the look in the eye, like they feel like disgusted just because you are there. Wow. I don't know if you ever feel that. No. I think you ever feel that.
Definitely seen it, but I mean I didn't really think about it that way.
No, yeah, it's hard. It's like, and there are like things that they say. They say like, in English, for example, we have in English there is this culture to call black people nigga, right?
Yeah.
And like a racist thing.
Yeah.
Not the bro one, like my nigga, not that one. It's like you know the slur. Yeah, and here in Brazil, they call us monkey, but in Portuguese, right?
Wow.
Monkey, negro. It's literally the word. But they call us like they do like these slurs. But so like racism is a thing that is hard to catch, to make the person that make that go to jail, for example. It's hard because you have to film it. Because you don't have proof.
Exactly.
Like, it's just your word against
them.
Yeah. So so here in Brazil there are loads of racism. Even knowing that the majority of people are black. So yeah.
So
but
it's like minority are still
but it's like
racist.
decide that our country is cool.
Bom dia.
Bom dia.
Você é afro-brasileiro?
Sim.
Como que você se sente, né, como afro-brasileiro no Brasil?
Bom, às vezes eu me sinto muito injustiçada por causa do racismo, mas ao mesmo tempo eu tenho empoderamento, eu me sinto muito empoderada.
Tem racismo no Brasil?
Sim.
Como?
Bom, tem no trabalho, tem... Tipo, você andando mesmo, aí a pessoa pensa que perdeu alguma coisa. Não perdeu, mas tipo, pensa que você roubou. Ou você vai em alguma loja, em shopping, e o segurança vai atrás de você.
Você já sofreu racismo?
Já tem uns amigos que sofreram também.
How does that make you feel?
Triste com isso, porque tipo assim, o Brasil, onde tem milhares de pessoas e que veio de vários países, e ainda acontecer isso, ter pessoas com um pensamento tão pequeno.
O que você sabe sobre a...
Bom,
Eu sei que é um país com uma cultura muito forte. Eu acredito que eu tenho... Meus antepassados são de lá, né? Então, acho que é um lugar também que eu quero conhecer muito. Eu admiro muito a cultura africana, admiro muito a força e a resistência que o povo de lá tem. E isso me inspira. Então, eu acredito que tem muita energia nisso. E se eu for lá, eu vou me identificar bastante também.
How does she feel in Brazil as an Afro-Brazilian?
Olha, por muito tempo, já teve momentos que eu me senti deslocada, né?
I feel so sad to hear that beautiful sister saying that she feels so lost. And I believe that we as Africans need to be blamed, right? The African Union has declared Africans in the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. But what are we doing to bridge the gap? What are we doing to connect our people? What are we doing to let them know that we love them as our own? I mean, there is a narrative about how Africans sold our African brothers and sisters in the diaspora. But have we tried apologizing to each other? Have we tried coming together as a family? No. This is why I believe that we Africans on the continent have failed to do. So, thank you so much, and we know that in Africa we love you so much.
Ele falou que você tem que saber que a África a gente ama você.
And you will never feel any discrimination in Africa.
E você nunca vai ser discriminado.
Muito obrigada.
Você parece mãe dele, lá no Ghana.
Sim.
Não tem diferença.
2025 vou.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tem um amigo africano, Nelson, que faleceu. Ele era africano e isto trouxe de lá.
When she comes to Ghana, please, she should reach out to me, and I want to make sure she lives her best life. How does it feel being an Afro-Brazilian in Brazil?
Ser descendente africano, ter todas as nossas características maravilhosas, não é só São Paulo, não é só na Bahia, não é só no Rio.
Mas como você se sente? Você sente alegria, você
me
se sente
sinto
tristeza?
livre, me sinto profissional, me sinto família, me sinto poderosa. Eu sou paisagista, tenho 69 anos, fala pra ele. E a felicidade do mundo se resume em ter um pai e uma mãe chamada Guilhermina. Meu pai se foi com quase 61, minha mãe com 92, e estou aqui. Eu sou isso.
I've spoken to a lot of young Afro-Brazilians, and some of them are saying they feel so lost because the country is so racist to them. Okay. As a 69-year-old, would she say the same thing?
Eu me sinto assim. Só aconteceu 2 vezes comigo, nesses longos 69 anos.
Sim.
Primeira vez foi na devolução dos documentos. A pessoa estranhou, né? Você, uma pessoa negra. Eu esperei a pessoa falar, falou. Por que você acha que uma pessoa negra não faz isso?
Me fala de novo sobre essa a segunda vez.
Segunda, um vizinho branco comentou com um amigo que estava visitando ele. Eu parei para cumprimentá-lo. Ele falou isso. O que você falou? Você tá louco? Quem que arrumou aquela sua calçada ali? Eu. Então aquilo é serviço de porco e não de preto.
Ok, vamos.
Resposta. A resposta que eu dei. Então, como que eu me sinto? Eu me sinto respondendo na hora. Não adianta argumentar, não adianta reclamar, não adianta fazer mimimi. Responde à altura na hora. Então, essa cobrança tem que ser diária.
Ok.
Todos os minutos, todos os segundos. Sem mimimis, sem reclamar, sem chorar, sem se vitimizar.
Ok.
Tá bom?
And she always
Graças.
tells her children, you are not victims. You do not have to behave as victims. Just face the situation and deal with the situation as they come.
You gotta run!
He's not taking any.
He's gonna run! Oh my goodness! You know, I run every day. So where are we right now?
Now we're in downtown São Paulo, the center of São Paulo. In Portuguese, they say centro.
Okay.
And it's more of a business district. There's a lot of businesses that run here during the weekdays. But today is a holiday, so many things are closed. But usually the businesses, some of them even run almost 24 hours because São Paulo is a city that doesn't really sleep. It's a very busy city, and the center is kind of like the heart of that busyness. So that's the word, huh?
Yeah.
So, what else can I say? Vocês foram nascidas e criadas aqui no Brasil?
Sim, fomos.
Vocês sabem que seus antecedentes e ancestrais são de lá, da África?
Sim, sabemos.
O que vocês acham sobre a África, o continente em si?
Maravilhoso, lindo.
E
rainhas vieram de lá, né?
Ok.
Pretendo conhecer um dia.
Qual país vocês têm interesse de visitar?
Ghana.
I'm from Ghana, man. Hey, go to Ghana, come to Ghana, yeah? That would be nice, man.
Ele quer saber como é a vida para vocês como afro-brasileiros aqui no Brasil.
Para nós, principalmente assim para nós que é artista independente, é um pouco assim difícil. Porém, não é possível, né? Não é possível. Verdade. Porque viemos de Salvador, Bahia, e lá a cultura, a capoeira é muito forte. A questão da cultura.
What makes it so difficult?
Por exemplo, ser o que nós artista assim independente, né? Por exemplo, a gente trabalha aqui nos trem, metrô de São Paulo. Daí às vezes a gente passa por certa dificuldade em relação assim ao sistema, os guardinhas querendo nos oprimir porque nós está fazendo arte, eles falam que não pode, entendeu?
Tem a questão também do pessoal não enxergar a gente como artista, não valoriza, então tem certo preconceito. Então o pessoal já vê o cabelo diferente, já vê um estilo diferente, o pessoal já fica meio, entendeu, receoso e tal. E aí quando a gente dança, o pessoal, tipo, fica meio impressionado, nunca viram aquilo na vida. E aí, tipo, a gente conquista pessoas pela nossa arte e com nossas palavras, entendeu?
Have people ever been racist to them in their own country?
Sim, até na vida. Yeah, they say they have gone through that.
Acontece, mas não nos abalamos com isso. A gente enxerga isso nos olhares da pessoa, o olhar de julgamento quando a gente entra no vagão, entendeu? E aí quando a gente apresenta, o pessoal esconde bolsa e tal. E aí quando a gente dança e a gente, tipo, recita meio que poesias, comenta sobre o nosso dia a dia, a gente comenta sobre valorizar mais a vida com a arte, aproveitar o agora, o pessoal começa a entender que a gente realmente é um artista, entendeu? E aí o pessoal para de ver a gente pela nossa forma de se vestir e começa a ver a gente pelo que a gente faz, pela nossa essência, nossa energia que a gente transmite.
Quem gostou, aplausos, por favor. Quem não gostou, vai pagar o jantar. Ô, rapaz.
Então, a opressão das pessoas, o racismo e a diferença de tratamento de lugar para lugar também. Oportunidades que são diferentes, menores oportunidades para pessoas pretas, mulheres e homens, né?
Has she ever had a racism encounter at first hand?
Várias vezes. Várias vezes. Já cheguei em um restaurante que era, né, muitas pessoas brancas e o garçom falou que não tinha mesa disponível para mim e que não tinha lugar para pessoas como eu ali.
You know, when you go to America, we have what we call racism, where police kill black people and all of that. Does that happen here too?
Muito. Muito. O número de mortes de pessoas pretas equivalente a pessoas brancas é gritante, é muito grande.
Mas a grande questão aqui é que, para além do racismo, existe a violência policial redobrada da quantidade de pessoas que se mata aqui no Brasil.
she ever fear for her life?
Todos os dias, minha mãe, eu temo pela minha vida da minha família e de todas as pessoas que são próximas a mim, que eu sei que estão à mercê de possíveis violências policiais.
So she said she fears for the people around her. She fears for her life, also she fears for the people around her, her family, and all that.
Brazil, upon abolition, was faced with a question about the future of Brazil in the world, right? And having been one of the last countries to abolish slavery and seen as backwards and inferior, they were grappling with what to do with this majority Black population. How did they move forward and become modernized and become comparable to Europe and other countries that was modernizing long before the abolition of slavery? So in Brazil, there was a concerted effort at the level of government, federal government, to eliminate and exterminate the Black and indigenous population through whitening, branqueamento. Embedded in the idea of whitening, of course, is the idea that Blackness and indigeneity are inferior. That meant an actual financial investment in the importation of European whites that would produce a new white race in Brazil.
Wow, this is deeper than I thought. So when you find yourself in Brazil, you realize that there's a lot of mixed race, and you know why? It's because of this. And I love the fact that you guys still stick to your roots. I appreciate that about you guys. If I have the power, I would have built Africa and bring all of you back home to feel at home. But that is not the situation. And I just want to encourage you all, never give up.
Claro. Então, eu sonho muito com essa mudança, mas eu acredito que seja uma coisa que requer esforço, tanto do lado das pessoas pretas quanto do lado das pessoas brancas. E muitas das vezes nem todo mundo está disposto a se esforçar para mudar.
I can't wait to do the full video about Salvador Bahia. Don't forget to like this video, share to a friend. If you are new to the channel, please subscribe and be part of this awesome channel. We are here to educate ourselves and also learn something new. My name is Wadamaya, your one and only annoying village boy from Ghana, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace out.
That was the one and only Wadamaya from Ghana, major influencer on the continent and globally. Very successful young man at what he does. And I'm happy to have some limited contact with him, but contact all the same. He's one of the people that we invited to the eighth pack in Zimbabwe. I was on the committee that elected to invite him as one of the VIP guests to that function. He's well known to Her Excellency, and we have nothing but the greatest of respect for him and for the work that he does promoting Africa. He's now actually somewhere in the Caribbean, I believe Suriname, as we speak, or thereabouts in this region. I believe he's expected to also be in Jamaica soon, and other Caribbean islands. And if I have anything to say about it or to do with it, he'll be doing Barbados and a few other places, Trinidad possibly, and others throughout the region as we can fit in. Anyway, thank you. It is 5:52 a.m., 13th day of November 2023. You are watching 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. The morning show, the Global Independence Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. And I'm your host, Philip Captain Square. And I'm happy to be here with you again today. We have some usual guests. Gabrielle P. from G&G Tours will be joining us. Let me see what time. I believe it's 8 o'clock my time, but let me just double check yes, should be 8 o'clock my time. And I was just communicating with a dear friend of mine, Archerine Reese, who is also a tour company operator from Barbados. She is currently in Ghana, and I'm connecting those two parties together so that they can do some business and arrange some nice tours. So if you are a tour guide out there and you are a tour company operator and you're planning on doing some tours in Africa in the future could be a minute from now, but in the future, please feel free to reach out to me, 287-5211, area code 246, 287-5211. And I would be happy to connect you with Gabrielle or any other person that fits your requirements and your needs. We have Dr. Bastian who will be joining us in the 9 o'clock hour, which is 8 o'clock his time, his usual time. And we have, who else? There's one other guest. I'm not thinking right now. I'm not actually reading. So anyway, we have a very good day put ahead for you. Wadameyer did a very lovely video of Brazil and the concerns that we have in Brazil relative to the Afro-Brazilians and the treatment of Black people in Brazil. It is most unfortunate, I find, that Black people are so disrespected everywhere. Brazil is the largest Black nation outside of Africa, outside of the continent. And even in Brazil, with the millions of Africans in Brazil, they are still disrespected and trampled on, trampled down, downtrodden. This is a system, folks, a system of supremacy. The more I study this thing, the more it becomes clear to me. This is a system. It's an endemic system that has been allowed to permeate and to go all through societies, no matter, no respecter of nations. But the Black man, which is God's first man, has been driven to depth deeper than I don't think any of us could imagine. And this has been a system that is there probably for a number of reasons. One being, in my opinion, inferiority. One being that there is a fear and ignorance is allowed to be the order of the day. So, saying that, I would say this: we Black people tend to be always forgiving, and we want to embrace everyone. We're quick to forgive. We're quick to love others, to forget our pain or our hurt. We're very, very quick at that. And we give the other sides always the benefit of the doubt. Yet, with our own, we are very quick to judge, very quick to judgment, very hard to forgive and forget, and very ununited, disunited. I'm not sure what the right word is, but divided. And as a result, we suffer, all of us. I don't care if a black man has $1 billion. We tend to equate happiness to the amount of money or wealth or the amount of goods that you have. Well, I'm sorry. That's nothing to do with happiness. It can add to your happiness. It can also take away from your happiness. But living sovereign and living to the best life that you have, giving the best and living the best, is far more rewarding and joyous than how much money. There are many people there with money who've stolen all of it or disadvantaged somebody to get it. And they're not happy because their health is probably very poor. Their anxiety levels are probably very high. And, you know, it just, it lends to my argument that money does not make you happy. It doesn't make you sad. Money doesn't do anything. All it does is it's an instrument to enhance your condition, whatever that condition may be. And if you don't know how to do that right, well, you'll always be sad or unhappy or some other adjective. You can fill in your own blanks as you go along. So it is 6 a.m., top of the hour. And without further ado, I will run a commercial break for you and come right back. But I want to also run this. I'm running for the first time today, my own call. There are several ads that I will be introducing to the station as we go along. But everything is in its own time. Today, the format is the morning show, 5 a.m. until 11. Then we have the midday edition. Kimberly will be coming in for the first time at 11. You'll be introduced to her. She'll be doing the 11 to 1 slot on Mondays, Wednesdays. And then Ara will do Tuesdays and Thursdays. Friday is GGRU and Power of Choice Day, which will start at 7 for as far as GGRU. We'll still start at 5, our usual time. I will be in to spend some time with you until 7, and then at 7, GGRU until 10, and then 10 until 1 is Power of Choice. And we look forward to this format this week taking its hold. Our viewership is increasing nicely. We have been having some very large representation crowd-wise for the past few weeks, but last week was just incredible, and I'm thankful for that. Starting next week, hopefully we will have the afternoon show completed with the panels and so on. That will be a panel discussion daily, Monday to Thursday from 1 until 4 p.m. Monday to Thursday. Friday afternoons are taken up with my colleague, Lady Max, and then on into the evening with various other presenters. But Lady Max comes in right after me on Fridays, and I am very happy to precede her and also to work with her. She's a very good person. She helped me to cut my teeth on this station, and for that, all kudos to you, Lady Max. Thank you. Go to commercial now, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize. Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, stop recording. They heat that they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the sword. Breathe it out. The same energy that you take to use to fight. Same energy you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with nobody. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, I'm going to give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal.
It's not a Brazil that I expected.
+44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
This happens when you text and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Welcome back to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning show, the Global Independence Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados, where it looks relatively nice outside this morning. I say relatively, it's not as bright as it normally would be, but it is not a bad looking day. There was some rain about 4 o'clock. I was able to experience some rain at that time. Actually, I was outside at 4. And so the rain came down probably like 3:30-ish because it had just finished when I went outside. I waited until it ended. And it's been raining for the past couple of weeks here, off and on, and during the night season primarily, which is very good. The ground is well moisturized, and the plants are looking great. I'm into plants. I'm into lots of plants. I have lots of plants, lots and lots and lots. I love it. My good friend over there at Landmark Nurseries, Mark Giblin, is a very kind man who will often allow me or provide me with what I need. I buy my plants there and my supplies, but he always has a lot of advice and a lot of help. His staff is very helpful and friendly, and they provide me with knowledge that I don't or would not normally have. So I'm thankful for that, and I'm thankful that there's such a place I can go and get my plants. That's located there in St. Thomas, by just across from the Porter's Sugar Factory, just past St. Thomas Church on the right side going north. And Mark, go in and see Mark at Landmark Nurseries. And when you finish buying your plants and you feel all happy and jiggy, stop in the restaurant. There's a beautiful Jamaican restaurant, and they're called Jam Down. Jam Down is Tyson. Tyson makes the best Jamaican food in that part of the island. So go check him out. I have to say that because Reggie's also my friend. He's on the West Coast, and he does Jamaican food there as well. Go check out Landmark Nurseries and Tyson at Jam Down, and tell them Philly sent you. We're now going to go to a very interesting video to cover the 6 o'clock part of the 6 o'clock hour before our guest starts assembling. So please enjoy your breakfast, relax, and take an extra cup of Java this morning. Pull yourself up. Okay, here we go.
Image we have today of the slave trade as mass kidnap by Europeans couldn't be further from the truth. For both sides, this was just business.
The African role in the transatlantic slave trade must not be swept under the carpet. The greed factor was there. Kingdoms made money. They rose as a result of the trade. Big, powerful people, rich families were created as a result of the Africans who were active collaborators in the trade.
The company found that African kings were just as greedy as England's own royal family. They were willing to supply exactly what the plantations needed.
The slave owners in the West Indies, they preferred slaves from the Gold Coast because they said these were very hard-working, hardy slaves.
Local businesses sprang up to supply the transatlantic market. The European traders had no need to round up the slaves.
The Europeans themselves did not go inland to the villages or to the town to capture slaves. They remained at the forts and the castles. And it was the African traders who sold the slaves to the Europeans. Now, what happened was that there were middlemen who would meet the inland traders bringing the slaves. They would buy these slaves and then in turn resold them to the European merchants in the castles.
As you heard in the video, there were Africans who sold our people into slavery. But who were those Africans? Today we'll talk about the collaborators, those who profited from trafficking over 12 million people. This is session 6 of the series, Prove Your Hebrew Identity. This article comes from the Wall Street Journal entitled, When the Slave Traders Were African. It's talking about those whose ancestors sold slaves to Europeans. They are now struggling to come to terms with this painful legacy. Okay, so the article goes on to say that records from the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, directed by historian David Eltis at Emory University, show that the majority of captives brought to the U.S. came from Senegal, Gambia, Congo, and eastern Nigeria. Europeans oversaw this brutal traffic in human cargo, but they had many local collaborators. The organization of the slave trade was structured to have the Europeans stay along the coastlines, relying on African middlemen and merchants to bring the slaves to them. So this is a quote from Toyin Falola, a Nigerian professor of African Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. So this individual says the Europeans couldn't have gone into the interior to get the slaves themselves. The article goes on to say the anguished debate over slavery in the U.S. is often silent on the role that Africans played. That silence is echoed in many African countries where there is hardly any national discussion or acknowledgement of the issue. Nobody wants to talk about this. But there is more to the story. Yes, there were some who saw a good opportunity to make some fast money. More than likely, those are the descendants of those who were trafficking, and they're now feeling some remorse. But we want to pull the curtain back and look at the major collaborators, those who were working with the evil one to erase our nation. Don't forget that. We are a nation. We may be scattered, but we are still the descendants of the nation of Israel. So for those of you on this journey, you know that we've been uncovering the true history of our people and proving our Hebrew identity. Without a doubt, we are the people of the book, and there is more than enough evidence to prove that. We should know what happened, but more importantly, we should know why it happened and who helped to make it happen. We need to know our enemies. I've been getting some messages from some of our people in Africa, and many are a bit disheartened by the fact that most of the messages they hear from those who are exposing these truths seem to lump everyone living on the continent together. And it seems like we're all against them, like against all Africans. I recently had a conversation with Moray Dwayne. Some of you may know him from Hebrew Connect, and he was saying the same thing. He was saying that we need to make it clear who those folks were who worked hand in hand with the Europeans, and they're still working with them today to steal, to kill, and destroy. You all, there is so much to this. I won't be able to cover it all, but I want to highlight some important aspects of those collaborators. So let's get going. Let's find out a bit more about those who are profiting from the trade. This comes from the Philadelphia Sunday Sun. It says in 1415, Portugal conquered Quetta and North Africa, and the country's golden age of discovery and exploration began. Portugal was the first to trade within Africa. And in 1441, Captain Antam Goncalves became the first to raid and capture Africans, beginning the transatlantic slave trade. He captured fewer than 10 people, but 3 years later, the first major slave voyage sent 6 ships and enslaved enslaved 235 Africans. They were brought to Portugal. It says on August 8th, 1444, in Lagos, Portugal, the first slave market was held. And 20% of the profit, guess what? It was donated to the church. Records indicate that Portugal kidnapped and transported more than 4 million Africans in total. The Portuguese constructed the first slave fort, Elmina, in Ghana. So I guess the church was pretty happy about that 20% they received in blood money. Let's keep going. All right, let's keep going with this. It says Pope Nicholas V issued a papal bull in 1455 that sanctioned Prince Henry's slavery efforts. It was read aloud in the Lisbon Cathedral. It legalized perpetual enslavement of pagans. I guess we can imagine who the pagans were, right? So this business was so lucrative that they decided that, well, we'll just make it perpetual. Once you're a slave, always a slave. So not only Portugal, we now see that the Roman Catholic Church also played a big part in this and profited from the slave trade. Let's keep going. So this article comes from DW.com. It says Portugal confronts its role in the transatlantic slave trade. It says Portugal has long swept the history of slaves from Africa under the carpet, says Evelina Dias, president of the Lisbon-based Association of Afro-Descendants. It says, a native of Portugal with ancestors from Guinea-Bissau, she is now demanding that Portugal finally face up to its historical responsibilities and thoroughly reevaluate its role in the story. So, she says the Portuguese have always covered up this stain on its history, she said. In Portugal, it is always said that slavery was not an invention of the Portuguese or the Europeans, and that there always were slaves, even before the 15th century. But the fact is that during the age of the discoveries, beginning in the 15th century, the slave trade took on a transatlantic dimension by opening up sea routes to Africa, Asia, and America. Western European countries, led by Portugal, rose to become internationally active trading and colonial powers. So it's interesting that those who did the deed, none of them want to own it. Even America, they don't want to talk about it. Let's just leave it alone. It happened a long time ago. We don't need to talk about that. We won't talk about how much we gained, how much we profited from the enslavement of other human beings. So it's almost like pulling teeth to get them to even acknowledge that they were a part of it. Interesting. This article from slaveryandremembrance.org is talking about the Gold Coast. It says the Gold Coast is a former British colony in West Africa known today as the Republic of Ghana. In the transatlantic slave trade era, Europeans identified the region as the Gold Coast because of the large supplies of and market for gold that existed there. Portuguese traders built the Fort Elmina in 1482 within 10 years of their arrival on the coast. Many other Europeans followed with forts and markets of their own, including Danish, Dutch, Swedes, and English. Eventually, the British rose to dominance and established the Gold Coast colony in the mid-19th century. In 1957, the Republic of Ghana became the first of Britain's African colonies to gain independence. So this article was written by an associate professor of political science at Boise State University. And he says the role of the Semitic peoples in the expansion of the world economy via the transatlantic slave trade. And he says the nature and degree of individual, group, or national involvement in New World slavery and the transatlantic slave trade has always been a sensitive subject, both for political discussion and in scholarly analysis. Over the past few years, sensitivity has been replaced by controversy due to a speech made by Professor Leonard Jeffries on July 15, 1991 in Albany, New York, where, among other things, he linked Jewish finance to the slave trade. Since then, the media as well as academia have addressed this issue with varying degrees of energy and concern. So here's another group actively involved and profiting from the slave trade. All right, so this article from myjewishlearning.com asks the question, did Jews really own slaves? Yes, Jacob Rader Marcus, a historian and Reform rabbi, wrote in his 4-volume History of Americans Jews that over 75% of Jewish families in Charleston, South Carolina, Richmond, Virginia, and Savannah, Georgia, owned slaves, and nearly 40% of Jewish households across the country did. The Jewish population in these cities was quite small, however, so the total number of slaves they owned represented just a small fraction of the total slave population. You see how they're trying to minimize this? Well, it wasn't as bad with this group. Let's keep going. Eli Faber, a historian at New York City's John Jay College, reported that in 1790, Charleston's Jews owned a total of 93 slaves, and that perhaps 6 Jewish families lived in Savannah in 1771. It goes on to say, a number of wealthy Jews were also involved in the slave trade in the Americas, some as, don't miss this, ship owners who imported slaves and others as agents who resold them. In the United States, Isaac DaCosta of Charleston, David Franks of Philadelphia, and Aaron Lopez of Newport, Rhode Island are among the early American Jews who were prominent in the importation and sale of African slaves. Let's look at another group from DW.com. It says East Africa's Forgotten Slave Trade. They forgot about it, you all. Over several centuries, countless East Africans were sold as slaves by Muslim Arabs to the Middle East and other places via the Sahara Desert and Indian Ocean. Experts say it is time for this to be discussed more openly. Back then, Arab Muslims in North and East Africa sold captured Africans to the Middle East. There, they worked as field workers, teachers, or harem guards, which is why the castration of male slaves was common practice. Muslims, on the other hand, including African Muslims, were not allowed to be enslaved, according to the Islamic legal views. So it was okay for them to enslave others, but Muslims were not allowed to be enslaved. All right, let's keep going. So let's take a pause here and read from Jeremiah 17:4, because we're talking about who the collaborators were and are still today. But let's not forget the why we ended up in this position. And you, even yourself, shall let go of your heritage which I gave you, and I will cause you to serve your enemies in the land which you do not know. For you have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. Notice that the Most High says he would cause us to serve our enemies in the land which we do not know. So it could not have been Egypt, Babylon, Assyria. He's saying here this would be a land that we didn't know. All right, let's keep going because it's important to remember the why. All right, let's see who else was involved. This comes from History of the Conquest of Spain by the Arab Moors. And this book was written in 1892. It says, Christopher Columbus found in his name the claim of his first great duty. Loyal to his sovereigns, he was the Christ bearer and the dove, the carrier dove of Christianity to the uttermost parts of the earth. But from Christian Spain, he brought, without intending it, only evil to the Aborigines. Without intending it. It says, it was the inquisition of a fierce propaganda. It was grinding labor. It was cruelty, which could only end in extermination of the natives. What he dispensed of Moorish civilization was only good. The inventions and discoveries they had introduced. His vessel was fitted out in that little port of Palos, which had lately been a Moorish port. His sailors were many of them men with Moorish blood in their veins. So we see that the Moors were active participants as well. Of course, we cannot exclude the number one hater of our people, Esau Edom. His descendants are still very active in their attempts to destroy our people, namely the elite running things these days. Esau's blood runs through the veins of most of the bad actors named today. So this author, Nelson Glueck, in his book Explorations from Eastern Palestine, included some information written by Josephus. And Josephus lived and wrote during the 1st century AD. He wrote about what happened during the destruction of Jerusalem. So apparently our people, the Judeans, welcomed an offer of assistance from the Idumeans. Idumea is another name for Esau Edom. But listen to what they did. They told the Judeans that they would come in and help. They would help them fight against the Romans. So we allowed 20,000 of them into the city to assist with the defense. However, once they got inside the city walls, they began a bloody campaign of looting and killing. So here's how Josephus described the scene. He says, so as described by Josephus thusly, no one was spared by the Idumeans, by nature most barbarous and bloodthirsty, and that's still how they are today, and so knocked about by the storm that they vented their rage on the men who had shut them out, making no distinction between those who cried for mercy and those who fought. Many who reminded them of the ties of blood and begged them to reverence the temple they shared were run through with swords. There was no room for flight, no hope of safety. They were crushed together and cut down until most of them, driven back with no way of retreat left, relentlessly assailed by their murderous foes, and in a hopeless position flung themselves headlong into the city, choosing for themselves a fate more pitiable, it seems to me, than the one they were fleeing from. The entire outer temple was deluged with blood, and 8,500 corpses greeted the rising sun. Folks, The hatred still runs deep toward the children of Jacob, and we have to do a better job of identifying those who are for us versus those who are against us. This was another point that Moray Duane made. So we've got to be able to recognize our enemies. Let's keep going. One thing we need to keep in mind is that Esau's day is coming. Let's read this from Ezekiel 25:12-14. Thus says the Lord God, because of what Edom did against the house of Judah by taking vengeance, and has greatly offended by avenging itself on them. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will also stretch out my hand against Edom, cut off man and beast from it, and make it desolate. From Teman, Dedan shall fall by the sword, and I will lay my vengeance on Edom by the hand of my people Israel, that they may do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury, and they shall know my vengeance, says the Lord God. All right, let's look at some historical information from this book, A Social History of the American Negro. This was written by Benjamin Brawley in 1921. All right, so this information comes from the Social History of the American Negro. The coming of Negroes to America. I'm going to touch on some things from pages 8 and 9. It says the English trade proper began with the granting of rights to special companies, to one in 1618, to another in 1631, and in 1662 to the Company of Royal Adventurers, recharted in 1672 as the Royal African Company, to which in 1687 was given the exclusive right to trade between the Gold Coast and the British colonies in America. James, Duke of York, was interested in this last company, and it agreed to supply the West Indies with 3,000 slaves annually. In 1698, on account of the incessant clamor of English merchants, the trade was opened generally, and any vessel carrying the British flag was by Act of Parliament permitted to engage in it on payment of a duty of 10% on English goods exported to Africa. New England immediately engaged in the traffic, and vessels from Boston and Newport went forth to the Gold Coast laden with hogsheads of rum. In course of time, there developed a three-cornered trade by which molasses was brought from the West Indies to New England, made into rum, to be taken to Africa and exchanged for slaves. The slaves in turn being brought to the West Indies, to the southern colonies. A slave purchased for 100 gallons of rum worth 10 pounds brought from 20 pounds to 50 pounds when offered for sale in America. So they paid. A slave purchased for 100 gallons of rum worth 10 pounds. But by the time they were sold in America, it was 20 to 50 pounds when offered for sale in America. It says Newport soon had 22 still houses, and even these could not satisfy the demand. My goodness. England regarded the slave trade as of such importance that when in 1713 she accepted the Peace of Utrecht, she insisted on having awarded to her for 30 years the exclusive right to transport slaves to the Spanish colonies in America. These people were making a boatload of money on the misery and pain of others. And it is my prayer that their wicked deeds come back upon their own heads sevenfold. Let's keep going. All right, here it says in 1726, the three cities of London, Bristol, and Liverpool alone had 171 ships engaged in the traffic, and the profits were said to warrant 1,000 more, though such a number was probably never reached so far as England alone was concerned. It is only for Virginia that we can state with definiteness the year in which Negro slaves were first brought to an English colony on the mainland. When legislation on the subject of slavery first appears elsewhere, slaves are already present. About the last of August, 1619, says John Rolfe in John Smith's General Historic, came in a Dutch man of Ware that sold us 20 niggers. These Negroes were sold into servitude, and Virginia did not give statutory recognition to slavery as a system until 1661. The importations being too small to make the matter one of importance. It wasn't important. Okay, let's keep going. It goes on to say that the center of the colonial slave trade was the African coast, for about 200 miles east of the great Niger River. From this comparatively small region came as many slaves as from as from all the rest of Africa together. The captain of a vessel had to resort to various expedients to get his cargo. His commonest method was to bring with him a variety of gay cloth, cheap ornaments, and whiskey, which he would give in exchange for slaves brought to him. His task was most simple when a chieftain of one tribe brought to him several hundred prisoners of war. Ordinarily, however, the work was more toilsome and kidnapping a favorite method, though individuals were sometimes enticed on vessels. The work was always dangerous, for the natives along the slave coast soon became suspicious. After they had seen some of their tribesmen taken away, they learned not to go unarmed while a slave vessel was on the coast, and very often there were hand-to-hand encounters. It was not long before it began to be impressed upon those interested in the trade that it was not good business to place upon the captain of a vessel the responsibility of getting together 300 or 400 slaves, and that it would be better if he could find his cargo waiting for him when he came. Thus arose the so-called factories, which were nothing more than warehouses. Along the coast were placed small settlements of Europeans, whose business it was to stimulate slave hunting expeditions, negotiate for slaves brought in, and see that they were kept until the arrival of the ships. Yeah, let's keep going. All right, let's see what else we have here. This comes from the National Archives from the government in the United Kingdom. And it says slaves for guns. West African rulers were instrumental in the slave trade. So you see the African leaders. And who were they selling? They exchanged their prisoners of war, rarely their own people. Don't miss that. Or who were they selling? They were selling them for firearms manufactured in Birmingham and elsewhere in Britain. With their newly acquired weapons, kings and chiefs were able to expand their territories. Let's drop down. It says in 1650, for example, Dahomey, a small coastal state on the Atlantic, extended its borders into the interior of Africa. Half a century later, the Asante Empire under Osei Tutu forcibly united a number of small kingdoms into a strong federation. A large proportion of the prisoners of war were sold on as slaves. Other Africans captured during raids into the interior were exchanged for commodities. All right, let's drop down. It says Europeans lacked the local knowledge to be able to negotiate the perils of the African interior, so they used middlemen for this task, according to Olaudah Equiana. It says, who had himself been captured in this way. European slaving ships waited at coastal ports to pick up their cargo of slaves. Middlemen would attack Africans working in the fields and march them to the coast. Children acting as lookouts for their parents might also be captured. All right, let's keep going. So let's see how this ties in with scripture. This comes from Joel 3:3-6. They have cast lots for my people, have given a boy as payment for a harlot. So a boy is just treated like a prostitute. And sold a girl for wine that they may drink. Is this a confirmation of what we just read? Indeed, what have you to do with me, O Tyre and Sidon, and all the coasts of Philistia, Canaanites? Will you retaliate against me? But if you retaliate against me swiftly and speedily, I will return your retaliation upon your own head, because you have taken my silver and my gold and have carried into your temples my prized possessions. Also, the people of Judah and the people of Jerusalem you have sold to the Greeks, that you may remove them far from their borders. Is this not a fulfillment of everything that we've just read? Let's keep going. This comes from Deuteronomy 28:48-50. Therefore you shall serve your enemies, whom the Lord will send against you in hunger and thirst and nakedness, and in need of everything, and he will put a yoke of iron on your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord will bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose language you will not understand, a nation of fierce countenance which does not respect the elderly nor show favor to the young. So if this nation has a language the people of Israel did not know, then we know it could not have been those nations where they had been taken into captivity before. It could not have been Egypt. It could not have been Babylon. It could not have been Assyria. It says they would not understand the language of this nation. You all, this is just, it's very clear who this is talking about. Now it says he will also put a yoke of iron on your neck. Let's look at some pictures here. Now the thing is, all of the history records or the historical records, it's showing us exactly what the Bible has been saying. So the records that they kept, it's for us to now see in this time, in this generation, that all of those things were fulfilled. Everything that he said would happen to our people, because we turned away from him, because we followed after the pagans, the Gentiles, we denied our Messiah. There are things that he said would happen to us. This comes straight out of Deuteronomy 28:48. In nakedness, they'd be led away captive with the yoke of iron around their neck. Let's look at this next one. Look at this. Look at the you don't treat an animal this way. Look at this man. Look at this. Here is evidence, historical proof that the Bible is true, and these things that we're seeing here, it fulfill the curses placed upon our people as a result of our sins. Who are the people, the true people of the book? Show us the record of another group of people that experienced this. Show us the pictures of them with the yokes of iron on their necks. Show us the historical proof of the people being sold for rum, for wine. Show the proof. So let's see who the collaborators were. Let's read Psalm 83, 1 through 8. Do not keep silent, O God. Do not hold your peace, and do not be still, O God. For behold, your enemies make a tumult, and those who hate you have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against your people and consulted together against your sheltered ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be remembered no more. For they have consulted together with one consent. They form a confederacy against you, the tents of Edom and the Ishmaelites, Moab and the Hagarites, Gebal, Ammon and Amalek, Philistia, and the inhabitants of Tyre. Assyria also has joined with them. They have helped the children of Lot. Selah. So who are these people angry at? They're angry at the Most High. They hate him. So they attack his people. It says, those who hate you lifted up their head. They became prideful. So these nations, interestingly, the collaborators are the nations, most of them that surrounded Israel. Most of them are related to Israel. They're kin. They're related through Esau or Ishmael and Lot. Hebrews selling Hebrews. They worked together with the Canaanites and the Europeans to cut Israel off from being a nation. Also, most of these nations are what we would consider Arab nations. Arabs are not a distinct ethnic group because you can have both white Arabs and black Arabs. But this is telling us they hate the Most High, and that's why they came against his people. Oh, but there's a judgment coming. There is a judgment coming. We see in Ezekiel 36, 4 through 8, therefore, O mountains of Israel, hear the word of the Lord God. Thus says the Lord God to the mountains, the hills, the rivers, the valleys, the desolate wastes, and the cities that have been forsaken, which became plunder and mockery to the rest of the nations all around. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, surely I have spoken in my burning jealousy against the rest of the nations and against all Edom, who gave my land to themselves as a possession. They took the land. And we know Esau wanted his inheritance, so he decided to take it by any means necessary. This says they gave my land to themselves as a possession, with wholehearted joy and spiteful minds, in order to plunder its open country. Therefore, prophesy concerning the land of Israel, and say to the mountains, the hills, the rivers, and the valleys, thus says the Lord God, behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and my fury, because you have borne the shame of the nations. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I have raised my hand in an oath, that surely the nations that are around you shall bear their own shame. But you, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches and yield your fruit to my people Israel, for they are about to come. Hallelujah. So we see a judgment is coming. A judgment is coming. The Most High allowed these things to happen to us because of our sin, yes. And we have to repent as a people. But a judgment is coming to all of those nations that collaborated and participated in us being uprooted from our borders, removed far from our borders, trafficked around the world. There's a judgment coming. There is a judgment coming. So we'll keep digging deeper to uncover the truth about our true identity, so that we can be confident as people of the Most High, to prove our Hebrew identity. Shalom, everyone.
Welcome back to 246 Pigeon Vibes Radio, 246 Live. We are the morning show, the Global Independence Square. Keep sending those likes out. I'm seeing, it's amazing to me, but a very good and happy thing when I'm seeing people liking the show that I've never even sent invitations to the show. But they're friends of mine or acquaintances, probably is the best way to put it. And I'm looking here, and already this morning, people are finding me on Facebook that I know them. I've just not probably thought about sending them an invite or anything. No reasons that are awkward or anything. Just that I'm busy working on the show and building the show that I don't remember everybody. But I'm having likes here from people that are seeing the show, and it's good to see that it's reaching people out there. I'm thankful. And also my site, Philip Catlin for St. Thomas, the Springer part, but Philip Catlin Springer for St. Thomas, my constituency. People are looking up. For the past 2 weeks, I've been getting a lot of inquiries on that site as well. So I want to say thanks for those of you who are checking me out. Obviously, the show is effective. And I look forward to better things. Yes, we have the one and only Queen Kimberly coming up at 11 a.m. this morning. The Queen herself, Queen Kimberly, my young daughter, Kimberly, she's not actually my daughter, but I'm going to call her Queen Daughter because I've known Kimberly for some time, and she's a very industrious and ambitious young lady who we're adding to the family here of 246. She will be live with us at 11 to 1 starting today. I spoke to her during the video presentation just to make sure that she is ready. And she tells me, Philly, I am ready to roll. So look out for Kimberly at 11. We have Kimberly Mondays from 11 until 1. And we have the sister Ara Flower, My Flower Ara from St. Lucia by way of Germany, and she will be from Germany, sorry, by way of St. Lucia, and she will be in with us on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 until 1. I am excited about these two young ladies because they both bring a very beautiful element to the show. Then we have on Friday mornings the GGRU, the Global Grassroots University, which will be coming to you from 7 until 10. We are on at 5. Don't forget, I'm still here at 5, and I will be presenting. But from 7 until 10 is the GGRU, and then we have from 10 to 1 is Bar of Choice, which will be debuting next Friday. My good friend Errol Griffith will be presenting that Power of Choice presentation, at least for the next 10 weeks or so. And we look forward to tremendous building and growing opportunity with you. I am more than ecstatic to have those persons join in this team. And then, of course, we're building the afternoon show, which will start from 1 till 4, Monday to Thursday as well. And that is still in production. We're still getting that up and running. So I will fill you in as time goes on with that. We will be having presenters from as many places as we can, rotating over a period of time. So my team will have to figure out. We're looking at roughly 6 or 7 persons per presentation day, and it'll be a panel discussion, of course, and rotate them because we want to cover the globe. We want to cover every place that there is someone of African descent or someone African on that show. We want to have a conversation and include them. So we're going to build a roundtable discussion that will cover every continent. Let's put it that way. Every continent we plan to cover with that. So that's still taking a little bit of time to develop, but there are those who've already committed to it, and we are excited about that. It takes a little finesse, a little tweaking to get those things right. So we're looking at a very full house here at 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live morning show, the Global Independence Square. And it's a pleasure to have you. I'm your host, Philip Catlin Springer. And we have now, I'm going to go to, oh man, we just finished one of my first personalized ads for the show. And I'm happy. I'm going to show it off. I'm going to tell you, look, we are growing. We are like a seed that was planted in the pot, and now it's just taking off and it's going places. But just sit back, relax. You're probably just getting yourself ready to head to the office, to head to school, or just have a leisurely day, whatever is your thing. Thank you for tuning in. And guess what? I'm going to play my own personal ad right now. We'll go to the commercials right after that, and we'll be back shortly to do the 7 o'clock hour.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family. Go school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs out barking. I'm up below myself, won't stop recording. Then he said I get to start parking.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gotta give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, And all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
Lose those keys when you drink. From 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Yes, lose those keys when you drink. Do not drink and drive. At least keep it to a minimal. Anyway, be responsible on the road, folks. There are innocent people, even other operators of vehicles on the road, and it is okay for you to have a good time, but it is not okay for you to operate a vehicle while you are so inebriated that you may not have not only your best interest at heart, but that of innocent people. Welcome back to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the morning show, the Global Independence Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. I'm your host, Philip Catlin Springer, and I am most ecstatic today to just had a visit from a friend of mine dropped in. But an interesting thing is happening. We're developing an in-house studio for some reason from last week or so. People just dropping in and sitting here and just are here live, literally, while I'm broadcasting. That was not really the intent of this. And I guess for whatever reason, the word is getting out there, and I'm happy about that. So don't let me sound like I'm being like I'm complaining. But it is so interesting to see, and they're older folks mostly. I've had a couple of people in there. Well, the youngest one I think is like 24, 25, something like that, and then and a few that were in their 40s. Well, one or two, I think three that were in their 40s. And then I have my old neighbors in the neighborhood have decided to adopt the show. And now they come in here in the mornings with their idea of breakfast. And oh, Lord help me. It is so hilarious because it's not one or two people. It's about 6 of them here that just come. They're sitting down here. I hate to out people, but I'm gonna pan this room and let you all see them sometime. But they're just here carrying on. Thank God. I just had to keep them quiet while I'm speaking a little bit. But It's very interesting. I don't know where this show is really actually going. I know where I would like it to go, but I also see that it is developing a personality of its own. And I am seeing people on here, my good friend David Denny, whom I did not even invite to show, has come on. Uh, it says 2 hours ago, and liked, give a thumbs up. So it is interesting to see. It is interesting to see that people are finding me. Last week there were a whole lot of them. That every day there was 2 or 3 more that I hadn't spoken to. Some of them are overseas in countries where I've visited or lived in or whatever, and they're there, and it's very exciting. I must tell you, folks, I can't wait to see what 6 months down the road can look like. Well, it is 17 minutes after the hour of 7, and I'm going to play my intro commercial again, my studio commercial, because I'm so proud of it. Natalia Peters did this for me, and she did a wonderful job. She's doing some more for this for my production company, and she's very, very lovely with her radio voice. And so I want to play this for you guys again before we go to the next video, which will take us up to the 8 o'clock hour, and then our guests should start filing in thereafter, and we take the rest of the day from there. But let me just play my commercial, my personal introduction commercial for you now.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Thank you, Natalia. We now go to a video. This was a live interview with former Prime Minister of Grenada, Mr. Maurice Bishop. I will play the interview. It is important, folks, that we cover our own history. Now, I know I bounced back from different places. I started with Brazil this morning. And yesterday when I was doing my lineups, you know, my spirit was talking to me. And yes, while we love the continent and we love our identity as Africans from the continent, we must remember that we're now not only in the Caribbean, but South Latin America, even Australia, New Zealand. You know, what about the so-called Far East? What about the Middle East? What about, you know, the Orient, Asia? We must cover their history. We must know who we are. The problem is we're all over the world, but we're so disconnected. And I'm trying to tell a story here. And the story is one of unity. Well, right now it's disunity or division. But if we can see each other's story, this program is streamed live. Facebook right now has 4 million people available to this stream. That's amazing. That's 4 million people that I can impact upon, as long as I keep it honest and real and abide by the rules, which I have been doing. And Facebook has been very courteous to me in that regard. And I have mean no ill towards anyone, but I have all kinds of love and patriotism for mine. Every nation has to love itself before it can love anybody else. And I love who I am. I love my people, and I want to always be an instrument that God can use to impress upon the nation, why it's important that we come together as a family and work together and love each other. So without further ado, this is Mr. Maurice Bishop, former president of Prime Minister, sorry, of Grenada during the revolution, who was later executed, murdered, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, my heart goes out to him. My heart goes out to his family. Because he was a man who stood up for his people, and with all the best intentions, only to be treated like the way he was treated in the end. We are God's people. There is no mistake about that, and there's to be no argument about that. If you disagree with me, I respect your opinion to disagree. But we are God's people. I make no excuse about that. I make no apologies for that. I make no, I refuse to cower over that statement. We are God's people. I'll leave it at that. Enjoy Maurice Bishop interview. Blessings to you. Shalom, shalom.
The non-aligned group of nations. Do you feel that Dr. Castro's speech at the UN accurately represented your views?
I think it faithfully reflected the decisions that were taken at the non-aligned conference. The only addition I would say would have related to the specific figure for how much assistance.
Financial aid you're talking about.
The developed world, and as you put it, the developing world, should contribute over the next 10 years.
Would you specifically have demanded more funds?
No, I don't think so. I think that is a realistic figure, but I think it's also pretty much a minimum figure.
Do you feel that Castro professes to speak on behalf of the non-aligned nations? Do you see him as a messiah of sorts, a champion to represent the views of those nations?
I think he was duly agreed upon by certainly a vast majority of countries attending a non-aligned conference in Havana. And I believe that most of those countries would certainly share the views of Grenada, that his choice at this point was a good one.
What about in the future?
Every 3 years there are new choices made, and I think we should wait to see what happens then. I couldn't really speak to 3 years from now.
Other than the specific amount of aid which you mentioned, is there anything else that he spoke of that you disagreed with?
I didn't disagree with the amount of aid. And so far as specific points made by President Castro, there's nothing in the speech that I can concretely and specifically pull out as an area of disagreement so far as our own foreign policy is concerned. As you realize, he more or less stayed away from foreign policy issues that were not mentioned or agreed upon at the non-aligned conference. And therefore, there were very few views that were specifically the views of Cuba. There's really nothing I can think of at this point that we would disagree with.
Let's talk about your position within the group of non-aligned nations. My understanding was that at the Havana conference, Dr. Castro wanted to move the nations towards a Soviet bloc interest, yet President Tito of Yugoslavia wanted to move everyone to a middle-of-the-road course. That's what was decided. Where's your position? Where does your country stand?
I don't really accept your premise to begin with. I don't think that's a fair assessment of either position. My own feeling is that there was really a big blow-up, mainly by some elements in the press on this question. I think it turned out to be a non-issue at the conference, basically. I think that, a substantial number of countries in the non-aligned world do have their own strong views on the question of which of the two worlds, socialist or capitalist, tend to back them on particular causes. You look at Angola, Mozambique, you look at Vietnam, Cambodia, or you look at the Palestinian struggle today, and I think it is fair to say that very often there is a convergence of views, between one world and the non-aligned bloc. I do not see this as a conspiracy. I see this as being an affinity that is based on analysis that is made by different countries.
Let me interrupt and ask you this. Dr. Castro has accused the West of exploiting the poor. He is against capitalism. Do you share that view?
Against capitalism would not be our position. We are certainly
Anti-imperialist?
against imperialism. Oh yes, we are against that, certainly.
But
we define imperialism in a very specific way.
And that is?
Well, that is to say the countries, the governments that back their multinational, transnational corporations with the use or the threat of force. That would be our major concern. It's not so much, in other words, a question of whether or not a particular country has multinational corporations that are investing in particular areas. It is a question of to what extent are they willing to go to back the interests of those corporations.
So you obviously can rationalize that despite the fact you are anti-imperialist, you are encouraging foreign aid from the capitalist countries and financiers that you oppose. You want that aid.
Sure.
And you can rationalize that?
Oh, it's easy to rationalize because...
How so?
Well, like I said, it's a question of whether or not the particular governments in which the corporations are based are willing to use force or to threaten force to back the policies of their corporations. That is the essential dividing line for us. Because after all, there are countries all around the world, in Europe, in North America and elsewhere, that do have big companies investing. Not all of them react in the same way.
What do you mean by force? Do you mean a military presence?
A military presence would be included if that military presence is meant to intimidate the people of a particular region.
Are you therefore against President Carter's additional employment of military presence in that area?
Jamaica, Guyana, St. Lucia, Grenada have already come out with a very strong joint statement condemning this new idea. We are against it, yes.
Do you welcome the idea of Soviet troops in the area?
No, we don't welcome any troops in the area. Our position is that the Caribbean should be a zone of peace.
So what do you think the solution is?
I think the solution is for the troops to be removed. All the troops.
How so? What do you think would convince Dr. Castro to do that?
I don't think the immediate issue, quite frankly, is one of Dr. Castro. I think the most immediate issue here is the latest maneuvers by the Americans. And the reason I say this is that President Carter himself, in his speech, has pretty much made it clear that the troops have been there for quite a long time. He says mid-70s, probably earlier. The Cubans, as I understand, say since '62. He also says they pose no direct threat to the U.S. or anybody else in the region. Therefore, one has to ask, why then the build-up at this point?
Okay, just briefly, one more question. Your country has just gone through a revolution. You're moving it along towards socialist lines. You do want foreign aid in order to get your country back on its feet again. Why are you here in Canada now?
I am here mainly to speak with your Prime Minister, Prime Minister Clark, tomorrow.
And to ask him what?
Well, to discuss possibilities of technical and economic cooperation, assistance, and aid.
Have you had any indication from our government how forthcoming they would be in that area?
I would not want to make any statement on that until after tomorrow. I think we should wait to see what happens tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up looking self for stop recording. Then he said I got to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't show. Triangle, you're on the sewer. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season.
Talk it out.
Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, all you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BayesianVibesRadio.com. is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
This happens when you text and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BeijingVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio and 246 Live. This is the morning show, the Global Independent Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. Sorry guys, that last video was a bit low. For some reason I couldn't get the volume to come up on it. Thank you, AC, for checking in. And I appreciate you keeping an eye on things, but I don't know. I think that's just the way that was taped or something, because it just, I fiddled with it a bit myself. Anyway, it was an interview with His Excellency, the late Maurice Bishop, revolutionary leader of Grenada. And as I said before we went off, to watch the video and then into the commercial hour, period, we are trying to cover Black consciousness. As my personal ad would say there, it is not anti anybody or anything. I'm not anti-white, anti-Jew, anti-Gentile, anti-anything. I am just pro-African. And my objective is to build and raise the consciousness of African people wherever they are, to speak about the plight of African people wherever they are. And I can't do it alone. Certainly don't have the budget to do that in terms of global outreach. But being responsible with what I have available to me, being responsible with the type of audience that I am afforded through the 5 or 6 platforms that I broadcast on. It is important that we tell a balanced story. And the stories that I've been showing are not just one-sided, but they are pro-Black because, or pro-African, because it's a story that needs to be told. One, because it is very rare that people of African descent are heard and are given the outlets and the means necessary to tell their story. But two, we have been fed a bunch of mistruths, untruths, lies, whatever you want to call them, called history for a long time. And history just simply translates to his story, his story. And I'm just taking the information that is available to me, and I am simply presenting it to you for your edification, and also you can discern from the information and make up your own minds as to what you think, where you stand, and how you see it. Because your vision might be very different from mine. Your motives might be very different from mine. It's like the Bible, you know, we read the Bible. 10 people can read the Bible and come up with 10 different interpretations of the same words. I go to Shabbat every Saturday, just about every Saturday, and we read and teach. We don't preach. We read, we teach. Saturday gone, I did the Muftir service, which is the reading of a particular passage or chapters of the Bible. And I did 1 Kings 1 to 33, in case you want to know. And we don't preach. We teach. We read the Bible as, you know, the Old Testament, and we discuss it. And the congregation is very actively involved. Everyone is involved in the discussion. Not everyone speaks, but different people speak at different times. If you have a question about something, you're allowed to raise your hand and you're allowed to have clarification on it. And if you disagree with something that I say, you can question it or, you know, raise a question about it. If you agree, you can also raise your hand and agree. And we have very lively exchanges, not violent or shouting or any of that, but lively to the point that people are involved. They're involved in the discussion. And that is a beautiful thing that I love about my worship on Shabbats. In case you don't know what a Shabbat is a period of like what the 7 days we call Sabbath, which starts Friday evening and generally goes until Saturday evening, sundown to sundown. But there are variations of that technically. You know, I don't want to raise any controversy, but technically it's midday Friday to midday Saturday. It's the real technical understanding of how that goes, because we have high Sabbath in the afternoon. A lot of people don't respect it, but I don't work past usually noon. But in this particular case with 246, I have allowed for the extra hour because it makes sense to extend for the hour. It doesn't run into my Shabbat that kind of way. Yes, an hour if you want to be real technical about it. But Also because the clocks shift and a lot of the countries go back. Well, they all go back. So that creates that extra 1 hour space in there. It doesn't make sense to bring somebody in at that time due to the time that they may have to come in for 1 hour or to do it. So we extend during the daylight savings time for the extra hour, and I'm happy to do it. On Fridays, we have GGRU, which starts the GGRU presentations with Dr. Wayne Summerall, Professor Dr. Clyde Phillips, the lovely Charlie Ayers Bennett, Kathleen Springer, and yours truly. And from time to time, there'll be different guests on there from the GGRU. That is a very topical issue right now we're dealing with. GGRU was launched about 4 weeks ago here on this same station, and has been going very well. It's picking up some very good support all over, and we are very proud to be pushing the GGRU. I can say to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that the kinds of response that we're getting and the kind of support has been tremendous. For that, I give God, Most High God, all the honor, all the glory, all the praise. And I look forward to what GGRU can do. I'm looking forward to this Friday's presentation. And we have now added an additional presenter to that time slot, which will be 10 to 1 on Fridays. Mr. Errol Griffith, a king brother of mine, one of the first people I met when I came to Barbados from Canada. And Errol was someone I met on the phone, actually. I saw an ad in the paper, Full Gospel Businessmen's Breakfast at the Yacht Club. And I was brand new here and did not have a foundation relative to different organizations here at the time. I was seeking to see where I could connect. And I saw this ad, and I called the ad, spoke to Leonard Payne, who was the first number. There were 3 numbers given, and there was Leonard Payne. There was Mike Goddard, and Errol Griffith. And when I called Leonard and spoke to Leonard, Leonard said to me, "Oh, call Errol, and he'll tell you what it's about and how you can attend." So said, so done. And I called Errol, and he answered, of course, in his usual gracious tone. And we spoke, and he invited me to attend the yacht club. I had no idea where the yacht club was. And I got a friend of my family's to drive me there. And he drove me there and brought me in. And we found Errol there, of course, as per the arrangement. And he was setting up some equipment and stuff. And I very much enjoyed that meeting. I then became a regular follower of the Full Gospel Businessmen's Association, and I've always been relatively active in it. I haven't been to a meeting in the past couple of years due to COVID and different things, but still consider myself a member. I have good friends like Bruce Hennis and Sam Leonard and Errol and Mike Goddard and John Snagg and a number of people who belong to that organization. And Andy Cherry, Francis. What's Francis' last name? I remember Francis' last name right now. But all these good people, man, that Apple, the name's just coming back to me. It's been a few years, but I still see them. Matter of fact, every once in a while, one of them will pass me somewhere, and I hear a horn honking, and when I look, it's one of those gentlemen. But they cut my teeth when I first came into Barbados, not knowing hardly anyone. I grew up in Canada, and you know, I am Barbadian, but I grew up there from a child in Canada. I was adopted to my parents and moved there as a, and long and the short of it is that coming back here, I knew a few people, and I knew of a few people, but I didn't have the foundation, of course, as you can imagine. When you live most of your life in another country and you come to another place, you have to start all over. But Errol was that fella who became my friend, and next thing you know, the man's invited me to his home. Sometimes I met his wife, Suzanne, and their children as they grew their family. And long and the short of it is we've maintained that relationship. I got to meet his brother Everett, who is probably, I became closer to Everett than Errol at a point in time, because Everett would come and visit me. One day he just showed up at my place. I didn't even know who he was, but the voice, there was this voice that was similar to the voice that I knew as Errol, but it was Everett, and he was a little bit bigger, but I could see the resemblance. And as it would be, turns out to be Errol's brother. And Everett and I got very close. Everett loves farming. He's into that. He's not a farmer, but he's actually a cabler, or cabler, electrician, whatever you want to say. But he's a cabler, runs data cables and stuff like that. But a very lovely man, much like his brother. And we became friends, and he would show up, come check my farm out. I had a nice farm there at the time, and it was quite high tech. And he even wired my office for me and everything, cabled my office and stuff, and set me up, which is next door, by the way, to where I am now. And Errol and Everett and I became good friends, and that led me to a couple of other good people that are still in my life. Colin Daniel, who has become like them. I'm as close to him, did not even know that they were family, but because of the one thing led to the next, and Colin and I developed a relationship. And then Dave came into the picture from New York. Turns out he's married to my cousin. Oh Lord, this thing gets more twisted all the time, but all good. At the end of the day, we're all about the same age, give or take a couple of years, maybe 3 to 5 years difference, some of us. But we've all grown in that time period from 2001 to current date. That relationship has developed. I still had continued traveling back and forth and all through the Caribbean and stuff, but we always kept that relationship to this day. And every one of them I have a phone number for, and every one of them I can call, and every one of them I do just have them. Every once in a while, a talk or whatever, and we're in each other's life. We're not in each other's lives every day, but when we do, it is good. So I'm thankful to God for friendships, and I want to say that Errol is going to be in on Fridays to do his presentation. I've seen and known of it for years, probably 15 years or more than that. He was doing this when I met him, but it has developed and evolved into a more commercial type of endeavor, meaning that he has worked through the kinks, ironed it out, and he now does all over the Caribbean and now in the United States as well, that I'm aware of. Presentations for groups, organizations, schools, that kind of thing. And he's growing in his capacities. I had a conversation with Errol last week, and I was saying to Errol that I was really glad to have him on board with us. And this, that. Errol said, "Well, Philip, I just want to let God determine where this thing will go." So I put it in his hands. Well, that was music to my ears. I love that, because that means there's no ulterior motive or agenda. But one of the things that I tell Errol all the time, Errol is not about money or about, finances, that sort of thing. Errol is a pure man who does his work, and he leaves it in God's hands to give him the results that he seeks. There are not too many men that possess that kind of faith, but Errol does. I knew an uncle of mine, actually two other men before I knew Errol, that had the kind of faith, and God has seen fit to reward them with tremendous blessings in their personal lives, and their financial lives, and their relationships with other people. And Errol, you are in good stead based on what I can see. But he'll be here on Fridays from 10 to 1. The Power of Choice is the name of his program. I invite all of you to invite a friend. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Yes, we will do Power of Choice right behind the GGRU on Friday mornings, 10 to 1. And or a little overlap possibly, but 10 till 1 is the time schedule for that now. And we invite you to invite a friend or a family member. You will be blessed by this presentation. Take my word. If you never believe anything I ever said to you on this show or ever before, for any reason, trust me on this. You'll have breakthroughs in your life like you have never had. I have heard this presentation a few times, and I'm gonna warn you: get some box of Kleenex, get a box of Kleenex, or a good handkerchief or something, because you're gonna. If you've never been through this before, and even if you have, you're gonna need to. You're gonna need to cover yourself, because Errol speaks truth to power, and his message is so powerful and so strong that he will open you up. That's all I'm going to say about that. Things that you think you've hidden away inside of you, that you've been gnawing at you for all these years. Maybe you never talked to nobody about it. If you're like me, you keep a lot of things tucked away in their little compartments because you just don't feel the need to ventilate them. But I found that with Errol can open up those closets, man, and bring them out. And he's so natural and so pure. I challenge you to invite 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 friends. I don't care how many you invite. And I guarantee you, all of you will have teary eyes, not because he's sad or he preaches sad message to you, but because he will let you open your doors that you have closed for so long and reconnect with yourself, reconnect with loved ones that you have blotted out. We do that in this material existence. Why? Because it is easy to something that is distasteful or hurtful or painful, to just block it out and put it in a closet somewhere, and we don't go back there for a long time. But it doesn't mean it's gone away. Just sitting there waiting to jump on you one day, probably in the most inopportune time, probably at a time when, you know, something happens and to affect you or whatever, and all of a sudden all this stuff comes creeping back out at you. And my experience last Friday on this show was nonetheless. I remember starting with the GGRU and having a conversation with Dr. Severall, Charlene, and the professor, Clyde Phillips. And for some reason, my birth mother was very present in my spirit. And I started talking about my entry into this world. And I won't repeat all of that today, but at some point in time, we're going to do a whole show on these things, because I'm sure there's somebody out there on Friday that needed to hear a bit about my story. And, you know, as it would be, I got a bit emotional. I've had two fabulous mothers in my lifetime. I don't know how you could outdo that. Maybe a third would be out of this world. But my mother and my mom, my mother's the one who gave me birth. That's how I refer to her. And my mom is the lady who raised me. They're both deceased now. Unfortunately, died relatively young ages, not young, but, you know, could still have been alive to this day and still be relatively able and active. But God chose to take them. There were women that probably had a lot of pain inflicted upon them, not physical abuse or anything like that, or even verbal abuse, but I think that they were in a time where there were angels on this earth, and just I don't think that most people knew how to appreciate them. But God saw it fit to give them both to me in my life. And I was able to grow to be the person I am today because largely of their dedication and their validation of me. And despite whatever shortcomings, I will give thanks, because at the end of the day, what happens more often than not is that we never get around to saying thank you until after it is too late to make a difference. But it's never too late, because even in death, you can still carry that memory on. You can still live, love, and enjoy and rejoice in the memory of your mother or your father, your creators. That's how I call them. As it says clearly, honor thy mother and thy father, that thy days may be long in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. And so I make no excuse, none whatsoever, to come here before you and tell you that I am and was blessed enough by God to allow me to have two of the best that he produced in my life, not to speak of my grandmothers, grandfathers, fathers and father figures. And there've been plenty of those, plenty. When I look at my life, I can think of Mr. Elwin Adams, a white man in Canada. Elwin didn't have any children. His wife Gaynell and him, very lovely country people. But Elwin was like an uncle, but he was really a father figure to me growing up. Elwin took me to see the Harlem Globetrotters when I was about 13 or 14 years old at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. And that just shows you how much love God had and has for me. That I had all these surrogates, man. I had all these people who, they just loved me. I don't know. I give thanks. But I remember Elwin, I think of him largely because Elwin was a very quiet man who went to our place of worship, and his wife. Two quiet people. I don't know how two quiet people like that could even live together. Nobody don't keep no noise. They're so quiet. But very well developed, very well adjusted people. And one day he asked me, he said to me, Philip, ask your parents if I could take you to see the Harlem Globetrotters. They're coming into town. And so said, so done. He was like a little kid himself. He was a grown man, probably 30 enough years old, maybe 40 at the time. I don't know how old he was. I never asked him his age because he was a senior man to me. I was a kid. And we drove in his car to Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, and I saw the show of my life. Oh Lord, that was so funny. Seeing Meadowlark and Curly and the old man Haynes that used to dribble that ball. He could dribble a ball with his eyes closed, one arm broken, probably one leg cut off, and a broken back, and you still couldn't get it from him. He was incredible. And I got the opportunity to see them with Mr. Adams, Elwin Adams, which I consider like an uncle, but he really was a father figure in so many ways. Him and I attended several functions together over the years. He had no children at that time. He later in his life, in their 40s, him and his wife did have a son. But up until then, I used to fill that role. I mentioned them in particular, but they're not the only ones. I had some great teachers. Mrs. Webb, in my primary, Miss Webb was my middle school teacher. She was a middle school. She was not middle school, at primary, middle, and then the last, my senior primary teacher, Miss Webb, who was a French woman from Quebec, and her husband, who was from my area, she married him and moved to my area, but she was my French teacher in Delta. Oh, I wasn't in Delta. I was at Tweedsmuir. It was a senior junior school. It's the next stage before you go to high school. And Miss Webb took to me. I remember this woman looking at me in her class under her glasses like this, and I was probably the only black kid in the class in them days. And Miss Webb would often take me for walks in the hallway and talk to me. And then it got to the point where she had no children either, her and her husband, lovely people. And it got to the point where one day she said to me, can I ask your parents to come and see me? And they did. And she asked my parents if she could have me some weekends with her and her husband. and at their home. And my parents were cool. Yeah, man. You know, that's the kind of life I had. So Miss Webb was not only my teacher, but she was a mother figure, an auntie, whatever you want to call it. And she and her husband would take me some Fridays. I'd come to school. I would have my little bag of clothes for the weekend, and I would stay at Miss Webb's house and her husband, and they would just, oh God, they fuss over me so much. Oh Lord. You know, I spend the weekend with them, go back to school with her on Monday, and then I would go home Monday to my residence with my parents. And that was cool. I had in high school a very similar experience with my English teacher again, Miss Salt, and my history teacher, this time a male. And I ended up being very close to these people. Then my principal, he took to me as well, all Caucasian people. And I don't know why they ever felt this way. I've never asked anyone. But when I look back upon my life, I give thanks to God for the fact that no one ever abused me, took advantage of me, maligned me, or even made me to feel bad about myself or inferior or anything. These people took me everywhere. I used to go watch wrestling before there was WWF and WWE. I used to go to Maple Leaf Wrestling, see Bobo Brazil live. I mean, I was there. You know, I was a kid. This man, boom, give you a headbutt, knock you out. The Sheik. And that was the father of Vince McMahon, who used to run those shows. And that was a lot of fun. Oh, man. Fun. Sometimes I went to hockey games at Maple Leaf Gardens. Those were a lot of fun, too. I went to some ice hockey games there, man, on a Saturday night. And let me tell you, talk about fun. You eat so much popcorn and hot dogs. I don't know how I got through that period of my life without blowing up to be a couple of 100 pounds or something. Well, I did get there at a point. I think at the highest I went was 205 or something, but that was controlled weight because I was playing football and stuff. And I needed that, you know, pretty physical game. I also played ice hockey. I played ice hockey all my life. I played ice hockey till I was about 21 or something like that. And always the black kid, you know. And very racial game, but let me tell you something about those people. As racial as they would be, and call you names and stuff when you're playing, don't mess with me, because when I come off that ice and anybody decide that they don't, those people will kill you. Those people will kill you. I'm telling you right now. And people love me. And I was just a little black kid. I never really actually thought much about it because I was so safe in my environment. I was so damn safe that I never actually really thought much about it. And even when I had to go to practice in the mornings, you know, one of the parents would pick me up. There was Mr. Glendenin, who lived a couple blocks from me, and his son used to play on the same team as me. And a lot of times my father didn't have to get up to take me. Sometimes I used to walk sometimes. I used to walk. I didn't care. I walked 5 miles to the rink with my equipment on my back at 5 o'clock in the morning. I had to be there for 5 for practice. And then still get back and go to school and do all the things that I did, deliver my newspapers and all of that. I did all that before 9 o'clock in the morning, and I survived it all. So those are some of the memories that came creeping out on me on Friday, and I was able to go back into my childhood because of the choices I made, and I realized that they were all choices. Even my adoption was a choice that I made. Even though I was a child, that was a contract I made, you know, a long story. And I realized everything, that all of it, none of it is without justification. None of it, if you want to be honest and not be pitying yourself for things that don't go right, it's contracts you've already made. So now you must accept those contracts. You must live with them. Don't just look at the positive, or don't just focus on the negative. Take lemon and squeeze it with some water and you get some lemonade. You don't even need sugar. Okay, so lemon water then. But when you're thirsty, lemon water can quench thirst real good. You know, I've been having some breakthroughs in the past, well, months, but the past week, I had to come to the realization that I had to let go of some things inside of me. I had to let go of some feelings, not necessarily bad feelings, but feeling. There are people I had to cut out of my life recently. People have been in my life for 20 years or more. I had to let them go because I recognize a lot of times the choices you make are not necessarily in your best interest. And I had to come to that place in my own evolution to realize that some of the people that I tend to give my best to and my efforts to were not reciprocated. As a matter of fact, we're doing their very best to impede me and to keep me in a place that they, I guess, felt comfortable, but it's no longer my comfort zone. And in the past 6 weeks or so, I have made a radical change in my life in terms of the people that I now allow to occupy my space, my time, you know, and God is already blessing. I see big changes. I see the results. I see the turnaround. Up to this morning, I have a friend of mine, or I would no longer consider him a friend, but someone that I've known, and I've always treated him well. He bought a vehicle from me some time ago, and he just wouldn't pay me for the vehicle. And a few times I considered going to the authorities and say, look, can I get because I still have the original papers and everything. But this morning when I opened my eyes, I saw a message from him saying that he will have my money on such a date. Or so he gave me two options of dates. And I've been praying about it because I just felt like, you know what, while I don't want to not get paid for my vehicle, which, by the way, I sold him for a third of what it was worth. And I know beside the valuation. And I did that because, one, I had some excess and I was getting rid of it. Even some furniture stuff that I had sitting around just collecting dust. I started getting rid of these things. And he took the vehicle. I see it. It's very beautiful. He's done some work to it. But he wouldn't pay me for the vehicle, even at the low price that I gave him. And I prayed about this even this weekend. I took it before God again. I said, you know what, God, if I have to write it off, just give me the strength to do so. And this morning I received a confirmation on my phone from him, a message saying that he would pay me on such and such a date. Give me 2 dates. So I'll wait and see what happens. I'll wait and see what happens. You know, there are people who have come to me in their time of need, and I have been very gracious to them. I have another neighbor that I loan a Jeep to, and never seen it again. I see it on the road driving somewhere, but never brought it back. And I could get really angry and say, you know what? But God gives me a certain peace within. To whom much is given, much is expected. I just say to people, if you want something, you don't have to tell me, let me borrow it. Just say, I want XYZ. It's so much easier than the expectation of me expecting my property back. And I see people driving my property, here, there, and yon. I still have keys for those vehicles. I could go anytime and I just put the key in and turn and walk away. But you know what I do? I ask God to give me the strength. I'm not a pushover and I'm not a fool, but I just feel sometimes, you know what? I can't outgive God. God has been more than plentiful in my life. Even from a young child with my mother at 15 years old, 16, I believe she was when she gave birth to me, but at 15, had nothing. People were kind to my mother, living on the street. And eventually I was born, very sickly, but born. Had my problems, grew up in a foreign land, and was treated by strangers well, blessed at every turn. To come back to my home country and to see the way that people are and how they want to treat you is very, very discouraging. Very discouraging. So my whole thing was the power to understanding the power of choice. And I had to recognize that those were decisions that I made, even whether they were subconscious or otherwise. I made those contracts. And to tell the people now or to cut them out of my life is not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but it is the thing that I needed to do. Those lessons I needed to learn, and I've learned them. At least I hope I have. Yes, to some people, they may look like a mistake. They may look like, this man is just a pushover or something. I'm not. I'm just, look, God blesses me every day. I'm not just talking now about the air that I breathe and the sun on my skin or whatever. This weekend alone, I probably had 3 calls from people who are sending me business. And I'm not talking little bit of business. I'm talking enough money that I can make to, you have to work for it, yes. But God sent those people to me. They could have gone to anybody else. But God sent them to me to do business with me. And that is not lost on me. I accept, Most High God, your favor in my life. And then people that owe me, there are a couple others I won't talk about, but they have all of a sudden now want to pay a little piece, it's okay. Come, bring it. I prayed about every one of them, and I've asked God to look at his servant Philip and judge me, not by just the eyes that I have, but by his criteria as to whether or not I've been faithful and I've done what God asked me to do, which is to build businesses, employ people, which a lot of the employees too are dishonest. And I'm gonna tell you that I've had to fire probably 5 people that I'm aware of that were working with me or working with somebody else at the same time and juggling jobs. If you're in that position, you don't need to do that. You just need to come and sit down and have a conversation, because you're being dishonest by taking my money when you're not working. You're being dishonest with that person taking their money when you will never prosper. The law of reciprocity will nullify you before you even get out the gate. That's how it works, folks. That's why I can be so cool and collected, even when somebody intends for bad against me. And it is because I am satisfied and I'm convinced that God is still in control of things, and I can go to God for my relief, that I take no vengeance against anyone. I was shocked yesterday to receive saddened a little bit, but not too sad, word that a young man whom I don't even know, I don't know the young man, but he's from my neighborhood, and he has been very unpleasant to me. I've never done him anything. Until yesterday, I didn't even know his name. But I realized someone had tampered with my vehicle a few times, and things like that, and different things. And said some. I would speak to the young man, he would not speak. And then one day he said some nasty things to me that was none of his business, quite frankly. I had a disagreement with another party, and he took it upon himself, because that was now his vehicle to try to get to me, because he had no other reason to. And he took it upon himself to verbally abuse me outside my house one day when I was coming home. And I did not respond to him except to say greetings, as I normally would greet anyone. And he never spoke. Why would he raked me over the coals for something he knew nothing about? But yesterday I picked up the paper, and then I got a call from a friend, and he's been shot dead, 27 years old. 27 years old, and he'll be going to meet his maker. And I say, do not touch God's anointed. I bring that as a reference because, people always we as a people got to be more responsible how we treat each other. And people here tell me all the time, Philip, why people come at you because you're nice. You're too nice. You're too nice. And they just want to come. They want to come and take advantage of you, whatever. But it's not like I don't know that. I do. But I also see the good in that person, that God may be able to use them at some point in time for reasons that I may not even understand now. I know I'm going on about this. Once again, this is the power of choice that has caused me, just speaking about that, to deal with things in my spirit. And this is the kind of experience that I would want you to have by just doing the 10 weeks with Errol, because he will show you that there is another way, a better way. And once you're able to see that, I believe it will make all the difference in your life. I did not wait until I met Errol to know this. I've been living this, I think, since I was a kid, purely by accident, by the grace of God. But what has happened is that over time, God has given me confirmation of these things through different examples that have been made available to me. When somebody do me bad, I'm not out running to try to get even with them, or to hurt them, or to injure them, or to cause them to retaliate. I go before my God, and I do what I do best, which is to cry and pray and ask God for forgiveness I don't cry like a little wimp or this that, but I'm a teary person. I'm an emotional person. So my way of healing is to allow that energy to come out of me, and it gives me comfort to know that I'm not stressed with all of that nonsense. I have an attorney right now in jail. I didn't put him in jail. The police asked me to press charges against him for taking $300,000+ of my money in land sales that he did on my behalf. I trusted him, but he asked me to hold the money and then ended up spending it, not necessarily gambling. I don't know what he did with the money, but he used my money to cover other people's debt that he owed and then couldn't pay. But it turns out I'm not the only one. Another attorney here who took $800,000 that was a mortgage given to me on a property by one of the institutions, and I didn't see the money yet. Well, I did get about 30,000 of it or something. But once again, the police asked me to press charges, and I did not. But what I did is I prayed for them, and they've both now been charged. They've both been charged for their crimes because other people are not as forgiven as I may be. But I don't need to pile on nobody's head. That does not mean that I'm inviting anyone into my life to take advantage of. But I will tell you one thing. Be careful. Be very careful. But the power of choice gives me that choice. I could say no, or I could say yes. I love to see people happy getting through. Not just happy by taking something that don't belong to you, but happy because if there's an opportunity that you can grow yourself into a better position, you have a best friend here. I just cut loose one of my dearest and longest friends in my life that I've had in my life. And I cut him loose because in all the years I've been friends with this person, I've never made a dime with that person. I've spent a lot of money with them, and I've partied and had a good time with the person. But I realized that there is no, there's nothing coming the other way. It's always going that way. And I had to come to that realization just recently. My spirit one day woke me in my sleep and said to me, you need to just walk away from this person. They're no good for you. You may like them and you get along with them real good and everything, but he has no good intentions for you. The reason he's there is because of what you can do for him, but he doesn't have any intentions of reciprocating. And I looked at him one day and I thought, yes, you know what? You're right. You have quickened me to the circumstance. As a result, I say to everyone, I've been taking inventory. I've been taking inventory of my relationships. And because of that, there are probably about 8 or 10 people that I have now taken my leave from, and I feel better for it. I've been going through a 40-day thing. It was supposed to be a fast, but Dr. Bastian advised me that he is my personal advisor, so not to do so without first consulting with him. So instead of fasting, what I've done is I've gone now to 1-a-day meals, but I'm going to continue the rest of the work that I'm doing and asking God for guidance and for his peace, her peace, their peace. in my life, and to be able to do more for others and do well for others, even when they despise my being or are jealous of whatever. Because you can't outgive God, you can't outdo God. The young lady that did my commercial there last week called me. I hadn't talked to her for a long time. And myself and VP Turney, we went over and saw her, and she did that ad for me right there on the spot. And now doing a bunch of others because of a favor that I did her a few years back when she was having her moments. And, you know, you could get angry and walk away and say, you know, I've done enough for this, but I've done enough for that one. But you know what? All of you, I leave you to Most High God, and I give thanks. Saying all of that, the Power of Choice will be here 10 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Fridays. And I plan to be very actively in there because I believe God is going to lift a lot of this garbage out of my life that I've been carrying around. And I want you to be blessed by this program as well. And if you just trust me on this and come on and listen to Brother Errol do his thing, and you can get relief in your life the way that I have. Since that show on Friday where he wasn't even planned and he just did an impromptu presentation, I've had probably 5 or so persons who have been in touch with me since then till now to say, you know what, I really got some relief. A couple of people told me they cried, you know, and I thought, yeah, it's working. So saying all of that, folks, somebody's right in here telling me on my next screen, I'm reading here, 246 Beijing Vibes, the Independence Square, best show on earth right now. Oh, Lord. That is literally on my screen on another monitor that is beside me. 246 Beijing Vibes, the Independence Square, best show on earth right now. Wow. And then somebody else says, keep up the good works, brother Philip. Wow. Wow. I say wow again because you see, you don't know, I don't know who's listening to me right now or who's watching me. There are 4 million people logged on all over the globe. Now you might think that's crazy. What is that? There are. My system tells me that there are. I have no idea who these people are. I have no idea who I'm affecting. But you know what? They do write me and they tell me things. They relate to what I'm saying, and they are very active in letting me know how they feel. And I thank you, every one of you that take your time to write me a small message. We may never meet in person. We may never even have a phone call. But the fact that you take the time to write me and leave such a beautiful, pleasant message helps to make my day a better place. And it also helps me that when I hurt because of bad things or awkward things that happen in my life, that there is a port at the end of the storm that you can come into, feel blessed enough and validated sufficiently so that you know it was not all for naught. I have some good friends that I do love and cherish, and they're good to me. And I know who they are because they prove themselves all the time. They don't ask for anything. But if they have, they'll share, and I do the same with them. Those are rare, but very precious, 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 precious gifts. Go find yourself one or two today. Everybody watching this show, I challenge you to go find one or two people. They may already be in your life, they may not be. One or two people who are going to love you for who you are, irregardless of your shortcomings, irregardless of your big head or your buck tooth or your cross eye or whatever. That's going to love you for who you are and not going to turn you away when you don't have, because they feel that they were there sucking your blood when you had, but now it's time to give or to help you, that they can't reciprocate. I have family members like that. Yeah, I do. You all need to pull yourselves up. Okay? I have friends like that too. You need to pull yourselves up. For each of you, I send a blessing today. And for those who would like to be on the other side, I also send you a blessing. I ask Most High God to bless you and to bless you with love and give you what I have that you just don't know how to get. Peace, peace of mind, happiness, contentment, and above all, love. Love for my fellow man, love for my wife, love for my children, love unconditional. It is 8:43 a.m. The brother Gabriel was supposed to be in. I'm sure he spoke, and but you know, whatever reason God opens these moments for me to talk with you, I'm loving it, and I will always be thankful, because the listeners out there and the viewers are building this platform. And it started with Sugar. And I will not stop giving the blessings and praise this man deserves. I can't possibly give him that. And it's not because I'm on his platform and I'm doing the show. It's because he really has been an instrument of God's for the purpose. Oh, Lord. People here killing me with stuff. Somebody tells me proper sermon. Oh, Lord. I don't mean to preach, but I just feel the need to speak to the issues. I want the world to be a better place, one better when I leave it than the one when I came into it. I want the world that I am in today to be transformed into a place of love, love for your fellow man. But there's a lot of people that need a renewing of the mind. You need to get a shake up and stop being so selfish, self-centered, hateful, spiteful. You know, you need to stop that. You need to stop hurting people because it makes you feel better. You need to find inside of you that place that is all your own, that no one can affect you there, not even your wife or your children or nobody. And that's where we get into a lot of emotional problems. That's where we turn to alcohol and drugs and all the stuff that bothers us, because we let people into that place that is sacred to you, and you let them. So stand firm for what you know is truthful, and righteous. You know, a man once asked me 3 times, Philip. The first time he asked me, "Are you honorable?" And I didn't answer the question. And the second time he asked me some time later, Philip, not the same day, probably a few months later, Philip, are you honorable? And I didn't answer him then either. But I was thinking about all of this. This question, a simple question. Are you honorable? It doesn't mean I haven't made mistakes. It doesn't mean I won't make a mistake. But listen now, what I think honorable is. The man asked me a third time, Philip, are you honorable? And I said to him, I looked at him, and I said, yes, I am. I said, I didn't answer you the first 2 times that you asked me that question because I needed to check myself and I needed to check with other people around me to see if I was honorable, because that nobody had ever asked me that before in my life. And even though I would have been happy to pat my chest and say, yes, I am, I wanted to be sure that I felt comfortably enough to respond to. And the only person in my life who has ever asked me that question. And I said, yes. This person and I are very close friends to this day. And we became friends after that. I mean, before we knew each other, but we became friends after that. And that friendship is one that is built on honor and will continue to, despite whatever obstacles may come, whatever people want to say. People call me sometimes and say this and that and that and that. And that. I say, listen, you know, I don't own anybody. Don't call me telling me no bullshit about nobody. All right? What have you done? What are you doing to make the world a better place? That's what I want to hear. Not what you think about somebody else, what they're not doing, or they should do it your way or whatever. You haven't done anything other than bellyache, bitched, and complain to me about other people. You know what? Other people doing things. I'd rather be with the people doing something. And I don't have to think about it as imperfect as you think they are. I'd rather be with that person than with all you well-wishers that have no good intention and weak, because all you can do is complain about somebody who's doing it, rather than grabbing a hold of that person's energy and going with it, because you would probably find that you're a better person and you've achieved more by being in that space, but you're too selfish, self-centered, and jealous and greedy to see God's hands where God is trying to direct you. You're actually your worst enemy. But I'm thankful that the people now that I'm building around me are people that I deserve to be in my life because they're good people. And whether they had 5 cents, 50 cents, 100 cents, I don't care. But if I had it and they needed it, those people I would give it to, because they've all shown me in my time of need, they were there without condition. In my time, they never asked me. Sugar as a man never asked me yet for a cup of water or a bottle of beer or a pint of whatever. I'm trying to keep it real. But yet he put into my confidence the ability to go on his network. I could have come on here and say all kinds of nonsense and do all kinds of awkward things that bring embarrassment to him and his show, his network. But you know what? That wouldn't get me very far. Instead, I bless this man every day. I ask God's blessings in his life every day. People like AC up there, even when I was playing before, and AC messaged me, Philly, the video is very low. People, you know, we have so many good people that look out, you know. I have Dr. Bastian here messaging me at the same time. He's due to come on in the next 9 or so minutes, 9 or 10 minutes. But I say, do not touch God's anointed. You may think just because a person is going to church and jump up and down and carry the Bible in their hand and preach it all the time, they're not God's anointed. Be careful. God uses people for his own purposes, for her own purposes. And God's anointed may just be the person looking in the mirror, but you got to identify who you are and recognize that we're all capable of being that individual. Angels don't come down with wings, sweetheart. Angels, my brother, my sister, angels come looking just like you and I. So does the devil. So does the devil. Matter of fact, the devil could come in many different forms. Sometimes it is a case of maybe a case of your best friend, your girlfriend, your lover, your boyfriend, whatever, your sister, your brother. And the next thing, you go on through the Edos because you didn't know. Roy always says to me a saying that I love: my sheep knows my voice, and no other will they obey. And that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. If you know God's voice, you don't have to worry about the devil or anybody else, because they're always going to be there. There's no avoiding that. But you can, you know God's voice, you will know. If Roy says, if I had listened to myself, I would not have made that mistake. So yeah. So my bottom line is that know your God. I'm not telling you who your God should be. I'm not even telling you who to serve or whatever. That's your business. But don't touch God's anointed, because things will happen to you in your life that you may not understand or even appreciate. That's the problem with our race. And after so many video presentations that I've done, the constant theme, I mean, even what I played this morning, showing that our own people sold us to the colonizers, because the colonizer couldn't defeat us by coming into our territory, into our space. But we were sold for greed, for ill intent by those who we trusted, those who had authority over us. And many of us, being sovereign as we are, chose to commit suicide by falling backwards over into the ocean, baby in hand and all. And rather than go to the type of treatment that we would have been subjected to as slaves. Nobody was born a slave. There's no such thing as a born slave. You are made that way. First, you're a political prisoner. You're a victim, kidnapped in your own backyard. Then you are transported in very unfriendly environments, unfriendly conditions, inhumane conditions. And then you are made to be a slave by force, by conditioning. And keep in mind that most of the people that ever landed on the shores were not adults. They always had a system of throwing the adults off, and you can watch videos I have. I can play them if your guts can take them. They put the chains on you, man, tie a weight at the front end of that, throw it overboard, and lo and behold, it's like a domino effect. You see hundreds of people going to their death in the ocean when they got near shore because they didn't want the adults. The adults could pass down the information. The adults could pass down the messaging. But they took those kids 20 years and younger. I have pictures. See them, some of them little kids, 4 and 5 years old. There's a guy here, might be 20 or 18, and then there's this little kid, and all got these chains around their necks. And they were the kids, they were the people who came in here and built North America, South America, Latin America, North America, Europe, North America. I don't know how many times I got to say it. And then we got people now that when you stand up and you say, let us unite, we don't have to all agree on everything, but let us unite and stand up. They will want to cut your throat for 2 crumbs over there. Leave me out. Leave me out. And when you go fighting for your reparations, leave me out. Because I know you ain't got no intentions of sharing no reparations with me. I know what you after, most of you. Your intentions are not honorable. I hope somebody kill most of you. Because you're the ones who should have been thrown over in the ocean coming across. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Bunch of sellout leaders, a bunch of selfish, self-centered political class that think that they're entitled. When the people rise up and decide to start taking some blows to your behind, I will have the biggest smile on my face. Because the day is coming. They will disappear. They took the vaccine. No, they didn't take any vaccine. Some of them did, but they mostly had placebos. And that was an attempt to deceive the people into believing that it was all good. I looked into yesterday's paper. That's the first Sunday paper I probably bought in 3 years. So I had to talk to my paper guy about my daily paper, and he forgot again today. Man, tell me he forgot to bring my paper all last week except for 2 days. I don't owe him no money, but he forgot. Got a good life. He's sitting over there free rent. No, selling his paper, but he forgot to bring my paper. So I went yesterday, paid him for the 2 that I had gotten last week, Monday, Tuesday. And I bought a Sunday paper. Geez, I forgot to bring your paper. Oh, you forgot to bring my papers. Wow, how does that work? And I looked in yesterday's paper, and the amount of deaths, even young people that are seeing in there, young women, men, is quite discouraging. So the person says they will disappear. They took the vaccine. That may be some truth to that, but the bottom line is they should all disappear. I say that I do not wish any ill on anybody, but how can I support someone who has malintent or who has bad intentions for my brother or sister or even me? How can I support you? How can I say, It's okay. I'll pray for you and hope that God will see fit. But God is the ultimate decision maker, the arbiter of your fate, not me. I'm not living with that. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to take steps to defend myself. But I'm not coming for you or at you without just cause. The first, I seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and the wisdom that comes with it. The power of choice, folks, the power of choice. That's what this whole rant has been about. The power of choice. Fridays from 10 until 1 on the GGRU presentation day. It is a perfect fit. On Monday today, we have Kimberly debuting for the first time. Tomorrow, we have Ara coming back. She debuted last week. Now the power of choice. Then from next week, we want to have the panels assembling from the 1 till 4, Monday to Thursday, 1 till 4, and have that. So we'll have your whole day where you can tune in and see us and jump in. We want some live interaction with you. And we give thanks. It is the 9 o'clock hour. I'm going to break out. I'm expecting Dr. Bastian soon. So I will take a commercial break so I don't have to cut in on him when he is live with us. And I get to play my own commercial again. I love it.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college, on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parking. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Try and get you on the store. you could talk it out. You could say the word reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even. Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan. Violence solves nothing. Talk it out. We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bajan Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BajanVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BajanVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. .246BajanVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BajanVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BajanVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the Global Independent Square, the morning show. And I am your host, Philip Catlin Springer, and I'm happy to be with you again. Thank you for indulging me the last hour. I have coming shortly into the studio. I haven't seen him yet, but I just spoke to him during the commercial. Dr. Bastian should be with us any moment now. But we also have our good brother, Gabriel FP, who was scheduled to be in at the 8 o'clock hour, but is tied up with a client. So that has caused that little lapse in there. But it'll happen. We have young Kimberly, call her Queen Daughter. Kimberly will be joining us at 11 this morning to start her broadcast. And I'm going to make my introduction of Kimberly. We also have our Ara Flower. Our flower, get it? Our flower, our flower, our flower. She will be joining us tomorrow and beyond. I see the King brother is here with us at this time. The one and only Dr. Getty Bastian. Hey, listen.
How is my brother?
Let me have some fun. Why don't you? I mean, come on. I don't get to have a lot of fun. So I'm going to enjoy every moment. When I can, I'm going to enjoy every moment that I can. Dr. Kenny Bastian, my brother, my king brother. How are you today?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And you?
I'm great, man. I'm fantastic. God is good to me. And things, you can't mess. I just finished an hour of talking about the wonderful things that God is doing in my life. I mean, the people that he has put around me. I mean, all my life. I went back to my childhood, talking about, growing up a little bit and all the wonderful blessings that I received. Even to be able to sit here and do this is not something is done for money. It's done for the love of people. And absolutely, because I can give God gives me so much more in return than what I can do. As long as you do it with a clean heart. And here you are, right on time. Boom. A man that gives so much. Yesterday you took time out of your busy schedule on a Sunday of all things, and you consulted on my behalf, consulted. And I say consulted because you listened to 4 people or 5 people, I think it was, who were having personal issues, and you listen to them. And that meant a lot to me to be able to give that. Yeah. I'm not the doctor, you are, but the fact that I could have these people on my network to call you and say, Doc, I'm having this problem or that problem or the next problem. And you listen to them. And you were very good. You told them, listen, I can't consult you unless I know your medical situation. But I can identify with what you are saying. I've seen enough in my life, but I want to know you personally, individually, before I can hand you any suggestion. And I appreciate that, Doc. And they appreciated it because they all wrote me back after, messaged me to say that they were very impressed with your manner, how you treated them, And the fact that you were willing to listen to them meant a lot. Each one of those 5 people. Yes. There's probably 5 more I could pull up and bring to you, but I won't take up your time. You take the floor. It's your show now.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you. What we need to understand is that it's important for any doctor to develop what it's of medical practice. And I have my medical training. I'm a cognitive psychologist, orthomolecular nutritionist. I took time to study those things and to understand, and to understand the best way I can treat myself. So, because if I'm a doctor and I'm practicing and I'm sick all the time, something is missing. So that means there are laws about my body that I don't know, that I ignore. And I can confine my body functions to what we call hospital standard procedures. Because medicine can never be a mass medicine. The practice of medicine can never be a mass medicine because not one of us is the same. You see, not one of us, even the congenital twin, they are not the same. So we need to be more humble in the practice of medicine and stop asking the doctor to be great politicians because I see a lot of doctors becoming politicians. They are killing people left and right. And there are a lot of confusion that we need to clean up. And that's why I try to see if we can reach a stage where we really understand the definition of the word that we use. In psychology, and particularly in psycholinguistics, when it comes to the use of key concepts of life, not one of us, not all of us, I would say very few people in this world, upon this planet, have a definition of life. We say, well, we're living, what is life? Life is a struggle. What is life? It comes as I take it as it comes. This is foolishness. This is not a definition of life. The same thing with the definition of love. Somebody said, I love you, I cannot live without you. But you said, what is your definition of love? Some people will come and say, love is a give and take. I said, if love is a give and take, let me go to the grocery store. Let's go to the grocery store. Love is a give and take, and you're going to live all your life, each one having his own definition of love, and you say that you love. So each time that you tell me you love me, you have your own representation of love. If for you it's a give and take, and for me it's a give, I'm dead in the movie. You see, those are issues, and let me explain that very quickly. Those are issues, conceptual issues, that cause the brain to function in total confusion. Because the way we define love is going to condition the electrical activity of the brain. Because the concept as in itself is on charge, electrical charge. When you are passionate, when you're convinced, you understand the truth. That understanding of truth will give you the courage, the strength to stand for the truth. You are not going to be a coward when you understand what truth is. You see, this is where this job is not done. And that's why for us to have that conversation on health on a regular basis like that, we are basically trying in total humility here again, another concept. Many people don't have a clear definition of what humility is. What is humility? A lot of people say humility is to put your head down and to let everybody walk on you. And no, humility is not that. Humility is the accurate definition of our humanity. That's humility has in it the root of human, H-U-M. Humility is the accurate perception, definition of our human condition, of our real human condition. That's what humility is. So humility means that you know all the time that when you go to the bathroom, you can stand the smell of your poop. That's humility. Humility means also that we are, all of us, 5-7 minutes away from death. If we stop breathing within 5-7 minutes, we're dead. So how can we expect that a group of people, because they are multi-billionaires, they can come up with a new world order and impose the system to the whole, they can even stand the smell of their own poop. So what gives them that power? This is humility. And I used to tell to my people that work with me, I said, we better stay on the floor all the time. No matter how much studies that you make, you still need to learn. You need to remain teachable. You see, and when the brain cannot function with operational concepts that are truth, the brain shut down. And I keep telling people in neuroscience, it has been proven that you can't lie, because your lie will always catch up with you, because you always forget the lie you uttered beforehand. Because the brain, you see, this is the way the brain functions. When I'm sharing some truth with you, my body produces dendrites to put in storage the information. But that information has a frequency, it has a vibration. It's a sound that becomes a chemical structure. When I talk, I produce a sound, and your brain is smart enough to sort out the sentence, the syllabus, the consonants, all those structure, and to create a chemical structure to put in storage that information. And now the body will say, well, is that information valid? How long can it last? Your brain is extremely economical. It's not going to say, that has nothing to do with truth. Let's erase that. And the dendrite will die because it has no base for truth. And since the dendrite dies away, you can't recall that information because there is no chemical structure to support your lie. The body is phenomenal. A lot of people don't understand that. That's why God doesn't want us to lie, because he knows the brain will never support. But guess what? Any type of childhood experience that you had, that's what we call long-term memory. But because you live that experience, you internalize it, and you create a permanent dendrite that will maintain that information, preserve that information throughout time. Don't you see it's very easy for you to remember your childhood experience that are truthful? But try to remember any of the lies that you did uttered when you were a young guy. You can't remember that. It's gone. Yeah. So science is right there to tell us the truth. As a matter of fact, I understand that the truth is God. And each time you express truth, you manifest God. That's how I understand. And that's why there is no power against truth. Look at the COVID saga. They want to pay all the head of state, they bribe them, and you have prime minister killing their own constituents, and they become multimillionaire. If you want those guys that have killed so many people, but I don't care if it's in Barbados, if it's in Jamaica, I don't care. No matter where you go, check their bank account. check their bank account. Those people were not multimillionaire before the COVID. But after the COVID, they all become multimillionaire. They are still alive, and a lot of people of their constituents are dead and are dying still because the side effects of the vaccine are still enforced. Right now that I'm talking, 2-3 years after that, people keep dying of respiratory problem, cardiovascular issues, and circulatory complications. That's the vaccine causing that. But they still continue in the hospital to vaccinate the people with the crime, with the genocide, because they have an agenda, a stupid agenda, because they didn't conquer the ocean, they didn't conquer all the mountains, and they said the planet is overpopulated. This is foolishness, total aberration. And now you have the Gaza, a war because they want to create a new canal to get the oil of the Middle East. This is foolishness, man. This is foolishness. And the point is, we are sitting there and accepting those criminals to rule over us and to kill us. Why don't we call upon God? Why don't we call upon God? God will never violate our freedom of thoughts and our free choice. But if we call upon God, God will destroy them all. We call upon God, we acknowledge God in our lives, and we ask forgiveness for our sins. God will destroy those criminals because they are demonic people with absurd projects upon a planet that doesn't belong to them. This is what's going on here. So my approach is, for me, it's important for us to have a clear definition of life concept. And there are approximately 25 life concepts. You see, life as a concept itself, humility, love, happiness, wisdom. Wisdom is the right application of scientific knowledge. That's what wisdom is. Wisdom is the right application of scientific knowledge. You see, and information is not knowledge. And a lot of people are dealing with information, but they don't have knowledge. Knowledge is information transformed into experience. That's what knowledge is. It's the information, you incarnate the information and it becomes part of you. When you talk about knowledge, you talk about being born again, because there is a law, as a matter of fact, about that. That's what we call the Osubel law. Osubel law. You see, what the beauty of all those things, that we have laws to confirm them. Osubel is a Canadian psychologist. Ausubel, Ausubel, the law of Ausubel. Anytime that you acquire a new information and that new information becomes knowledge, that information will change the cognitive configuration of your intellectual pattern. You see, any information that is truthful will change your personality because you understand things differently. The new information that you acquire change your life. Let me a different type of information. When you learn how to maintain your balance riding your bike, you become exposed to a landscape that is the landscape of the bicycle rider. But if you remain just somebody that is getting only walk, so you don't have the benefit of the bike. Automatically, your landscape change, your configuration change. So the same way, when you understand, when you take time, you said, I'm in love with somebody, and you don't take time to define that love, you're going to live. If you're supposed to live with that person for 50 years, that would be 50 years of misery, because nobody know what you're talking about when you say to each other, I love you. You don't know what you're talking about when you say you love you. and the person doesn't understand what you're talking about, because each one of us have their own definition of love, and we don't agree. We can't converse because each time we speak to each other, we do not refer to the same conceptual field. It's clear. So to help people, I said, what I did, I decided that I'm going to come up with a personal definition of love. You could ask me, what does that have to do with medicine? Well, medicine is a way of life. Medicine is not taking drugs. Medicine is a way of life. Medicine must refer to the understanding of the body functions. Medicine is a way of life. You should understand that. The proverb itself tells you that a joyful news is good medicine for the bones. A bad news will destroy your bones. That means, what does proverb mean by that? Bad news poison your blood because you become angry, you become sad. And when you become angry, you become sad, you create vasoconstriction. The chemistry of your blood change completely. Your blood become completely toxic, and you produce more carbon dioxide and than oxygen. So what do you think? So your word is medicine. So information is medicine, because you change completely your intellectual configuration. So that's why I said it's extremely important to have each one of us a definition of love. Myself, I don't ask everybody to have the same definition of love, but my definition of love is to do. It's a choice. First, when I tell you that I love you, I'm telling you that I choose. It's a choice to do whatever it takes to make your life possible. So in my definition of love, I have life, but I have to have a definition of life as well. Because how can I love you if you're not alive? How can I love you if I not make your life possible? And how are you going to love me too if you don't enter in life with me? The only desire we'll have is to go away from me because you want to leave. Nobody's going to remain in a relationship where life is prohibited, or where life is violated systematically. You need to create an environment where life is possible, life is pleasant. So my definition of love is a choice to do whatever it takes. It's a choice to do whatever it takes to make your life possible. So what do I mean by life possible? Life becomes possible when you can develop yourself intellectually, you can develop yourself emotionally, you can experience financial stability, and you can have a productive relationship interaction with me. So if you cannot have that, I'm not the person for you and you're not the person for me. If both of us, we agree upon that definition, don't you see that I choose carefully my word? I said, if both of us, we agree. Marriage is not a forceful situation. Marriage is, first of all, an agreement to share a common lifetime goal. Yes. It's an agreement. And the Bible itself says that. The Bible says, can two people walk together if they don't agree? So, and marriage is a walking together toward a common lifetime goal. That's when I begin to create those things. A lot of people, they get married because we had to have sex, so we have sex, and we got married because the church, we didn't want the church to condemn us for idolatry. Well, I will not say that, but I'm not going to get married because we had sex. No, not even because you become pregnant. I must marry you. If I make the mistake and I'm going to marry you because we have a child together, no, I can take the responsibility to take care of the child, to create the proper environment for you and for that child. But I'm not going to poison your life, poison the life of my child, and poison my life getting together with you because we were acting like animals. So on top of that, also we have the sexual issues. How can you have sex with somebody? Because each time you have sex with somebody, your plasma and the plasma of that person become one. So the whole history of the immune system of that person is transmitted to you, and you transmit the history of your immune system to that person. So you're going to have sex to penetrate somebody and exchange your immune system like that. You don't know how many men that person went through, and you don't know how many women that men. This is crazy. We do that. And there is even, that's very strange, there is even a disease called the kissing disease. So not even kissing, you're not supposed to kiss everybody just like that, because the kissing disease is mononucleosis.
I was just about to ask you if that's mono you're referring to. And I saw when I'm growing up in Canada as a teenager, that was a common disease, with young teenage lovers. They start petting and carrying on. And then lo and behold, mostly men though, mostly the young boys, would end up with mono. And I always wonder how that happens, how that happens. But thank you for clarifying.
The saliva. The saliva is supposed to be alkaline, but when you're busy going in many places, you have the interaction of bacteria and germs. And you see, in your mouth, people don't understand that. And this is the beauty of God. God created us with laws, and if we have the humility is to have the accurate knowledge of your will condition, of your human condition, your will human condition. That's what humility is about. ETY state, your will condition. There is what we call, most people suffer now with what we call dysbiosis. Dysbiosis is the fact that there is a kind of consistent imbalance of your microbiome. In your mouth, you have to have a set of colony of bacteria that maintain the balance of your what we call microbiome. The pH in your mouth determines the nature of the colony of bacteria you have in your mouth. The pH of your stomach, which is a pH 2 in your mouth, is 8.5, 9.5. And in your stomach, the pH is 2. So the pH is extremely acidic in your stomach. And there you have a set of bacteria, a colony of bacteria. And they are be able to determine more than 500 different species. Go ahead.
How would one go about alkalining their stomach if your pH is so low? That high amount of acidity can possibly lead to cancer and other distortion of your internal organs. Is that correct? How does one neutralize that acidity?
It's a good question, but I'm going to make sure that not to lose the train of my thought. That's the mistake a lot of people that drink alkaline water make. They ignore, they don't take into consideration that the acidity of the stomach is not the expression of a disease, because that acidity, the pH 2, has to do with the hydrochloric acid that doesn't destroy the lining of your stomach. As a matter of fact, the hydrochloric acid helps you kill what we call the pathogenic bacteria, the bacteria that can cause disease, because we have a lot of pathogenic bacteria that come with food. And that's why God gives us the hydrochloric acid to kill the bacteria that come with food. Most of your vegetables, they come with worms. Even no matter how badly you try to wash them, if you don't have the hydrochloric acid in your stomach to kill them, they will infect you. But the pH 2 is not a challenge for the stomach, because the pH 2 contribute also to the breakdown of proteins in your stomach. And it's not in conflict with the alkalinity of the duodenum. You see?
He most like Dr. Bastian has frozen, so I'm looking for him to go out and come back in to the program. But I was awaiting his answer relative to the alkalinity of the stomach, because I'm one of those people who drink alkaline water all the time. I have it made for me, actually. I don't just buy it at the store. I have someone that produces it, and I have it made for me, and I find that it is absolutely marvelous. But please tell us about that before you froze there. Tell us about that question relative to the alkalinity in the stomach, please.
Yes, the alkalinity in the stomach, you have the hydrochloric acid that doesn't attack the lining of your stomach. The acidity that you experience in your stomach that causes gastric acidity or ulcers, gastric ulcers, that type of acidity is caused by the releasing of lactic acid coming from the bacteria that you get from your food. So if you eat a lot of leftover, some people, they fix their food for the week on Sunday, and they spend the whole week eating leftover food. You give plenty of time for bacteria to proliferate, to multiply into that food. It tastes good, but it's loaded with bacteria that is going to give you fermentation. And we do that because most people living in the United States, in New York, they have no time to cook. They get one day and they cook all their food and they end up with gastric acidity, gastric ulcers, colon cancer, a lot of diseases like that, because the bacteria developed in the stomach is going to pollute the duodenum. So what I explain to people, I don't say that it's not good to use your alkaline water, but you cannot use your alkaline water with food. You need to wait at least 1 hour or 2 hours away. Give the stomach time to go from, because when you drink the alkaline water, you change the pH of the stomach that is supposed to be acidic. And when the stomach becomes alkaline, you cannot break down the proteins. And then you go to the duodenum where the alkalinity is the law, because you have two factors that make the duodenum alkaline. What you will realize, each segment of the digestive
He seemed to be having some Wi-Fi issue or something going on there, but Dr. Bastian has dropped out again. We will wait his return. to the screen, and should be back momentarily. In the meantime, this question about the alkalinity, because I am one of those people who drink alkaline water, and it is important that I understand this, because a question probably personal, maybe a little too personal to even bring up on the show, but I noticed that there's a difference in how the stomach feels after the fact. Matter of fact, Doc, I want to ask you a silly question. It's very personal. But you're talking about waiting to have the water after you eat, say 2 hours or so. Because I noticed that when I drink too soon after the water, it is alkaline. I have flatulence. I having gas. Is that normal? That's what it does, right?
Of course,
Those-
your gas has to do with fermentation, because the enzymes cannot function. The pH is different. What is suggested? You should before you eat or 2 hours after.
Yes,
and
that
that's,
I've read.
that's the approach. And
right.
So you took me into that path of that pH.
You know, this is just personal probing on my part. I just want to find out what I'm doing wrong so I could correct it. But thank you for the answer.
But I say we have to know that in each segment of our digestive system, that means in the mouth, in the stomach, in the duodenum, jejunum, ileum, colon, we have different pH, and we have also different colony of bacteria. So a lot of diseases called dysbiosis are caused because of the dysfunction of our microbiome. So our microbiome is extremely important, and to a certain extent as important than our liver. So when the doctor said that you have liver failure, you can understand what he's saying. The liver failure should never be a death sentence, because guess what? Your microbiome has almost the same power than your liver. You can more easily rebuild your microbiome within a very short time, and your microbiome can back up the failing liver. So it should never be for you, because when the doctor said that you have liver failure, that means you're going to die. You can survive kidney failure, you can survive a heart failure, but you can survive a liver failure unless you are educated. And your education must refer to how to rebuild your microbiome, how to rebuild your digestive system, intestinal flora, how to rebuild that. And that's what we need to learn. There's no drug that can rebuild that. You need to know the interaction between prebiotics and probiotics. A lot of people talk about that, but they don't know what that means. Prebiotics and probiotics. Those are things that you need to do, to learn. You know, and that's why it's really passionate. But my key concern is that you cannot get involved in life with somebody without, when you say that you love somebody and you don't have a clear definition of that love that you want to share, to experience with the person. If you talk about love, you need to talk about life. And I was talking about the Ausubel concept, that any new information that I require will change the cognitive pattern, the intellectual, cognitive, mental configuration of that person. So it's important for us to have our own definition of love. And I was saying that my definition of love is to choose. It's a choice to do whatever it takes to make life possible for that person. What is life? Now if I want to make life possible for that person, I have to take into consideration the emotional, financial, intellectual, physical, and psychological development of that person. If that person is happy, that person will be willing to be with me all the time. And we need to come up also with an agreement, because I'm not going to live with you if we don't agree to share a common lifetime goal. The key here is a common lifetime goal. If I'm going to be with you to have sex with you for a short time, well, I'm going to have sex with you and give you all my disease, and you're going to give me all your disease, and and we split. But if we know that we are not perfect, we are improving ourselves. That doesn't mean perfection is not possible. The perfect act exists. We need to know that. And the perfect act exists. For example, if I tell Philip I'm going to be with you today, and we're going to have that conversation on health, and we decide that I'm going to be part of it, Philip is going to be part of it. The fact that for both of us to be here today is a perfect act. A perfect act is an act to which you cannot add, and you cannot retrieve, you cannot withdraw anything. That's a perfect act. You cannot add.
An agreement between two parties. Yes.
And to which you cannot add or withdraw or retrieve anything. That's the perfect act. If I have an appointment with you to meet you at a certain place, if I have an appointment with you to bring, I said I'm going to give you a watch, and I said this is the type of watch that I'm going to give you, and I know you're going to love it. And I put you in the anticipation of that watch, and I come at a definite time. I said, this is the watch I promise you to give you, and I give it to you. The act is perfect. Our marriage can be a perfect act, but it's a perfect act that you have to renew on a daily basis. And you need to establish the criteria of the expression of that perfect act. If I tell you that I love you, I'm going to make life possible for you. That means I have to take into consideration your financial, your emotional, your intellectual, your psychological well-being. Am I qualified? Do I have the training? Do I have the potential, the intellectual capacity to meet that goal? This is another question. But I can attempt. But when you take that type of engagement, you cannot be in an attempt mode. You have to prove yourself. You have to identify that you have really the resources, the potential to achieve that promise, to keep it. So that's why it's so important for each one of us to know exactly what is our definition of life, of love. So now I have the definition of love. Now the definition of life for me is God sharing himself with me. So I have my definition of love is to choose to do whatever it takes to make life possible for the person I care for. Now, what is my definition of life for myself? Life is God sharing himself with me. And life is God sharing himself with you. You know what that means in my mind? It means that your potential is beyond imagination. Is the sky the limit for you? So I'm not going to get into your life to limit you, to dictate my darkness to you, my blackness and my ignorance. A lot of men, they get involved in the life of a woman and they want to dictate the life of that person. You don't do that. See, since life is God sharing himself with the person and with me, God means unlimited potential. So everything is possible. You're not going to let a government a mandatory criminal organization that pretend to organize, put in place policy to build your future, destroy your life under the fake label of medicine. And when you have those type of mandatory medicine, legal medicine, this is total foolishness. So that's why the African of the diaspora need to redefine the concept of medicine. The medical act must be redefined. The medical act must be redefined. You cannot consider a medical act the fact that to prescribe a drug that exists in the codex that is going to kill people with side effect, and you call that a scientific act. It's a criminal act. It's a medical act. Let's be serious. And us, we think we are scientific because we limit ourselves to the definition of the codex. We're killing people left and right, and we know it. And we keep doing that crime. It doesn't make sense. So that's why it is important for the African of the diaspora not to continue with the westernized criminal definition of the medical act. We need to redefine that. And you cannot discard certain herbs, a plant or food that can contribute to the healing or to the reversing of degenerative conditions, and you discard them pretending they are not scientific, while the same act prescribing metformin is not a scientific act at all, because you can be prescribing metformin because the pancreatic duct of the patient is blocked, and for that reason there is no insulin reaching the duodenum, and you continue to prescribe metformin while you don't do anything to unblock the pancreatic duct that prevents the reaching of the insulin to the duodenum. Where is the science there? Well, metformin is a well-known drug, and for people with borderline, so to speak, diagnosed with borderline diabetic status, we need to know that the definition of the concepts are clear and we cannot continue to apply. Now, there's another issue. They come up to tell you this school is accredited. Well, this school is accredited for what purpose? What is the policy behind that accreditation? Accredited for what? For who? And who gives those people that decide the accreditation of the school the power to impose the foolishness to the whole world? Yeah, come on. So this is the type of consideration we need to make when it comes to the definition of concepts. And those concepts control our lives. So we see two concepts, love and life. Now, if your partner, if your partner has his own definition of love and you have a different definition of love, you'll never be happy. It won't work. It won't work. So that's why it's important for all of us to have a clear definition of those concepts. And that doesn't mean both of you have to have the same definition, but both of you need to be aware of the definition of each one. So like that, you know exactly what the person is telling you when that person tell you, I love you. And I love, this is a question I love to ask. I said, you say you love me. What do you mean by that? Me, I'm in a position, I take time to redefine my concept. I said, if I tell you I love you, I mean that I make the choice to do whatever it takes to make your life possible. What is life? Life is God sharing himself with you. That means you have all the potential of the world to be happy, to become successful, to develop yourself. Yes,
I heard someone else describe that, Doc. They said, love means I love me, but want you. In other words, there's no consideration for what you want. I love me, but I want you. And that made a lot of sense to me, because a lot of people say, I love you. No, they don't really love you. They love themselves. but they bring you in for their comfort, whatever that comfort is, whatever they determine that little nugget is going to add to their existence. And so they love them, but they want you. So I have learned how to rephrase that, how to analyze that in my own life over time. I make an agreement. Love is an agreement. It's a decision. It has nothing to do with the feeling. It has nothing to do. It's not a toothache. It's not a headache. It's not a tummy ache. It's not listening to a nice song on the radio. It's a decision to be with that person. And you will overcome whatever ups and downs, and you will work. You will agree on the processes. But if I like you because of the way you look, or because of the dress you wear, or something, the day you don't have that, what if you had a breast operation, you lose your breast? Do I still love you, or do I trade you in and go get another one now? That's, you see, so we have to re-examine this thing, and we kill each other with this word called love. People kill you with this word called love, but they really don't know what love is. Anyway, I don't mean to take your
I love this. But what catch my attention right now is I love you, but I want you. I love myself, but I want you. What a want is not necessarily a need. That means I can do with you and I can undo with you. When I don't want you anymore, you can go, you can leave. I think love is more permanent than that. A love is a choice. For me, love is a choice, and it's a lifetime engagement. You know, you can have sex. For example, a lot of people, they get married because they want each other. They want each other. It's a sexual desire. But what they forget, there is a chemistry of love. The chemistry of love is that you can love somebody, and that chemistry is based on amphetamines. And there are two chemicals that play a massive role when it comes to the expression of love. The sexual passion is based on amphetamines. It will last 3 months to 3 years. In the meantime, the children come, and the rest of your life is miserable, but your connection with that person is based on amphetamines. That means sexual, physical attraction. But if you take time to become friends, you create a connection based on endorphins. Endorphins will remain a lifetime. So that's why when you marry your best friend, the love can die, but the friendship remain. You know, and that also, you can develop project with people that you become friend with. You love the connection with that person. Your chemistry is good. It's endorphins that create that type of connection. And when you have endorphins, you want the best outcome for your friend. What you want for you, you want it for your friend. So we will always create an environment where we are happy, we are positive, we're looking for the best interest of your best friend. And there are friendship that is more consistent, faithful, deeper than any sibling, a brotherhood relationship. So you see, the friend that you choose is the brother. The friend that you have is the brother that you choose. The family brother can become your worst enemy. He's the one ready to kill you, although you share the same blood line. But if your friend loves you, he will protect you better than a brother can do. So those are things that we need to really assess. And your wife can become your best sister. You know, because she trusts you, she loves you, she cares for you. It's endorphin based. It's not amphetamine based. And most of the time, people in the church, that's the place where you find more people getting married, amphetamine based. That means the love will last 3 years maximum. The sex will be good. And after that, when they go to church, they hold hands each other. And after they get out of the church, they said, "Stay away from me." Well, it happens. And the children will keep them together. They continue to play the role. Guess what? most of the people experiencing that type of relationship, they end up with breast cancer, ovarian cancer, because first of all, they're in conflict with the husband, and also they don't have to have sex with the husband. So when you don't want to have sex with your husband, you're going to develop ovarian cancer. And when you don't want to have sex with your husband, you're going to develop breast cancer, because your child and your husband both, they want your breast. So you don't want to give him the breast. You see, you decide that the breast is going to be sick, and like that you can touch it because it's destroyed. This is the type of consideration. I'm not asking you to accept everything that I'm saying right now, but I'm asking you to initiate your research, your investigation, and to see that there's statistics confirming all those facts. Those are scientific facts. They are clinical facts that you can easily verify. So if your wife begin to develop breast cancer with you, it could be she's in conflict with you. She cannot express it. She cannot verbalize it, but she somatizes it. Or the children that you gave to that woman are making her life miserable, and she rejects those children, or she has a conflicting relationship with them. Those are the laws, the functions that we need to pay attention. So some women, for example, for some reason, within their own relationship with their husband, they completely lose their breast because the husband is not feeding them sexually, is not feeding them emotionally, and the husband deny their sexuality. So when that happens, the sexual secondary characteristic will shut down. And the sexual secondary characteristic of the breast, the ovaries, the uterus, those are the sexual secondary characteristic. Besides the genotype, you have the phenotype. So those are things that we need to pay attention with and take time to study, to think. Life is beautiful. Life is powerful. We have great options all the time, but we need to time to educate ourselves. So that's what I keep telling people. It doesn't make sense for me to practice medicine. I don't need to practice medicine. I need to educate people, to empower them to take control of their lives. That's what makes the difference. What do you think, Philip?
Well, I can't agree with you more. I am a person who believes that we introduce to ourselves most of our own problems. In other words, like you said, if you just go after something because it looks good, maybe make you feel good for a moment or two, what about the long-term effects of what you are choosing? Because when the lust wears off, you got to deal with the reality of the situation. And if you chose somebody because they had pretty legs or nice breasts or whatever, and then tomorrow that doesn't exist, or the whole intriguement of it has changed, and now you have to deal with this person. You have to lay down beside them, get up. You have to eat at the table where they eat their food. You'll be thinking all kinds of crazy thoughts in your head. Everything from, is she gonna poison me? Put some pee in the water or something? I'm being a little ridiculous. The point is, you are now living in hell, and that hell is what is going to cause your breakdown in your body, because it starts in the mind and then it comes all the way down into other parts of the body. And I will tell you honestly and truthfully, I've had one or two relationships in my life that I knew after the first day that they weren't going to work. But you still persist and persist, and you think you can change things. And I've learned now not to change people, not to try to change people. I can control me. The power of choice. I can control me. I can make the decision about me. Let you decide for you. And if you and I can't come together and make an agreement, then you have to walk on your side of the road and I'll walk on mine. It's as simple as that. And at the end of the day, we're both going to be happy. You know why? You're happy being you and I'll be happy being me. And we'll say, hi, how you doing? I'm not prepared to put up with anyone, live with anyone, or condone any relationship in my life that is not positive and does not bring health and prosperity into my life. I was saying before you came on, the last hour before you came on, I did an hour of speech of my own life. There are many people I've cut out of my life in the last 2 months. And they've been there.
Wow.
Yeah, I had to get rid of them, Doc, because they were not. Then the Spirit spoke to me and said to me, you think this buddy's your friend? You think this buddy loves you? But look at their behavior to you. They are using you to get what they want because they love them. But when you need that love, you don't get it. So therefore, you are malnourished. And therefore, you need to get them out of your system because that's where your death will come in. I saw it clear in my own spirit 2 months ago. And I started that process. I had to ask some people out of my life. And I have no regrets about it. Yes, it hurt a little bit at first because you think to yourself, man, this buddy's been in my life for 20 years. This buddy's been in my life for 10 years. Oh, I really do think I love, but you don't love the person, you're infatuated with the person, whatever that moment brings. But now that I've been away from them for 2 weeks, 2 months, whatever, I feel a lot better.
Yes.
100% better. I can say that honestly, and no disrespect to any of them. They have to now live their lives the best they know how, but it will not be with me. And that is where I'm trying to heal myself. Remember when I told you I had already done 21 days, and then I was gonna do a 40-day. And you said to me, Philip, don't do that until you check with me and make sure that all your body functions are working properly and this and that. But what I did was I didn't do that. I reduced myself to 1 meal a day, but I keep all the other things that in my life that I wanted to get rid of. I dumped them. They're gone. And it's worked so well that I see the results already working in my favor. And I'm thankful for that, Doc. People, that has ears, let him hear. Listen, we don't, our ego gets in the way. Oh man, they tell me don't do my fast, and I'm ready to do my fast, and you get hard-headed. But this God is saying, listen, son, listen. I put that man there for a reason. I put him there to guide you. And if you go against that guidance, you're gonna hurt yourself. So I thank you. I told my audience that an hour before you came on the show. The very same words I'm speaking now.
Glory to God.
The call while you were I know you were watching me, but it's actually talking. I didn't even want to turn the camera off because I was so busy trying to listen to what you were saying. And I got a call from someone who has been complaining to me about their vision. And he just called me and said it's gotten a lot worse and the concern, blah, 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 blah. And while you were speaking, this was all happening right here. People call me all the time. But the thing is, there are a lot of people too who got really, to go to the doctor is $80, $85, whatever. And some places even more expensive than that. Healthcare is not cheap here. They say it's free healthcare, but in fact, it really isn't. If you think about the cost of what it costs you, either in your taxes or otherwise, even when you go and you have to pay there, it is not free healthcare. I grew up in Canada, Doc, and Canada healthcare was universal health, which means I could go to 10 doctors in the same day, never pay a bill, not even a consultancy fee. The government paid everything through what is called OHIP. And I never worried about my health because if I wasn't feeling well, I could go to any doctor, any clinic, anywhere, and just go deal with it. And many times I did, even 1 o'clock in the morning. I will go to the doctor's office because some clinics are open 24 hours a day. Now, what I'm saying about that is here in the Caribbean, a lot of times people got to pull their pocket. Well, $85 to go see a doctor or whatever it costs you is not always convenient. And sometimes you put your healthcare off for, you need food or you got to pay the light bill or you got to pay the water bill. And you're thinking, oh man. And then weeks gone by, months gone by, your vision is getting worse and you haven't been able to see a doctor. If you want to see a free doctor, you got to go to the polyclinic and sit there whole day, unless you go 5 o'clock in the morning. And when you get there 5 o'clock in the morning, there's 20 people ahead of you already because they left home at 3 o'clock in the morning to get there before the doors open. And this is the state of our health. This is the state of our medical condition. I am not criticizing it. I'm just saying it for what it is. I was watching, even before you came on, I could see you in the other chat talking to Dr. Lee and that about the state of our medical condition and about having a health thing. I could actually see it right here as you were doing it. And that is true. And I know a man like Dr. Lee, for instance, who is a very good man, a very good doctor. He even worked with Nelson Mandela. He was Nelson Mandela's doctor toward the end of his life. And I'm not trying to big him up or anything, but he's a good person. And I have conversation with him from time to time. And I think he's right and you're right in what you were saying. We have to find a way to improve the healthcare system because a lot of us are dying from poor healthcare.
That's
a
right.
lot of us are dying from poor healthcare. Not because there are doctors out there. We can't afford to go to the doctors. Maybe 10% of us can at the drop of a hat. But if you wake up today with an ache in your head or something, and you don't have that $85 and you don't want to go to the polyclinic, in 3 days you're dead because you got bit by some bug or something that is poisoning your system. This got to change, dog. Number one,
yes,
for me, is that every government should make sure there's universal health care. I don't care where you live. If you live in the bushes, you should be able to go get health care. And not drugs, but enough doctors available. That's why I love Cuba, That's why I do my medicals there and stuff, and I do a lot of work with the Cubans and Cuban medical services. And you should be able to go get your appointment, know that you're going to be seen, and then also get your medication that is temporary, only to solve the problem temporary. And then once you do that, you also have the nutritionists and different people to help you get well, not to keep poison in your system. I'm sorry to keep so long. Go ahead.
But this is good. We reach a stage where we need to redefine the Medical Act. And that's why I think the Caribbean channel that you have, because the medical structure has an economical impact. And we cannot consider economy without taking into consideration health. And the Caribbean channel that you create, and a lot of people should pay attention to that, and a lot of doctors, scientists. Of course, most of the doctors have been schooled in Western universities, but they have to redefine the Medical Act. And we cannot limit the Medical Act to pharmaceutical drugs that are listed in the Codex. We need to step out of that foolishness because God created the world, the planet, and the plants for the healing of the nations. And most of the pharmaceutical industries, they mimic the chemical structure of the plants to create their drugs. But what they forget to tell us that any synthetic drugs, anyone, is not easily accepted by the body itself because of the electron spin. The electron spin, each electron has its own way to turn upon itself. Some do it on the right side, others do it on the left side. And the body only deal with what we call the levogyra electrons. So all those pharmaceutical drugs will not be accepted, no matter how good they can be, by the body because of the receptors and the function of the electrons. And they know that. And what they do, they are criminal enough to associate their drugs with an enzyme called hyaluronidase. The hyaluronidase is the type of enzyme you find in the head of the sperm. And that hyaluronidase is the enzyme that is the universal key to penetrate any type of cells the same way it penetrates the original cells of the human body. You see, God, they use God's system to fool the body. So they force the body to accept the drug that the body would reject if the hyaluronidase was not present. Because in the head of the sperm, when the sperm goes to fertilize the egg, the hyaluronidase open is the universal key. And the scientists, the pharmaceutical industry use hyaluronidase to force any type of drug that your body keep rejecting. So they violate the integrity of the body functions. We need to understand those things. But what I'm considering, we from the African diaspora, we cannot repeat the same mistake of the Western universities. Because what a lot of act they perform is not scientific, although they hide it. COVID is not scientific. The vaccine they're giving is not scientific. And all of them, they know it doesn't. And they had to go to the WHO, World Health Organization, to change the definition of vaccine and to impose it to the scientific community. We didn't accept that. And now we are in a very serious situation where we have to stand up for ourselves. We define, because we have the academic training, we need to redefine scientifically and not accept what they say because they have the money, they have the guns. But there are few things that the system cannot change. When you have the training, you have the training. They cannot destroy your intellect. They cannot destroy your faith. And they cannot destroy the essence of your being. They can't. Okay. So what we need to have now, we have to have the strength of our conviction. We have to develop a strong belief in our God and to know that the God we serve is almighty. And God himself, the truth. You see, I'm not saying that God is truth. I'm saying that the truth is God. It's a different dimension right there. The truth is God. So each time you express truth, you manifest God. Well, so yes.
I have some people writing me here. One says, Dr. Bastian, I am slim and I want to put on weight. Have you anything for me to that should be to try to eat eat a lot, but I eat a lot, but I can't. I then says I have bought a thing called Swedish bitters that cause me to be hungry so that I can eat more. And then another one says here, health care for citizens of your country should be free. So that's in line with what we're talking about. But this one individual wants to know what they can do to put on some weight. This he says I'm slim or she's I'm slim.
My question, we can put on weight many ways. For example, that's true. A lot of people, they want to lose weight. They don't look for to gain weight. But to gain weight, you have to check your thyroid. If you have hyperthyroidism, your thyroid is working, you burn all your calories very quickly and you don't have time to replenish. But you need to know what you want to put on. Do you want to put on fat? Do you want to multiply your adipocytes? That means your fat cells.
or do you want to put on muscle mass? Most of the time, I said, a lot of people, when they do weightlifting and they take a lot of protein shake, a lot of things, I said, this is total foolishness, because no matter how much protein that you take, your body will never use it. Your body doesn't need your protein. Your body must break down your protein into essential amino acid to synthesize its own protein. So it's a waste of time to overload your kidney with proteins. So the best approach is to provide your system, if you're doing weightlifting, to building muscle, to provide your system with essential amino acid. And your body will do the job. Now it's when you want to build on protein. Now, also, the other part now, there are a lot of questions. A lot of people, I've seen lately, I don't know why is this happening. A lot of people end up with a lot of high concentration of what we call homocysteine in their blood. Homocysteine is a amino acid that contribute to the building, that can interfere with the building of elastin and fibrillin. So you cannot repair the lining of your blood vessels. So you end up with varicose veins because of high concentration of homocysteine. You cannot build muscle because of the presence of homocysteine in your blood, because homocysteine block the synthesis of elastin and fibrillin. So you cannot build, you can put on weight. And I've seen lately few people, they eat, but they continue to lose weight. They lose weight because their body is using their own muscle mass as a reserve to provide the energy to function. But at the same time, that creates a high deposition of body mass. So why don't you check first your thyroid status, get a thyroid panel done, and then get a blood test checking your homocysteine.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to refer your number to this individual and let them call you so that they can speak directly, because he's asking about weightlifting. And
yes,
that's what here. Yannick is chiming in now, asking about ovarian cancer and something else. I have to check that.
Yeah, they will always come with many questions. That's normal. And that's why we have that conversation. This conversation is not a choice that we've made to diagnose disease. We do not do, because I don't practice medicine, but I educate people. The purpose, I educate, I promote health through education. That means I try to explain to people there are specific laws that govern their body functions. There is, and that's what we have seen in medicine. All the diseases that you suffer with, it can be degenerative disease, it can be acute conditions, all of them, all disease, all pathological conditions are connected with a deficiency. So there is no disease without deficiency. Okay, and there was a young man, the doctor diagnosed him with fibromyalgia. I said, fibromyalgia? How old is he? 22, 23 years old. I said, really? Interesting. How can a young people so young suffer with fibromyalgia? Come on. And that same person is suffering also with hallucination. Fibromyalgia and hallucination combined. Okay, those are functions. I said, there is one explanation to that. I said to the doctor, why don't you check the blood test and to see what is the zinc concentration? Zinc. Okay, if zinc is missing or the concentration of zinc is extremely low, that young man, that young woman is just masturbating. Masturbation and watching porno. Oh, great. Yes. Zinc, the deficiency with zinc will cause hallucination. The same deficiency of zinc will cause fibromyalgia, all the symptoms, pain all over the body, inflammation. And zinc is extremely important because zinc alone is responsible for 80 enzymatic pathways in the body. And zinc is the key element for your sperm, for the motility of your sperm. Your sperm cannot reach the ovule if there is no zinc to activate the sperm. And your testosterone level, you cannot reach a high, reasonable testosterone concentration if you don't have zinc. So when I told them that, they say, how do you know? How do you know that zinc is missing? I said, it's very simple. It's body functions. Those are ingredients. Those are catalytic agents that make the biochemical reaction of the body possible. If that element is not missing, that enzymatic pathways will not perform. And if there is no performance, there is no result. And you're going to end up with those symptoms that are characteristic of that particular deficiency. And the same thing happens when you don't have enough vitamin E in your body. How can you expect you to have hormone balance, your estrogen, your estrogen, your estradiol to be balanced if you are deficient in vitamin E? And what if you cannot absorb your vitamin E because you don't have enough selenium in your system? I'm not talking about drugs. I'm talking about deficiency. So, and all those things, all the doctors, we study, yes, wonderful. We study those things, but we don't consider them as part of our therapeutic arsenal. They want you to look for a drug. We're going to look for HRT, hormone replacement therapy, while we could easily provide the food and the vitamins for the body to function and to restore the functions. So this is why we see what we're doing now. We have great respect for the medical community. We have great respect for the doctors that spend years studying, and they make us believe that it's a life or death situation if you don't get that degree. And when we get that degree, we are so respected. People take us for almost God on earth, and we're killing them, unfortunately. And we know don't have the humility to tell our patients that we don't know. We don't know. It's very hard for the doctor to say, I don't know. And most of the doctors, we don't study nutrition. You don't know a thing about nutrition. And most of the diseases are directly related to poor nutrition. So why don't we direct our patients to the doctors that study nutrition? We can say, well, let me tell you, this thing is more a nutritional issue. Why don't you go to a doctor that is also a nutritionist? He will be able to evaluate, assess your condition, and assess your nutritional status, and give you a better suggestion, because everything, your food is your medicine. Because you don't you don't reverse your condition with drugs. As a matter of fact, there is no drug that cure anything. No drug can cure any disease. Drug only there to suppress symptoms. A drug cannot restore a metabolic pathways. No. Because when you eat your bread is a polysaccharide. Do you think you need a drug to digest the bread, to digest the polysaccharide? No. What you're going to need to digest your polysaccharide, you're going to need cofactors. You're going to need vitamins. You're going to need enzymes. All right. So what type of vitamin you're going to need? The first vitamin you're going to need is vitamin B1, thiamine. You cannot break down your polysaccharides if you don't have vitamin B1. You're going to need phosphorus because you have glucose phosphatase. Those are the enzymes. That means phosphate. So where is where is your phosphorus? Yeah. Tell me.
I'm writing this as you speak, so I can go where I get my supplies and the chart. What is B1? What is the benefit of B1? I don't think I've ever taken B1.
Oh, B1.
B12 and vitamin B12 and others, but never B1. How?
Now, B1 is extremely important. B1 is thiamine. B1 is extremely important. You see,
What's that?
with B1, do you know that we can suffer with anemia because of lack of B1? Because B1 stimulates the adrenal gland, the erythropoietin, which is a hormone of the adrenal gland, to produce red blood cells. So when you take B1, you can increase the production of your red blood cells. So that's one of the impacts. B1 is extremely important for your nervous system because it's the neurotransmitters that connect the axon and the dendrites. So B1 is important for your nervous system. B1 is important for your blood cells proliferation. You see, people that live in altitude need the highest concentration of red blood cells because the oxygen is less in the altitude. So that's why if you're living in the mountain, you need more B1 than the person that is living in the valley. Because the B1 is extremely important for the proliferation of your red blood cells, stimulated by the erythropoietin that your B1 activates. So if you eat a lot of rice, this is what is killing us black people. We're still dealing with what we call the slavery diet. The slavery diet that we have a lot of starch.
Yes.
If you eat a lot of starch, you need a lot of vitamin B1 because you cannot break down your starch without B1.
Question. Someone says, good morning, Brother Springer. Could you still have breast and ovarian cancer if you are 72?
Of course you can, because you still have hormones and you still have sexual desires.
At 72, Doc?
Of course. You can have your greatest sex after 70. As a matter of fact, that's the best time.
Listen, you're selling me on this now. You're selling me on this. So
absolutely.
Okay.
And that opened a window for me to tell a lot of young people, black women, in the cultural idiosyncrasies, they decide that it's not something that is acceptable in our society for a young woman to go with an older man and for a older woman to go with a young man. I can share with them, this is total foolishness. And let me explain. I see many young women. They are in love with an older man. They're crazy they love his wisdom. They love his peace. And that older man is well balanced, physically fit. He's doing weightlifting. And most of those older men, they are even healthier than those young men. For which reason? They are not taking drugs. They have a stable life. And they spend their youth studying and building themselves up. And they have a roof. They have a bed. And that young woman now decided that she's going to she loved that man. She loved to spend time with that man, but she chose to go with a younger man. What is the risk? There is a big risk. In our society, I'm not saying that all young women should be looking for older men. I'm not saying that. And not older men are healthy. And if a young woman end up with an older man that is sick, I would never encourage you to go that route. Stay away. Because you're going to have a burden and the sex will be miserable because that man, older man that didn't learn how to take care of himself is going to poison your life. You don't deserve that. Unless he's teachable and he's willing to change and to improve himself and get back to life if you really love him. But all, as you said previously, you don't change people. You can't change people. So don't ever get into a relationship with the secret desire to change that person. That will never, never, never happen. And then a lot of young women also, they are not teachable. They think they know. That's the way life goes. And they have no shit, no experience at all. And a lot of young women also, they present themselves as if they are it. They get nothing. They have no sexual experience, no sexual maturity, no emotional maturity. They got nothing to offer to that older man. You see? So when they come, they impose themselves and they think they're going to be a gold digger to get all the money of that woman. But they have no experience, no sexual maturity. And they don't even know about what we call the erogenous zone of their own body. And they think because they are good looking, they are sexy, and they know it all, and they know crap. So this is those are things that we need to take into consideration. And they think because they are young, they are beautiful, they are it. That's not true. Because they have no experience, no maturity. So that's why I said we need to be extremely reasonable when it comes to that. If a young woman, and I'm talking to the parents as well, if you have your young daughter and she is, let's say, 20, 25, and she finds an older man, that man can be 60, 70. But look at him. He's healthier. I'm serious when I mention that. If he's healthier, he's successful, he's balanced, and he's financially stable, and he's not sick. And most of the time, that older man can be healthier than your own daughter that has been eating junk, that you didn't know how to raise. You didn't take into consideration the puberty of that young woman. And she's suffering with a lot of pain, menstrual pain all the time. And she's she suffers with hormone imbalance. Her skin doesn't look good. And this woman is in love with that older man that can take care of her. And you're going to oppose that? Are you sick? And if she goes with another young man, both of them have no experience. What do you think is going to happen? They're going to fight each other because they are both inexperienced and they don't know how to take care of each other. Both of them, they are in crisis of personal affirmation because society is fighting both of them, and particularly if they are black. And this man that dedicated his life to rebuild, to build his structure, his future, is stable. And that young woman that could help him contribute to achieve could take the ride with him and improve her health condition, enjoy a better financial and emotional environment. Why don't we think like that to build each other?
Yes. I
Yes,
have
Philip.
a statement here. Greetings, Philip. I completely agree with the doctor. He's on point yet again. My comments refer to his view on love and relationships. So now you're a marriage counselor too. So here we go.
Well, to a certain extent, I can share some ideas, but I'm a psychologist. I have a master in cognitive psychology from Mont State University, and I did 6 years, and I have a specialty in psycholinguistics as well, and a lot of certificate that I do have. I spend my time learning and trying to look at myself. And when you have monkeys that come to tell you that you misrepresent, I said, God is going to just take good care of those monkeys and dogs. But the point, the point is now we are at a stage where it's not being, you need to have a clear definition of love. That's what I said. I have my definition of love. Love is a choice. So it's not your beauty that forced me to choose to love you. It's a choice, it's a personal choice. It's because I have in me a desire to see your best, to contribute to your best. And because when I do that, if I heal you, I heal myself. You see, if I tell you nice words that we call valence word on a daily basis. Valence word is when I tell you, darling, I find that you're doing good because you're drinking more water. That gives you beautiful skin, you know. And just by paying that little attention, that gives Valence word a weight, a power to encourage you, to motivate you. And more water you drink, better circulation you end up with. And when you make love to me, your body will be hotter. There'll be more heat coming from your skin because you drink more water, because more water gives you more blood, and more blood gives you more sensitivity. Simple things like that. And
Question. Sorry, question. Um, this is my question. With all of the water today that we drink and with all these chemicals in it, though, can you, in good conscience, recommend that people drink tap water? I find here, I think we have 8 chemicals in the water. I'm not asking you to give a prescription or definitive, but in the water here, I'm reading somewhere in the water in Barbados here, 8 different chemicals that go into that water. Why do you need 8 chemicals in drinking water? When you drink, when you turn the tap, the water is so milky white. When you boil the water, you see all the film settle at the bottom of the thing. It's disgusting. It's absolutely horrendous.
It doesn't have to be like that. What we need to do, we need to buy, there are some specific equipment that can go and dig deep into what we call the aquifer, and then extract the water from the earth inside. And you don't have to create a big well to get that. There are a lot of good equipment. You just put it deep inside and the pressure come out. And you can, myself, I don't shower with the tap water. I don't shower with the tap water because the pH is right, but the chemical environment that create that pH is extremely destructive for the skin itself. So I'm telling you, I don't shower with the tap water, not even consider drinking it. So I never suggest to anyone to drink the tap water. You need to buy your specific filter. You have to have your filter.
When I first came to Barbados, I broke out in these spots all over my back, these white spots. They weren't anywhere else, just on my back. And one day I was drying off, and someone known said, Philip, I was itchy, but I couldn't see them. I never saw them until the person said, you have all these spots. And then I was able to turn to the mirror enough. I had 2 mirrors, and I look and I see these white spots on. And I went to the doctor. I forgot what they gave me at that time, but he said, oh, it's the water. It's the water.
Wow.
The water is causing this. Yeah. And I've seen other people since with it. I haven't had it again, but I don't drink that water. That's for sure.
No, there are many ways. You can have even in your own backyard a system that helps you dig deep into the aquifer, so that you can have the pure water coming from there, and that water you can filter it. It's a mistake for us to rely upon the government system for water, for electricity, all those things. Now there is a possibility for each one of us to install ourselves out of the grid, and we can provide for all our needs. You can create a house that is totally independent and self-sufficient house. You can do that, intelligent house. That's where the knowledge is important. You can do that now. There is a possibility for us to do that. But the key element here is I'm concerned with those young women, with those young men that can have a better life. And they have taboo, societal taboo that prevent them from enjoying a great life. There is a guy called Jacques Fresco. Jacques Fresco had died, I think he was 95 years old. And he met Roxanne Fresco Meadows. And this guy he's dead now, but Roxanne was an architect designer, and they worked together. And they create the concept called the Venus Project, VENUS Project. We should see what they have done together. And the age difference was 50 years. 50 years. And go and take a look at what Roxanne Meadows has done with Jack Frisco project. So what I love with her, she's a beautiful white woman, beautiful. And wow, I said, what such a beauty. She's a goddess, beautiful woman. And Jack was crumbling. But what did she do? She loved Jack Brain. And if you want to know what Jack has done, go and consult Venus Project. For me, this is a perfect example where a combination, an alliance, a union can take place between an older man and a young woman. I'm not going to comment on that. Just go to see what the Venus Project is. VENUS Project. Jack is dead now, but you should see Roxanne. She didn't create the concept of the Venus Project, but she endorsed it, and she was a designer. So Jack would come, and I know them personally. I went to visit them. I spent time with them, and I met time with Jack. I spent time with Jack Frisco and Roxanne Meadows. I know them for a long time, and I admire them both. And the beauty of it, when Jack became incontinent because of age, he was still giving the symposium, and Roxanne was sitting and standing next to him and watching. What she would do, she would come see, and she saw that Jack was becoming incontinent, peeing upon himself. He would say, give us 1 second. Now this is the pause. And she would take Jack and take him to the bathroom, change his clothes, and then bring him back. I said, wow. You see, people were in admiration of what she would do. And she would never tell him that you cannot welcome people anymore to the place. She never imposed herself. She just patiently would wait and would wait. And even Jack is peeing upon himself. I would sit down and I see it happen. But we're in such an admiration, we didn't care that was his happening. And Roxanne would take him and clean him and bring him back and sit with him, totally proud and respectful of that declined man. But what was happening there? I said, if they knew about the laws of life, if they knew more about nutrition, and that's the weakness. It's not the age that caused the problem. Although he was a genius in one discipline, but he didn't know how to take care of this life, how to take care of the body function. You see?
Lack of knowledge, lack of wisdom.
That's right. He is educated in many other aspects, but those details are important. So what any couple that meet together, if you're a young woman and you're an older man, or you are an older woman and you meet a young man, spend time. Come to the conversation on health on a regular basis every Monday, every Wednesday, and to learn about the laws of life, to learn about the functions of life, to learn about nutrition, to learn about your biochemical profile, come to the show of Springer, Philip Springer, come to the show.
Yes, Mondays and Wednesdays. Well, because of time difference now, it's 9 o'clock to whenever, but it's normally 8 o'clock on normal time to whenever. We say 9, but look, he's been on now almost 2 hours, believe it or not.
That's right.
It is 5 minutes to 11. We've had a great conversation today, Doc. People still messaging me here, and it's wonderful. People still messaging me. It's wonderful to have these conversations because they're not too in depth, but they're topical. They're very important at the moment, and even for myself to decide which vitamins I want to take, all these things. I'm getting older now. I'm not 24 years old anymore. My body's changing, and even things like you said, sleep, right? Sleep. I am the best rested I've been, Doc, in 2 or 3 years today.
It shows.
I feel it. The reason is all weekend I have had the opportunity. It's been raining here, So I've literally rested, and I realize I'm not tired sometimes. See, I will get that spell where I get tired, and then I want to go to sleep, and then the rest of the day I'm fine. Once I put that 15 minutes in, well, we're changing that routine now, and quite honestly and truthfully, Doc, I thank you for all the advice you've rendered to me. I am going to refer this young man to you, two of them actually that have written into me here. I just refer them for some general conversation with you, and you can address that how you see fit. I want to thank you for coming. It is almost 11. I have a new presenter starting at 11 on this show. Very lovely young lady, Kimberly. She's already in the green room. I can see her there waiting. I will talk to you off the air. We have some couple of things to address later on today. Thank you, sir. Shalom.
Absolutely. Shalom and shalom to all your listeners. Thank you so much.
I have with me, folks, coming up any minute now, the one and only, the lovely Kimberly. She will be debuting here. But I have to do something first before we do that. I have to take a small commercial break. I know you can hear me, Kimberly. I know you can see me because I can see you. I'm going to do a commercial break here, and I'll come right back. First of all, let me play my new ad.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
We're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle, you on the store. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the word reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season.
Talk it out.
Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I go give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yes.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we are with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Greetings and welcome back to 246 Vision Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This was the morning show. We are now into the midday edition. And with us and joining us for the first time in our, it's not the first time here because she's been on before, but presenting for us and with us is Kimberly. And I have the privilege and the honor of introducing her at this time. So I'll bring her in now. Hi, Kimberly. You can unmute your mic.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, it's still morning here. Yeah, man, it's more than a privilege to be here and the global diaspora. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm more than happy to have you. I know that we've spoken several times in the past on different issues, and I've watched your development, and I know that you are going to bring a very positive spin to this show on Mondays and Wednesdays. I love especially the angle from which you will be coming, which is the not so usual dimension. What do I mean by that? Let me explain that so that people don't have the wrong impression. Kimberly is a very business-oriented person, but she deals in a segment of society that isn't always recognized for the value that they contribute, which is the Rastafari community. And I know some of the people that she works with. And that was one of the reasons why I felt so impressed and empowered to invite her to come with us on this show and do a presentation. The Rastafari community in Barbados, as well as the Caribbean, and for that matter of fact, around the world, is well underrepresented. And I think for all of the wrong reasons, they are not given the credit that they're entitled to. I have learned a lot from them in the few years that I've been familiar with. When I say a few years, probably 30 years or so that I've been familiar with the Rastafari movement. And that's not a long time, to be honest with you. These people have history that goes back to King David. I don't think I have that much history, but I say all that to say this. I've had great relations with some of them, the ones that I know. And I felt it necessary that we had to find a way to get them front and center. And Kimberly presents that opportunity. As a result, when we decided to create this midday session that we're having, which is debuting today, I thought of her and only her. I've considered no one else in this slot. Particular purpose, and I mean that is genuinely the truth. So she'll be presenting on Mondays from 11 to 1 and Wednesdays from 11 to 1. We do have another presenter on Tuesdays and Thursday, which is Ara. I call her Ara Flowers. It's not her real name, but I call her that. And she's also a lovely young lady. She'll be coming to us from Germany. And she's formerly from St. Lucia, but living now in Germany for the past several years. So welcome, Kimberly. After that mouthful, let me hold my jaw. That one was. But anyway,
Yeah.
welcome
Yeah,
to
man.
246 Vision Vibes Radio and to the afternoon, the lunchtime edition, which you will host 2 days a week. So tell the folks. They can't really see you because I realize your avatar, but it would be nice to show them your face at least one time, maybe even if not today, another day. But yes, there you go. That's Kimberly right there. That's the girl. That's the one right there. Kimberly, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. I actually thought that it probably just got like a camera or something. But yeah, man, I definitely want to bring some spin to it. We are known as the Generation Zen, right? The one right after the millennials. So basically, we'll be bringing our spin on this midday show. Hopefully, we light it up a little bit after you kick it off in the morning, right? But yeah, it's amazing because even in this century, even up to today, like, you know, they still think Rastafari is smoking weed and these bungle lots living in the bush. But, you know, it's a way of life. As one of the famous reggae artists said, it's not nothing about the law, but the judgment of the heart. So when it is that, you know, we stand here and we say we Rastafari, like, you know, you're going to be buying and there's still this prejudice and judgment against us and everything. But some of us sit on very prestige panels and make very strategic decisions along the way. So, you know, hopefully, like the persons that we bring on the show during these next couple of days around these times would obviously change the whole perspective of what we see as Rastafari and what the colonial powers believe to be Rastafari, right? To be more of a more positive movement and not as hostile as everyone thinks. So basically, my hours, what we'll be doing will be featuring small businesses and persons, as I said, in the Generation Zen. The Generation Zen, I think not only because of what we believe in, but also because we think totally different than the generations that come before us. You know, that too within itself is a bit of a prejudice. So hopefully we share some like-minded young business persons, and we'll probably just take it from there. Actually, I just messaged one there to see if he could come on and share some more information. And, you know, sometimes we touch on some challenges that we expect, right? You know, we had a very interesting meeting on Saturday about gender inequality and gender inclusion and what's the effects of allowing, right? So we would have mentioned by allowing so much, then somebody else is jeopardizing the process. So that was pretty interesting. So I believe too that Generation Zen, because you have such an aging demographic now, then with technology constantly changing, but there's a need for survival, it makes it difficult for us to get jobs or, you know, try to make a living and try to, you know, survive basically, because we know competing with those persons who retire now at a later age and then trying to stay relevant in an ever fast evolving environment. So we also touch base on the technology and technology advances as well, and how we believe that we could benefit from those things. So basically, that's what the show, we haven't gotten a name yet. So if you have any ideas on what we should name our 3 hours, you know, make sure to message Philip there now and let us know, right? Because today is not all about me rattling off for 2 hours, but I need help. So if you got any ideas on what we should call these next 2 hours, by all means, just message Philip. Philip, I'll be borrowing you as as admin assistant today. That's not too much, but yeah, that's basically what we'll be touching on.
Yeah, that's not a problem, Kimberly. I appreciate that. You see, you fit right in there. You already going. I like that. And you know, some people come on for the first time, like I did, and you feel a little bit uncomfortable and you're fidgeting. And you took that mic and you dealt with things. I appreciate that. But I had confidence in you from before this, so I know that I would have confidence in you now and going forward. As far as the show, that's a good idea to let people contribute to the naming of it. I call it the noontime edition at this point because I want it to I wanted to fit you. I wanted to fit to build around you and around the concepts that you want to bring to the show. And I will ask our CEO, General Manager, Mr. Sugar D, up there. I know he's watching. No worry, he watches everything. I will say, Sugar, this is Kimberly, and Kimberly is just she's just fine. You will. I know you will have a lot to say to me today after this. I know you trust my judgment, but I know that this is a winner right here. Kimberly, yes, over the next couple of weeks as we mature into the spot, or evolve into the spot, I should say. There are little things. We have room for adjustments. There are things that you will want to do. We will discuss them in advance, and then we will make sure that they fit within the guidelines which I have. But that's fine. One of the things that I would like you to do first and foremost, Bongo Spears, a man that is really responsible for you and I even meeting in the first place. A man that I met through another Pan African brother, Umfra Wells, and Bongo was living in Sierra Leone or one of those countries, Liberia, one of them at the time, and then he came back and I met him. I'm saying all this to say this. Now that's a man I want to see you have. I don't care where he is in this part of the world right now. I don't care if he's on Timbuktu, if he's on Mount Everest. We're gonna do an interview with the Bongo, and that's the order of the day. You see, that's the only demand I'm making upon you, because
Yeah. He doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. I was like, I'm here because of you. Right? So I told him that on Friday. I told him I am here because of you. So you have no choice but to come and be featured. So I've already given him the heads up. I've already spoken to him. So he most definitely will be on air on Wednesday. Right? Was hoping to do it today, but yeah.
I have nothing else to say. You can go home now. We just shut the show down after this. Wait till Wednesday now. Anyway, but Kimberly, it is really good to have you. I'm so proud of you. And I know Bongo would be very proud of you as well. I haven't spoken to him for a bit. I trust that he is well and that all is well with him. And I'm sure I'll find out on Wednesday when he comes on to the show. Now, one of the other things you just mentioned, which is very beautiful, and I love it. If you can encourage some of the young people in your age group, I have to say it that way because I'm old enough to be a father. I'm sure at least once in a plus time. Okay. And I'm not embarrassed to say that because I'm sure I got my daughters are older than you are. But that's all good. What I'm saying to you is that I want to see some your encouragement to bring on these young folks, and let them be free, let them express themselves, let them talk to us older ones that need that. We need to understand that generation. We have shut these people out far too long, and I hear them, they talk to me, because I'm open-minded enough. But you see, we need a voice for them. So besides the Rastafari, we want to deal with these young people and bring them on. Bring them on. We can bring in up to 10 people on the set at a given time. I'm not suggesting you bring 10. That'd be a lot to manage at one time. But
And why not? We'll have one big party, man. We'll have one big party on this afternoon show.
We'll have to do some extension, bring in meet up one, and have it running simultaneous with the live. And that now we can put a whole lot. We can put up to 1,000 people on there at one time. So that's possible. But saying that, right. So what I'm saying to you, Kimberly, is that I welcome the initiative, not just the Rastafari, but as you said, the young people. There was a young lady that I was very proud of. Unfortunately, she's now deceased, Ashley, who I was at her launch for her business a couple of years back, and she was doing so very well. I saw her the evening when she was found hanging in her business, which is most unfortunate. I I really want to support the young people like yourself and give you guys as much of a hand as I can. Why? Because I have children your age and slightly older. But within your age range, I have grandchildren now who are in this world coming along. And I cannot leave this world worse than how I got it. It would not be fair to them. It would not be a just thing to do. So you are very important, very critical to this show, the way I see it. And I'm sure Sugar will extend that to you as well. And the other members of 246, there's 24 of us in here, that present on this channel. And over time, you will get to meet the rest of them. Lady Max is listening right now because she's messaged me already. And I'm sure AC's locked on as well. So I say all that to say, welcome to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio and 246 Live. You get to do both. You're on the radio and on the streaming all at the same time. That's most of the presenters on this channel do radio, most only. There are few of us that do both, and you are right there in the cutting edge of this platform.
Yeah, man, I realize you threw me right into the fire, but that's okay. When you go into the fire, you come out purified, you come out molded, stronger than ever.
But put the rock in some hot fire and it comes out. Steel does not become steel unless it's melted
It's
down.
true.
So there you go. A pearl doesn't become a pearl unless it's under pressure. So be the best you can. You're going to be everything that you're supposed to.
But yeah, man, my goal, my aim is to create a platform where a lot of us could share not only, as I say, our accomplishments and everything, because I have some very prominent young business persons as well coming to speak, but also share the challenges that they have to actually get a footing of at least acknowledgement, basically, and the challenges that they have. So yeah, man. I'm really grateful for the opportunity again. I most definitely would make it happen. Make it happen.
You are going to. I have also a few people that I will coordinate with you. One of them is a young travel agent out of Ghana, Gabriel P is his name, and he's around your age. But Gabriel is a very dedicated young man. He was supposed to be on today, but he did message me that he was tied up with some people trying to book a tour. And Gabriel does tours all through Africa, but primarily he's from Ghana. And what I loved about him is when I met him on another Zoom and we had occasion to speak after, and he said to me, Philip, I could go anywhere in the world and do what I want. But guess what? I decided to stay in Ghana, in my home country, and make it work. You remind me the same thing. And, what is interesting about that is that, you guys are the cutting edge. I'm going to introduce him. I'm going to introduce him to you and to the show. He does come on to my segment at least once or twice a week and promotes his business.
Nice.
I do have a video of his which we're gonna play shortly, just so that you can. And I see you're still out. Well, you're at your office, obviously, because I see the phone coming up. And I don't mean to take away from what you're doing, but this, I hope, is going to be very beneficial for not only from the perspective of the show, but also your own business expansion. We are seeing globally, literally globally, right now, according to my little machine here, there's 4 million people worldwide locked on at this time. That's not
Nice. Yeah. Because we've also forwarded the information. We got persons calling in, but as I guess they could see for themselves. Yeah, it is me. I am live. Yeah. You're mute, Philip. You're mute.
look at me here. I'm talking into a dead mic. I'm saying, you imagine 3 hours of constructive partying. And what I mean by that, I don't mean getting drunk or doing drugs or whatever, but instead being able to create business opportunities, to be able to connect together, and that is what is key. The key is the young people have to connect. You have to connect globally, and with that kind of exposure out there, we reel on 6 different platforms, Kimberly, at the same time. We're on 6 different platforms all at the same time. And guess what? The amount of people that are logged in are incredible. And a lot of people don't realize what Shida has built here, but Shida has built a tremendous, probably the largest independent stations in the world. And I'm proud to be part of it. I'm proud to have you on with us now. And at that point, I'll shut up because I see you're finally off the phone. So take the mic.
Yeah, yeah. As I said, we forward it. The network is pretty big as well, right? Because I forward it, like persons are actually calling and asking, "Hey Kim, what are we gonna feature today? What are we gonna talk about? This is what we should talk about." So yeah. Have you gotten any responses as yet? Or what else we should name? Or what else we should name it? Or anything else that people would like to see?
Well, I haven't personally gotten any yet. I haven't checked the phone. They make it look. Look, Kim, how many phones? Look, 1, 2, 3. I got. That's how many phones there, and then there's 2 more over here that I gotta manage at all times. So right now, I'm just interested in introducing 2 more here as well. My US and my Canadian phone. I don't monitor them as much because most people call in on the 287-5211 number, or some of the others that they may know. I don't give those numbers out because if you know me, you already know those numbers. But the 246-287-5211, that is the number for the show. And anyone listening, feel free to call. It's also WhatsApp. And I prefer the WhatsApps than the calls sometimes, because if I'm live talking and the phone is ringing, I can't do both. Kimberly's better at this than me. I see her answering phones, but if I answer the phone, I feel like, wow, it distracted me. However, people do call. And what I do is when they call, and if I can't take the call, I will get back to them after when I have a commercial break or something. So what would you like to introduce today? What subject would you like to introduce today?
Well, as I said, basically it was just more of an interactive session where we would like to know what you would like to hear from us, basically. What I can say is that we do find, though, that in Barbados, we are now moving towards a more contractual basis, right? And there are a lot of issues, and I don't think that the young people know how to handle them. See younger and younger people committing suicide. We had a 17-year-old, I believe, that recently committed suicide. There were a couple that went to school with me over the year that they too couldn't handle the pressures of life. So, the biggest concern, I think, as I would have said in the beginning, is not having that environment, that transparency, that we could share our grievances and actually come to some sort of resolution in relation to them. So yeah, I know there's a number of initiatives that go on, but when you hear a lot of the people crying out, young people crying out, it's more of a political move to say we've done this, but behind the scenes there isn't anything. So we got like a lot of young people just walking around like zombies, and then parents just calling in and say, hey, you gotta be able to contribute to the bill. You gotta be able to pay this. Yeah.
Kimberly, you're so right. And you said that well. You said that so very well. I played a video this morning of what Amara, the the Ghanaian influencer who has quite a following around the world, and he was in Brazil. He was actually supposed to come to the Caribbean first because I received a call from some folks asking me if I wanted to be interviewed by him on his show a couple of weeks ago, and I agreed to do so. And then I received a call saying that he had changed his itinerary and he was now heading to Brazil. And I saw the video because it was released, and I received it. And quite frankly, he was quite shocked to see the condition of Brazil, not so much the physical condition of Brazil, but the systemic racism and the systemic abject disruption of young people's lives in Brazil, black people in particular. And they were very honest about it, very brave. And I played that this morning already. And trust me when I tell you, that's a really heart-wrenching video to watch. He provides very good information. He's now in Suriname, as far as I know, because the people have informed me that he's there doing some tape in there, and he's supposed to hopefully come to Jamaica and then hopefully Barbados, in that order, something like that. So we will see over the next couple of weeks. And if that is the case, I would be more than happy to have you meet him as well and be part of that, because I think the young folks, I would get as many of your young people out there. And, you're the future. You are the future. You people are where it's at. I want to work with you. And I say you people because you are people. A lot of times, the young ones are written off as, oh, you're immature, you don't know this, you don't know. You know what? Forget it. I have children too. And when I was that age, I would resent anyone that tries to tell me that I don't have something substantial to offer to life. And you don't have to like it, but guess what? Somebody else will. Somebody will. So you have the freedom to develop program the way you see fit. I am not going to be somebody there with a big stick telling you got to do something. You will discuss things, of course. I'm sure some of the other staff like Sugar and then we'll have an input, but generally speaking, we don't meddle in anybody. Once you're in there, you will develop and we will bring it along according to the path that you see fit. So saying all of that, I know I can go on talking for a day and a half, but I'll let you jump in there. I'm going to pull up that video of Gabrielle's from Ghana, and I'll set that up so you can take a look at that as well. But go ahead. While you're speaking, I'll do that.
Yeah, my phone is going crazy, getting mad messages because obviously it is an issue that is real. It's very much real. Like, you go home and your parents are like, all right, are you able to contribute to the field today? And you say you try, but it is what it is. So again, a lot of messages.
Have you been looking for the right travel agency?
Okay. Yeah, just getting a lot of feedback from the people. But yeah, you can go ahead and share the video.
No, I had lined it up for you to share it after, but my finger hit the wrong button. It started to play. No, go ahead, finish your thought. The people are calling. I can see the people calling in because I can see you answering the phone. So that's a good thing, and that's what we want. Really. That's what I want to see people do. I know you're good at this. Last week when you were up in Guyana, I was hoping that we could have done some live shots from there. But also, while we're at it, and before we go any further down that path, I would like your one or two of your people to be able to do some roaming interview type things. We have these microphones that are actually cameras as well that we will provide for them to be able to do, like if you want to send them out to some project or to a particular location where somebody's doing a particular manufacturing or something like that, and be able to speak to them live. I mean, I wouldn't do, I'll be sitting here running the controls, but I want, as you develop, get one or two persons that will work with you in that capacity. You don't have to be always the same people, but you will know what to do. So I'm shut up.
Yeah, without a doubt. at the end of the month, I go to Paris, France, to speak about, again, gender equality and gender inclusion, right, at the Olympics. So I'll definitely be featured more.
One of the things, Kimberly, we also have for your information. I don't think we've ever talked about this, but we have our own platform. Instead of Zoom, we have something called Meetup One. It does the same thing as Zoom. It's a very good platform. It's indigenous because it was developed by us for us. It is our own platform, and that's one of the things that I want to introduce to your audience. I'm going to do some public relations with announcements on that, especially in this time slot. And we also have Carib Social, which is also indigenous to us, developed by our Richie. He's from St. Lucia but lives in Martinique now, and he's my technical man on this show, along with AC. But he's talks to me on a personal level. The point of what I'm getting at is these are things that I want to expose to your young people, because these are the tools that they're going to need. They don't need Zoom and they don't need, we can build our own, and that's where you come in. That's where you're going to France to speak. We should be able to stream that live on this program while you're doing so. That those are the things that are important that we need to understand. I think you're on the right track. Go ahead, say what you're going to say.
Yeah, without well and gone, somebody got to be able to hold on the fort. So that shouldn't be an issue.
Good. Well, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to play this video here, and you take a look at what Gabrielle is doing in Ghana, so that when you get there, because you are going to go there, when you get there, you'll already have an idea of what to expect. Okay, so here we go.
On an educative and entertaining tour in Ghana, look no further. G&G Travel and Tour presents to you a Black History Festival and Cultural Tour Ghana 2024, which starts on the 29th of July to 11th August 2024. All you need is to pay an affordable amount of $2,950 for single occupancy and $2,650 per person for double occupancy. This amount covers a package of a 4-star hotel for your comfort, transportation to all tourist centers, airport transfer, and domestic air tickets. Book now to have an unforgettable, educative, and entertaining tour with us. For more details, log on to our email info@gngtourbookings.com or contact +233 54 86 31 009 or 057 65 94 091. G&G Travel and Tour, where a great journey begins.
You are always welcome home, welcome home.
That is G&G Travel and Tours. Our young friend Gabrielle EKPE is his name. EKPE. He'll be on tomorrow on my slot. And that's the first time I've actually showed that video, but I've been dealing with him for some time. Gabrielle is a young business person like yourself, and if we can connect, I have a number of them that I deal with now, all not just in Africa, but through the Caribbean and in Canada, in the United States, in Britain. So the idea is to link you guys up together and have a voice. We're going to make that voice roar. Trust me, when you have people as many locked on as we have right now, there's something to be said. We'll make that roar throughout the world. Yes. So anyway, that's Gabrielle's tape. That's his. We're gonna do some more promotions. Young lady from here in Barbados just traveled to Ghana. As a matter of fact, she just arrived there today. That's why he's not here right now, because he had to go collect her and then also organize for some tour. She's also a tour director from Barbados, but I've connected him with people from Curacao and where else? Somewhere else. I don't remember. Trinidad. So if you can imagine that this is where we meet up, and that's why we call the Zoom package or the similar platform Zoom Meetup One. Meetup One is it's the best place to have your meetings, and to like once we've developed a few of the presentations, we can do as a Meetup One meeting where the viewers and interested participants can come on Zoom and Meetup One and meet with us and have their open discussion. We can't do that on here because you wouldn't get enough people on, but on Meetup One, as I said, we can have up to 1,000 people at a time on there. I believe it may be able to hold more, but at least 1,000. So that is it. That pretty much covers what I have to say to you. I know that today is only an introduction to the program, but we still have some time, so I'm not rushing you, but I just wanted to let the folks know what I'm doing and who this crazy young person is. But you know what? Crazy good. Look at that smile on her face. That's $1 million smile right there. And Kimberly, I will say these things all the time. It's in genuine honesty. It is not meant in any way, shape, or form to distract from the quality of your work. And I'm thankful that you have your own following already out there built in. I know you've done some work on my business network with Hallam in the past in the crypto space. Talk a little bit about that. How did you find the experience, and how do you see yourself fitting in with that on this show? I know that you're asking or talk about that.
Yeah. Well, whether we like it or not, cyber has now become a reality. I refer to it as a third kingdom now. So you got physical kingdom, you got spiritual kingdom, and now you have the cyber kingdom. So whether we like it or not, there is a whole different kingdom that now exists, and you now have to be a part of it. A lot of people are intimidated by, and the talk of the street right now is artificial intelligence. What exactly is it? How would it affect me? Would this take away from my job? Like there are a lot of fears around artificial intelligence, and what using that will become of me, right? Even up to last night, I told my son, I said, use the artificial intelligence to help solve your math question. He's like, no, mommy, I want to be able to use this. Right? So where does that start? Well, basically, in this season, as I would have mentioned on the show previously, I've already built and engineered some crypto for the Rastafari community, right? As you know, we becoming a world, and the fiat is running home. Just give me a second.
Not sure what happened there, but we'll wait for Kimberly to come back. She may be having some bandwidth issue. I'm not sure, but as you can see, she is primed and ready for this show, and she is. I'm very proud, and as I said before, I'm pleased to have her as a presenter. I know she's going to do a terrific job. We'll wait for her to come back, though. I'm not sure what it is. She's not gone, but she's muted, and the avatar is in, so she may have just had to answer a call or something to that effect. Right. So in the meantime, we will continue to roll until she's able to get back with us. Yes. So Kimberly will be coming to us from Monday and Wednesday from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. And as you've heard her said, she intends to not only work with the Rastafari community, which is where I really started this conversation with her, but also the young people of the region, and hopefully the whole diaspora, the sixth region, and the world. There's no limitations to what anyone can do these days, other than the limitations that we put upon ourselves. And it is my belief that she is quite capable, based on what I have seen of her. She's quite capable of doing such, and it would be my pleasure and the pleasure of the state to grow her and to support her into her shoes, and let her and her audience, which are calling in quite frantically. I can see the calls that she is getting. I can also be reached at area code 246-287-5211 if you care to call me. And I can, that call comes right into my studio here, but it also is a WhatsApp number. Again, 246-287-5211. If it is an international call, you add the +1 before the 246 and then 287-5211. This is technology, and we're gonna have to put it with the good, the bad, and the ugly. But for most, it is good. Kimberly's back with us, and hi, Kimberly. You had
yeah, my humblest apologies. So
no problem.
I made a mistake. I answered nothing and then we offered something else. Sorry about that.
Technology. I was just saying that is technology for you. You know, these things will happen. No apologies necessary, as long as you are back here now and we can continue this conversation.
So basically, they were saying, you know, like we're going to our currency, where areas where fiat is disappearing. Certain person could destroy their money, stuff, but there will still be a need to be able to export to change, right? So basically, what we've done with Sphere and on Wednesday is create a security measure where, you know, if that happens, the community is not at a disadvantage again, but they're actually in proactive. Just give me a second. Yeah, sorry. Right. But we not only will be on the back of things, but we be on the front of things, because we've already the infrastructure in place to not be ostracized or marginalized again, right? So, you know, like it can be extended to everyone within the diaspora, but you know, we just start here with the community as a project to see, you know, it would be for us. So we've engineered the coin, we have the coin there and everything like that, right? Hopefully to launch. But for this season, no, we're working on security measures. And again, the buzz on the street right now is cybersecurity. We heard a lot, you know, what exactly is cybersecurity and what is there need to be, why is it important? But again, as I would have mentioned earlier, as we go digitized to everything, even if you go to Massey now, you can actually use your iPhone to swipe and stuff like that. There are things like that we refer to as crypto jacking, and people aren't aware of that, where you can just have an electromagnetic device, and you just rub against somebody who has an iPhone or use their phone to pay with. And once the app is running, you can jack that person off their virtual money, basically, right? And they will never know. They'll just think that's another glitch or whatever the case may be. So, you know, as they always say, a little bit always mount up to a lot, right? So if I crypto jack Tom and then crypto jack Harry and crypto jack all these different people, then you will end up a billionaire. persons will never know because they'll just think there's another glitch in the system. So like all of these issues are real, and they're being acknowledged. So basically, as I said, for this season, we're focusing on the defense side of everything now, because you can't always be on the offset offense and not have a good defense, right? You're just going right back at square one, right? So that's it for the season. Cybersecurity. We'll touch more about it. Introduce my group to you one of the days, where we'll just sit and discuss all things security. And if you have any questions, you can call me, you can write in, message me to make my phone go off. Right? I'll make sure to have a separate line available. But yeah, we're looking to cover all of those buzzwords.
Well, I know you're going to do it, and I have confidence. So you were talking, one of the questions I have to ask you is that in the end of the month, you said you're in France, and that would be what dates? What date? Do you have the dates that you will be going to France? The reason I'm asking that is I realize you're on the, so I slowed my question down a little bit. The dates that you will be going, so that I can put things in place, so that I would love to be able to stream some of your activity while you're in.
I'll be in France from the 30th of November to the 5th of December, right? I'll be going to the Olympic arena. Where we'll be speaking about feminism in the sport of Olympics.
Well, that is certainly a big kudos for you. I am very proud of that, and I'm happy that you're able to do so. And I look forward to that. We're gonna have to make some arrangements for you to be able to stream that speech of yours live. I really want to see that happen. So with your permission and with permission of the station, I'll make those arrangements so that you can be, as part of your presentation, to be able to see that.
Yeah, sure. Without, and it'd be good to know that the support is there as well, because it'll be the first time a Black Caribbean girl stands on the podium to speak about feminism in gender equality, right? It was pretty interesting because we had a meeting on Saturday, and the presenter was speaking about gender equality, gender equity was the difference. So there's the whole issue of transgender into sports, the effects of it and what's going on, those different things. So what they were saying was that basically, if we allow one thing, doesn't that mean it will mission something else? So we have to now include transgenders. If we include transgenders, what's going to become now of man? What is going to become of women who are now actually fighting and now being acknowledged that of the equality that was expected. So it was a very touchy thing. It helped with my points and stuff like that. You're probably wondering how we jumped straight from cybersecurity right into Olympics and everything, right? As you are not aware of, right? My hobby is martial arts, and I'm a world champion. I have fought in numerous martial arts tournaments before, and before getting married, having kids. So since then, I've been a consultant, and recently it was there's a need for more females in combat sports, right? And someone referred me. They would have referred me, circulated me. And the Olympic Association instantly grabbed me. So part of the International Olympic Committee 2020 agenda is the increase in females in sports, especially with this gender movement and everything like that. You know, even simple things as weigh-ins for boats and everything. You know, there are no new policies where if it's a female fighter, you put it weigh-ins, you have to have a female instructor, right? A female coach. You can't have a male coach, and all these different policies. So whereas something may be a bit ambiguous, it creates opportunities for others as well. So as I said, through all the changes that the Olympic committee is going through, it opened up the opportunity for me to the opportunity to go to the 2024 Olympics and contribute to all of the different new policies that we see.
Well, that is certainly outstanding, and for that I can applaud you because you know you're a Black Caribbean woman and you're breaking ground.
Yeah.
That I'm going to tell to my elders committee on Tuesday when we have our meeting. And Professor Clyde, I'm sure he's going to want to call you. He's big on this sort of thing, you know. And Professor Clyde Phillip from the University of the West Indies, and he's part of our elder committee that I sit on for the
Nice.
which is a global grassroots university. And
Nice.
I'm not going to wait till Tuesday. I'm going to call him when I get off the phone with you. And he would be proud. He would be proud to come on your show and give you all the support you need or what. He's like that. He's that kind of person. Very interested in Caribbean development, but mostly I think the fact that you are a Caribbean woman, whether you were black, white, yellow, or in between, doesn't matter to me. But the fact that you are black, I'm extremely proud of that accomplishment. Yes, I think it has something to be said. Because, you know, for so long, black people were kept out of things. And for so long, black women were even kept farther out of things than black men were. But you know what? This world could not be even in existence today if it was not for a woman. If you think about it, no man has ever given birth to a child. I don't care how you look at it. I'm not knocking the sexual differences or whatever. I'm saying, think about it. Until a man gives a child, I still have to believe that the woman is the mother of the entire world. All things, whether you were black, white, yellow, green, or in between, you had to come from the woman. And the black woman was the first person we know of, according to the creation story, one of the creation stories, and the black woman is the mother of the world. And if that is the black women were then pushed down to so low in the totem pole. Now you are breaking ground, Kimberly. In my lifetime, I'm seeing ground being broken. That says a lot. You know, we've come a long way over the past 50 years or so, and we will continue to excel. I'm sure your children, by the time they're your age, will rocket. They'll be powering the rocket to the moon or wherever they have to go, Mars, Venus, or wherever. They'll be the premier brain surgeons, rocket scientists, and that's what we need to do. All it takes is the first one to make that start, and the rest comes following, through. So, Kimberly, we're proud of you for that. And like I said, one of the things, though, I wanted you to talk a little bit about as well, your impression of the fair at Guyana, the Exim Bank fair that you went to, or expose, whatever, however you want to classify it. I've been to a few of them, and they're very good. And I found them to be very resourceful. I met a lot of people at the Exim Bank, They actually, I'm on a list that they send material to almost weekly. Well, not almost weekly. I get updates and so on and so forth. I wanted at that point though to have you doing some video, but it didn't work out quite that way. But here we are. Tell us a little bit about what happened up there and what was your impression about it.
Oh my, that the African money trade out of baby Guyana, that was epic. I went to it. I went to it yes last year. Through the same Rasabon Spear that you would have mentioned at the beginning of the show. And when we went to it last year, I met the great Julius Garvey, Dr. Julius Garvey. And, you know, that was legendary. I got so much wisdom from him. I just give thanks, you know, the connection and everything like that. And he is hilarious. He's very, very funny, by the way, right? So we made a lot of connections. I learned a lot. I'm not in a position to say much because there's a lot in the makings, right? And I'm obviously bound by NDAs, but it was a fabulous experience. I would say the networking was on point. And you know, like it was, believe it or not, like a culture shock too. Because, you know, like it's I didn't believe that kings and queens still existed, right? Until I was exposed to the whole African through Afrism. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. You know, like we always get this thing from, you know, TV that Africa is poor. Yeah, it is the total opposite. Like it is the total opposite. I actually came to that enlightenment recently, and you know, like you gotta do what you gotta do to survive, but Africa is phenomenal. I mean, people there are phenomenal as well. I really would love to share a lot, but it might go into some information I wasn't supposed to. But it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think they really no. It's okay. It's okay. They will do it. The networking opportunities are great. So, you know, like don't miss on the opportunity. Don't miss on it.
Like you, I had the opportunity to meet Dr. Garvey as well at the Afri XM Fair last year. So I don't know. I don't know. I missed you either, but I was with him at the fair last year, and that was quite an event for me because I'd only become aware of him 3 days before that. I saw him on a TV show in South Africa with Her Excellency, my founder, Dr. Arikana, and he was there with Julius Malema and PLO Lamamba, and all of them were there, and they recognized him, and everybody got up and gave him a standing ovation. I thought, whoa, Julius Garvey, who is this dude? You know, son of Marcus Garvey. 3 days later, I received the call, and I was asked if I was interested to meet him, and I said, of course. And I was invited to actually meet him for lunch, but I got there late. I told the story before. My car refused to start. I went to the gas station. The car would not move, and it just like, okay, what the heck? Frustrate me. 2 hours later, I got out of there, and I headed to the location, but he was already gone. But he came back. And interestingly enough, we ended up at the XM Fair because I had to go there anyway. But, you know, and funny enough, while I was there, my friend Natalia Peters, who broadcasts for VOB, they were doing a live broadcast, and they all came together at the same time with me and Dr. Julius Garvey, and it was live on the air and everything. And I was like, wow, had I met him 2 hours earlier, I probably would not have had that occasion, but it then gave me, and a lot of people wrote me on that because I went on Instagram and all of that. A lot of people was writing me. Even Emmanuel was with me at that point in time. You know Emmanuel, right? And he was with he was with me at that time as well. And so we met Dr. Garvey. And that was really exciting for me to actually meet the son of His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey. You see, this is why I don't mind the Rasta. That's why I like the Rastafari. You know, I grew up in Canada. And Kimberly, I knew nothing or little or nothing about Rastafari and all of that. And turns out that a cousin of mine, Tyrone Springer, is the head of the Rastafaris in the Hamilton area. I don't know how big his portfolio is, but he turns out to be the head of the Rastafari in the region where I was living. And ironically, I knew nothing from there about the Rastafari because Canada is a much bigger place. It's spread out. There's not that much continuity. But when I came here, and one of the people I met was Emmanuel and Lumumba, but I did not meet them in Barbados. I met them in St. Lucia, which was interesting because I was in St. Lucia doing business, and the Minister of Housing, Richard Fredericks, whom I was there to meet with, he called me at my villa and he said to me, Spring, what are you doing about 6 o'clock or whatever? I said, well, and he said, I'll send someone around. I'll come and collect you. I want you to go to Channel 10. By the way, Channel 10 is owned by my cousin, Claudius Springer in St. Lucia. So I had been there before. So he says, you come to the station and you meet these guys from your country. When I get there, there's Hamilton Lashley, there's Lumumba, and there's Emmanuel. Never met them before in my life, none of them. And there they were. And there was one other guy, I can't remember his name now. And, you know, from that day to this day, we've maintained a relationship. And I have learned a lot from them. I would not say it's a perfect relationship. I don't know of any bad things about it, but we talk to each other when we have to. We do things together. Emmanuel became part of my ADDI chapter when I opened that chapter here, and he's on the board of directors. And Lumumba is on the elders committee of that same organization. So, you know, it's funny how God brings people together in such a way. I met you because of Bongo, which was through Buddy Laurier. And every you know, this is like in the Bible where you have the son of this and the son of that, and you know, so if we trace all of this back, we could probably go back to several people that created that right environment for this to happen today. But saying all of that, we must give credit where credit is due. And I learned a lot from these fellas. I started learning about Garvey and all. I actually started right here in Barbados from the Rastafarians, learning about Marcus Garvey and all of that. And in my lifetime, in that span, I've been able to meet Julius Garvey. I have his number in my phone, and with a promise that if I wanted him to come in and do a speech for me at any time, just with enough notice, he would be here. And I intend to do so next year, believe it or not. So saying all of that, we're having a conference, Caribbean Afro Unity Conference, ADDI, in May of next year, which is something also I'm going to feature on. I would like to feature on your program with you, especially for the young folks, because you know what? I want to see the young people take control of this thing and lead it forward. We also have the UNIA, which is the Marcus Garvey organization, coming here in January 5th to the 10th. They'll be in Barbados. I'll be hosting them on the 5th to the 10th. Then they'll be going off to Liberia thereafter. But they have a lot of business network as well. You'd be amazed that 100 years later, this organization is still going strong. They have hotels, they have gas stations, they have supermarkets, they have grocery stores. I don't know if a grocery store and a supermarket is the same thing. I know what a supermarket is, but they tell me supermarket, grocery stores, and some hotel. You know, that is amazing. Now, plantations. They own a couple of plantations in Curacao as well as in Liberia. And they're growing food to be sold in North America. Now, also what is happening is that they're coming in on January. They would like to, at some point, I'm going to organize with the local farm community here, especially the Rastafari, to be able to come together with them, to be able to supply them. And that's what they want. They want to buy from themselves, from people that look like them. So they're organizing to come in. The President General, the first Vice President General, and the Ambassador are coming in here on January 5th. That's the date that I got last week from them. So that's the kind of news, Kimberly, that I want us to be able to share on your show from Monday and Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. I kept saying 3 hours. It's actually only 2 hours because 11 to 12 is 1 and 12 to 1 is 1. 2 hours. Why am I saying it's 3 hours, 2 hours? But you know what? If we plan that,
I want you to know though that I wrote this down, okay? So I'm gonna hold your word to it. All right. These have to be featured on my show.
that is not a problem. It is your show, and they have to be featured on your show. So you don't. Sorry, this is why this segment is being developed. I literally have from 5 o'clock a.m. till 4 p.m. I can't do an entire. I tried that one day. I think I stood for 13 hours straight on my feet while doing. Today I'm sitting down, but normally I have another podium over there that I can do stand up, and I usually like to do stand up. And to be honest with you, at the time my back was hurting quite a bit too, because I was going through some changes. I was transitioning my diet and all of that. I've gone through in the last 2 months, Kimberly. I've started to do some things differently. My eating habits, sleeping habits, all that. I found that my lower back started hurting a lot. So sitting down I never told anybody this before, no, but my lower back started paining me. So I would stand up. I would stand up for whatever, 6-7 hours straight, just so I didn't have to be hurting myself while I was sitting. So that has gone away because I think my body's starting to adjust. I was telling the doctor today on the show, just before he was on the segment, before you came in, I finally feel like I'm catching up on my sleep, and my body's feeling great. Listen, for a guy that is sleep deprived for the last 40 years or so, it's amazing. I feel great. I slept this weekend. I was rested, and that's only the result of 2 months of trying to sleep to get myself regularized. So anyway, that is my story, and I'm going to stick to that. And as far as the promises made to you about presented on that is precisely 100% what we intend to do. And some of the same people that I've mentioned to you in conversation here, I would love to see you have some of them on, because I know some of them as business people as well, and they have a lot to contribute. And we have to grow as a family, as a unit. So now I see you get off the phone, I'll shut up.
No, as I say, everybody's logged on, so they've been calling. I want to pick up Hugh. He would be featured on one of them. I met Hugh. Hugh is Sizzler Kalonji's right hand man. So he's locked on. Good evening, Hugh, because it's 7 o'clock where he is. And he is telling me that he needs to be on my show. So, the network is logged on. Everyone is calling. Yes, I see you. I hear you. You even knocked me off earlier, right? So I have to. I have no choice now. I have to.
What I would like, the flyer is really at the bottom of the flyer, as you know now, is where they would, view the show. When you want to have guests come in, I would supply you with a link that brings them into the studio like you are now. And that is done usually around 5 o'clock in the morning. So you would tell me who the guests are. Well, I could send you you would one way, we'll work out the logistics of how they get into the studio. But it would be for the purpose of the 11 to 1 period, because the links are different depending on the days, especially, right? So nobody can keep the link and think they can get back in or something. It doesn't work like that.
Most definitely.
But the thing is funny about it, I had this one lady on one time. Oh my God, I had so much trouble getting her out, and I finally did. But it caused me a little bit of a problem because I pushed a button that I don't know what I did, and it messed up my whole system. I had to have the engineers redo it just to get things sorted. But anyway, Kimberly, we're gonna do fine. You are Mondays and Wednesdays, 11 to 1. We have Ara, who will be on tomorrow. She's in Germany. Ara is also a young Caribbean woman. She is originally from St. Lucia, but was in the British Army and was stationed in Germany for a number of years now. And she's decided to stay there. Her daughter, she has a young daughter that is born over there and in school and so on and so forth. So she's going to stay there in Germany. And what is interesting, Kimberly, is that like you, she has a big following as well. And that it's a different platform, but it's all the same time slot. And she will be presenting her show from Tuesdays and Thursdays, and have your people are welcome. I think they will like it because it's mostly about Black history, and she's a reader. She literally takes the book. Right now she's doing spirituality before religion, and so she reads the books, and then she gets the authors to come on and discuss the substance of the book with her, and that's her thing. Go ahead.
Nice. I'll be interested in that as well. So I would most definitely love to meet her. Love to have her on the show. Yeah.
I'm sure she would love to do that. She's a very approachable person, very lovely young lady, and we have to keep building this network. In the afternoon, after you and after Ara, we'll be having a roundtable discussion with some panelists. We'll be assembling panelists from all over the world, not at the same time, but like 6 or 7 at a time. And they will be discussing issues in various countries. Like, for instance, let's say Bongo is right now, let's say he's in say Rwanda. I happen to know him. I was scheduled with him to come on from the 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock or whatever time he could afford. Let's say it's even 1 hour. And talk about the issues going on there at that time. I have people already lined up in Kenya, I have people in Ghana, I have people in Nigeria, South Africa, Zimbabwe. So also not leaving out the Caribbean, I have the Bahamas, and Nathaniel Higgs up there. I have St. Lucia and other islands in the Caribbean that will also be presenting. But what we'll do is schedule, let's say 5 or 6 or 7, and we will announce that in advance. And then the next day, and rotate the panels. You might see some of the same people repeating, but not always together. So if today you with the 6, you might be with another 5 the next day, that kind of thing. And we want to keep it interesting because you know what? There's a lot of news out there. There's a lot of breaking news. We are involved in a lot of new initiatives. Her Excellency is on a mission to see Africa become free and to free itself from the colonial. And you know what? She's doing a phenomenal job of that. We have to build that up with her. And
yeah, she is. That is pretty admirable, especially from a woman as well, because that would have been crazy a couple of years ago. So like for her to actually, make that bold step, I have been following her as well to make that bold step. That is admirable, especially for someone like me. Like if Her Right Excellency can do it, then I can too as well.
Absolutely correct. And, I'm very proud of her for what she does, and she does this largely, without a lot of support. When I say support, I'm talking about financial support. She does a lot of this out of her own pocket. She's not a poor woman by any means, and she wasn't before. She was appointed as ambassador, and she's made it her point to get around the world and spread this word. Let me tell you how I met this lady, Kimberly. It was so funny. COVID was just about to hit, I was headed to China for the fair, the Chinese fair, and I got everything in order and ready to go, and that, and I saw these people beating on Africa, well, black people. Assume Africans. They may. I don't think there's any Caribbean people, and putting out of apartments and all this stuff. And I was like, weird. I'm going to that place, and they might do that to me. Anyway, I learned later, no. But one of the things that I saw was a woman emerge out of nowhere and started speaking on the issue, and I thought, I like this woman. And over the next 2 weeks, I saw a lot of her on CNN and the various news, BBC in London and various places. I decided, you know what? I got to meet this woman. And I made some inquiries, and I was able to do so. And, that's 4 years ago. And I never looked back from then to this day, because that woman is so strong. She ended up losing her job at the UN because France decided that they didn't want no black woman telling them to get out of France. And the Chinese didn't like that. She stood up and told them, we got about 2 million people on your country. You have 10 million people on the continent. And if you don't take your hands off, you can take your people and get out of my. She said those. I have the tape. And it's like, wow, power to the people. This woman is liberating, So Kimberly, definitely you are breaking ground, and we are proud of you. And hopefully one day you will also be standing there telling the world, not that they get out of our country or whatever, because we don't need to do that. What we need to do is have you up there as the Prime Minister of Barbados or something, and now making policy that the rest of us can. That's much. But whoever did that, they're watching, because the light was drowning you out a bit. I didn't want to say that to you on the air, but it was. The bottom line is, you're a young lady that have the potential. Just your persona alone, I believe, is somebody that one day I would put my support behind. And you see, but you got to get your experience. You got to go to the Olympics and do this thing. You got to go to Ghana. You got to go to different places and get your foreign policy in place and all of that. But I believe you're quite capable, and I think this show is going to help you to get there. And I, for one, am behind you. And I know you have a lot of other people that are behind you as well, and that will support you.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't. So we're looking forward to some really exciting news, not only news, but like discussions as well. And we might touch on some things. I don't know. I'm up for any and everything.
Sorry, I keep muting so that I'm not disrupting you, because I'll burst out saying something in the middle of your conversation, and Sugar's always kind of like, wait till the people stop talking. It's just that I get so excited myself, right? So I have to mute up. Yes, well, you know what? I don't think you are on the wrong track at all. I know I judge people very well, and my spirit tells me that when the day I saw, what really crystallized it was the day when I saw you jump on that thing with Hallam, and in my business committee there, the merchant and investment committee, and you jumped on there, and it was like, okay, now let me see what she's all about. I already had, a lot of this stuff going here, but then watch me. From here to right there. Now I'm underwater. I'm drawing like, okay, this girl's got it all. And you know what? You've evolved and you've come to where you're at. You should be proud of yourself. Your parents should be proud of you, and your friends should be proud of you. Your should be proud of you. Your husband proud. I'm proud of you, and I can say that. I know Bob is proud of. I used to always think you were his daughter. I don't know why. I don't have no idea why. For some reason, I have you down in my phone as Kimberly Bongo Spears' daughter. That's why I just think that out now. But anyway, I'm sure he's proud of you as well, like a daughter. And I know I tell people, I'm gonna call her Queen Daughter from now on, because I always call people Queen this or King that or whatever. So she's Queen Daughter from now on, because you are like one of my own daughters. I have two. Well, I have actually 6 daughters, but 2 biological. I have 2 from another relationship that I was involved with, and 2 from the one I'm in now. So that's 6 daughters. Can you imagine that? And they're all in your age group, and they're all very beautiful young ladies. No, seriously, and well accomplished. That's why it is easy for me to sit here and talk to the likes of yourself or Ara or any of you, because that is the future. I have daughters ranging from 19 years old to 33 years old, and all 6 of them fall into that slot there, right? So if you can imagine that, I'm very proud of them all, and they're professionals in their field. The last 2 are in university right now, but the others are graduated and hold various capacities, professional capacities, and I'm very proud of that. And so now, the more I can add to that list, like yourself and Aaron and the rest of you, that builds a nation. That's how you build a nation, And you may not know my daughters yet, but you will meet them sooner or later, and you'll all talk. And this is how they don't live here, obviously. They never lived in Barbados. They live in Canada, but that's their thing. But they still need connection with Kimberly and Ara and people like that, because they need to feel that energy from the Caribbean, know what's
Man.
going on.
Tell them, come on, man. Tell them that we have some fun. That we share. Let's exchange our wisdom. Come on. Tell her, yeah, man. Kimberly want you featured on her show.
Yeah, once we up and running a little bit with you, and it's because and they'll do it, because I've taught them to be very forward thinking and bold, and absolutely, I would love that, especially if I don't have to be interviewing them, because I might slip up and say the wrong things or ask the wrong questions or something. So that one, I'm staying far from that. But they're good. One of my, they have various capacities that they function in, and all in the business world. And so therefore, it would be so nice for them to come on and tell you their experiences from Canada, and so on and so forth. Yeah, man. So we're doing good here. It's 28 minutes after 12. We have another half an hour on this segment to go. But and as I said, after the 1 o'clock, after your segment, we have the round table. That will not be on today. That will start next week, because once I've got you an hour properly positioned this week, then I'll start the round table. That way I'm not here, just talking all day. I have to
13 hours. Yeah.
13 hours. I really don't. But to build it, you must have the time to sit down and call the people. Even while we're here, people are now starting to call me, watching you, because before I think they were a little bit taken back by it, not knowing what to expect. But now my audience is actually chiming in. I have about 8 messages here. I haven't even checked the screen yet to see what's on there, but about 8 messages, 1, 2, 6 messages I have on there right now from my audience. And I'm sure I can see you answering the phone every 5 seconds, so I know you get a whole lot of calls, and that's good. So within a couple of weeks, we're gonna have this whole platform dominated here, and that is a. Let me just take a small commercial break here, which I have to do since I didn't take one at the top of the hour, and we'll come right back. Okay?
Yeah.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic Black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Caribbeans, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can. Except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun, on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy land, stop this skylarking. When the fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below the cell phone, start recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family. Don't let the anger build up. Don't shout. Triangle you on the soul. Breathe it out.
The same energy that you take to use to fight, same energy you could talk it out.
You could say the wrong reason.
Talk it out.
Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out.
Don't get in the beef with nobody. Talk it out. Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gonna give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you have to dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand upon your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Beijing Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BeijingVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com, click on the Get in Touch page, And all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. BeijingVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked. We got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BeijingVibesRadio.com.
To arrive alive, don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Beijing Vibes Radio.
Yeah, look, if you look at your screen, Kimberly, you got fans already on my network here telling me, look, we say, yes, we need more women like Kimberly. Kimberly, you got the fans already, they're loving you. That's one. And then well, I guess it's a continuation. But who is studying man fingernails and hairdos? I mean, Kimberly, they're right in me. They're right in me.
So I want you to know that I still do study hairdo, nails, and everything too. You gotta be able to put in my weave properly and sticking your eyelashes proper. Okay, can't have y'all walking around looking like anything out of the jungle.
I hear you. But hey, someday the jungle produces beautiful. Don't worry about the jungle. But yes, I know who you're from with that. Kimberly, is that they're watching. That's my audience. I don't even your audience yet, so I can imagine what your audience.
My audience is going crazy. So on Wednesday, what we'll probably do, we have the old and new. We'll have Ras Bongo Spear, who is also an elder, and the Royal Medal of the Lion, and that would have been one of the medals that Haile Selassie would have presented to Spear, right? He's also an elder of the Rastafari community and a Pan-Africanist, as you would have known him as. So he will grace us with his presence on Wednesday. He will start the ball rolling. And in the afternoon time, we have a younger member of the Rastafari group that I would have mentioned earlier, Hugh. He will be 7 hours ahead of us, but he is Sizzler Kalonji's right-hand man and a very good friend of mine as well, right? So if some files come out, then well, I don't want no judgment there, but he'll be gracing us in the next hour, right?
Wow.
Right. So you have a mixture of the old and new, the old and young. The experience and the young, right? And of course, without a doubt, you'll see the respect between the two, and I'm sure there will be much knowledge to share there. So that's what we could look forward to on Wednesday. You're muted, Phil.
Sorry, I'm here reading. One of my presenters. Oh my. also from Trinidad here talking about you. I was reading the, that's why I didn't see the news, but sending me pictures of you actually on the screen at the same time. People like to prove that they're watching, I don't know why I get this a lot. People are always sending me pictures of whoever I'm talking to on the street, and it's not the same person, different people, different times. But her, you would like to meet her as well. As a matter of fact, I'm in it. You met her. That's Collie Thompson from the International Black Business Chamber, blah blah blah. And matter of fact, you guys are supposed to meet up at some point in time, from what she
Yeah.
told me years ago. But that's an initiative as well that I would like to get launched by May of next year, when Her Excellency is here, and Julius Garvey and Bielo and all of them decide to grace us, including the UNIA people. But also in January, the meeting of the 5th to the 10th, I will invite you to attend that session with us, with UNIA, the Garvey people, and one or two other, well, however many. I don't care. You can bring 30. Doesn't matter to me. There's no limitation as to how many. I need a minimum of 15 people. That's the requirement for the meetings. So they didn't say you can't have 100. They said, let's, to make it meaningful, because they want to announce some initiatives and stuff down here, right? So I'm going to organize with you and your people and my people, and get that situated, so that when they're here, it's going to be time well spent. That's how I want it to be for the 5 days, right? So they're watching you on my network and on my show, and so I should say in my network. On the part that I do, some of the people are stayed over, obviously, to watch, and they're into it. A lot of people like your persona. They like how you are presenting yourself, and I had no fear about that. The person that I became aware of, your bubbly personality, but you see, it's not just that. You got brains, and that's important too. A lot of people are bubbly, but if they haven't, look, you came on here, you took that microphone, and you talk. We've been talking for an hour and 45 minutes already. Now, some people can't hold a conversation that long, and none of this is today was going to be an introduction day. It was not anything. Go ahead, take the call. It was not going to be anything heavy or serious. Just setting out the platform going forward, and to be able to introduce you to the audience, and let those that are already on board with me see who you are. And of course, you have your own audience. So therefore, by the time the two merge up now for Wednesday, we'll have another outstanding day of viewers, and you have some young and some older or mature, as you say, people blending up, and that's what we need. Ara brings the same thing to the show, and then by the time we go to the afternoon, late afternoon presentations with our other audience, I'm gonna blend that as well. Have some young presenters as well as some older persons who can bring some balance. We need that, but we need the female energy, because this is the female. And look at our world and see how many world leaders and stuff are female that are coming in now, including our own prime minister here in Barbados, and so many other females around the world, even Her Excellency that's running ADDI, and so many other leaders that are emerging from the female energy. And that is very important to recognize. We need to understand that, because this is that age that we're in, and it is important that we recognize it, respect it, and that we are willing to embrace it, because that is the energy that's going to take us to the next level. And it's been long overdue, and any Black woman that is going to pull up and come out of the clay, she has to be well positioned to do so, and be able to carry that responsibility that is going to be put upon her shoulder. And I believe that we have found two very good ones here, and along with Collie and Marjorie, who comes on the earlier parts of the show with me. But Collie would probably join you as well if you want to give her segment where she talks about the International Black Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Commerce. And she, I'm sure, would be supportive of you because what she's doing, bringing Black businesses together, that is already in the business space, and that is critical. So at that point, go ahead. Oh shoot, sorry, I muted you. I was muting myself and I muted you. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Yeah, we followed it. So if anyone wanted to know more about Rastafari and Pan-Africanism, you could always just log on Wednesday. And as I say, you have the experience and there are two differently distinct persons, but Rastafari really, it joins them together. So if you have any questions, if you have any ideas, as I said, Ras Bongo Spirit, he's one of the elders, awarded the Royal Medal of the Lion, and everything straight from the hierarchy themselves, right? And then you have Hugh, right? And I say he's Sizzla Kalaji's right hand man. And if any questions you want to ask them, they are open up to answering them, and they'll be, I believe, will be the best person. So they would be perfect, and they are who are going to grace us on Wednesday. So make sure to log in on Wednesday morning between 11 and 1 p.m. Right? We'll be talking all things Rastafari and Pan-Africanism on Wednesday.
Thank you, Kimberly. And once again, you've done a great job this morning and now afternoon. And I look forward to Wednesday. I look forward to seeing Bongo. And I suspect he's not in Barbados at this time. I don't know if he is or not, but you don't have to say. Anyway, in any event, I don't know Hugh, but I'm looking forward to meeting him, and let us build this together.
I'll make sure to let them have their introduction first, because it's so funny. Because every time we go to a meeting or whatever, they take a whole hour of just greeting each other. It's like,
yeah.
Yes. They say their songs and everything like that, and that takes a whole hour, okay? Every time we go to discuss business. So make sure they have their hour of meeting each other first.
Start earlier, and you bring them in at 10.
and then I'll bring them in at 11. So I'll let them meet at 10 on a different Zoom call, and then
yeah, we'll bring them in. They can sit in the green room and greet each other for an hour. I love it. He gave me I was doing a public speech in Independence Square, and he gave me a manual, and it was so interesting. I read that thing. Kimberly, I don't know where he got it from, but man, that thing is so enlightening. And I'll even talk about that on Wednesday when he's on, because funny, he just handed it to me as he was leaving. It was his own, but he just put it in my hand and he kept going. And I was like, weird. So I read it, not immediately. Sometime later, it was still sitting on my desk, and I looked at this thing, and it had some handwritten notes in it as well. And I realized he'd written me some stuff, and I read that. And when I read that, that caused me to start looking at this book. But that's the wisdom that's required to guide someone through this life. Yes. And I can't pretend to know. I always tell people I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I never have been. I don't even know what that word really means. I'm an African. I'm an Africanist. I grew in Canada, in suburbia, whiteness, snowflakes, whatever you want to call it, snow heaps. And I only became Afro-conscious really about 25 years ago. And that is because when you're in your environment and you are doing okay, you don't feel any pain, there's no need to change that. when I came to the Caribbean, and when I decided to travel the Caribbean, which I have done, I've been to every island in the Caribbean at least 5 times minimum. Some more, like Guyana, and St. Lucia, Jamaica. I've been umpteen times. Cuba, I've been in Cuba probably. Well, I lived there half a year, literally for the last 12 years. Because of business relations I have there. You know, you start to see life differently. I start to see many things that I would not have been exposed to growing up in Canada. And even simple things that look so darn simple, and yet they're so complicated when you change geography. Just a shift. I know that same thing, like for instance, case in point, I could walk into a bank in Canada and within an hour or still get a mortgage commitment. Within 30 days, you could close a housing deal. In Barbados, to get a commitment will take you probably 2 weeks, a month. To get the deal to close is another 9 months. And then the cost associated with it is out of this world. And it's like, so it discourages you from moving forward because there are just too many obstacles. That then makes the so-called first world look so much more attractive. But the truth of the matter is they are taking all their resources from us to live the life that they're living, and yet they call themselves the first world, and they put these draconian measures upon us. Even to open a bank account down here, it'll take you now, they say, what, 2 weeks to a month to open a bank account? I walk into different places, I won't say where, and you open a bank account, you're done within an hour and gone. Nobody ever asked me about my money. I walk in there with $100,000 or whatever. Nobody ever asked me to sign a declaration. But here you come with $10,000 in the bank, and so when you take 1,000 out, you put 9 in, and come back and put the other 1,000 later if you have to. This is BS. But this is the nasty, stinking rules that they expect people to live by. Thank God I grew up in Pharaoh's house, so I know the difference. And I say Pharaoh's house because it literally was. If you understand the psychology of what I'm talking about, we'll get into that another time. But you don't have to go through this nonsense. And then you come to where you should be an Israelite, a Hebrew, whatever you want to call me. I got to be subjected to all the nastiness that I should have been able to. When I was at Pharaoh's house, you would think that I would be disadvantaged, but I wasn't. I was given all of everything that I needed. And I was telling that story earlier today, you know, and yet now I come home to my people, and my people are subjugated by this nonsense that they have. Declaration for this, declaration for that. There ain't no money laundering in Barbados other than the same nasty people that come down here and launder their money. It's all the money laundering belong up there where you all come from.
You speak truth. You speak truth.
No, that's as close to as I'm gonna get today, but it's all good. It's all, you know, I know what I'm speaking. I can't go into the details of it, but I know exactly what I'm saying. Hey, you go to a place like Cuba or Venezuela, and these people are under such draconian measures that are unreasonable. I do a lot of business in Cuba, especially in the medical field, with medical tourism and that, and bring people for surgeries and stuff. And that was led before I got there by people like Bobby Clark, you know, guys that spent 60-something years of his life fighting for the rights of people. Bobby took me under his wings when I came into Barbados. He took me to Cuba and introduced me to everybody there. And I basically took that. He's now dead and gone, but I still carrying on. You know, a lot of what he started there 16-something years ago. And that's the beauty about it. I had to, I suppose, grow up in Pharaoh's house in order to appreciate now that I don't have what I was used to having.
What you used to.
Yeah. So now I know what I have to bring to the people because I know that there's a different side to this coin. You understand? Yeah. Kimberly, we have 6 minutes left. You got 3 minutes, and I'm going to close out in the last 3 minutes. So go ahead. I don't know if you want to talk for 3 minutes, but say whatever is on your heart, and then I will take it from.
Well, basically, what you said would have been truth up to like a couple of weeks ago, just because I presented a check for $5,000, right? It had to be escalated, it had to be confirmed and everything like that. I was like, I just stood there and I had my hair down and I wasn't dressed like an executive. So, but I mean, even in a day and age like this, just because of how I may look on the outside doesn't necessarily mean that, like I stole the money or whatever the case would be, right? I was recently in a conference where they were talking about a zero trust policy, which is now being pushed, And again, too, that will be one of the topics that we'll be speaking about, like at what level would you promote zero trust policy? How would that influence decision making in the future, right? If there's no trust in your work colleague or your boss or whatever the case may be. But I mean, standing there in the bank for it to be escalated all because of how I look. I was like, so when I told them, well, I am one of the directors, I'm signatory on the account, when they realized, I was like, okay, well, I did an apology. You will apologize. Because I told you, you didn't believe me, so I want an apology. And it's important that you stand for your rights because this is 2023. This is not 2013. Right?
I'm mortified by that story only because I've had it happen to me. Listen, I had some money in an account. I won't call the name of the bank, and I wrote some checks. You believe that they didn't bounce the checks, but they wouldn't cash the people's checks. The money was there, So one chap came back to me with a check, and I said to him, "Come, I hope you hold the check." We got in his car and we drove to the same bank, and I said to him, "Present that check for cashing." I was standing right there. Now the lady, the teller went to this other lady who went to the manager, and they all come back and forth. And then the manager came. I said, "Excuse me, I have a check here for 2,000 and change written to this young man for work that he did for me. Are you trying to say that I don't have the money in the account?" He says, "No, the money's there. The money." I said, "So what is the problem?" "Well, let him deposit in his bank." And I says, "No, sir, that's my money. I wrote the check on your account for this individual to get his money. Give him his money now." And the man want to give me attitude. I say, "You know what? Give me all the money, not some. All. I withdrew all my money from that bank that day." I then went as far as to file a formal complaint to the head office, and I had a hearing in Bridgetown on this. That manager no longer works for that bank, unfortunately. But I am not taking no crap from these people because it's somebody that looks like me that wants to disadvantage somebody that looks like me and make me to be a villain. They don't do it themselves, but they give themselves the hierarchy management positions, but then tell my little people how to push my little people down.
Correct.
You know what, Kimberly? I had another incident with another bank because all these banks are owned foreign. We don't even own a bank in Barbados. That's the amazing thing. And I went to this place and they want to know, the check was for 100,000, and they want to know. I said, "I'm not signing any declaration. Look at that check. You see that check? That check came from another bank right here in Barbados. It didn't even come from overseas. It came from, I will not sign any declaration. Put it in the account, or let me take my money out of the account and let me go put it on my mat." Right? And they took the They said, "Okay," because you're gonna turn away $100,000 check? No. They wanted the money more than they needed the damn declaration. But the thing that's so stupid about it is, I just walked from Broad Street, the top of Broad Street, to the bottom of Broad Street with a check that is drawn on a bank in Barbados, and they want me to tell them, declare where the money's coming from. It says on there, it's a real estate transaction, blah, blah, blah. It says right on the thing what it was for. Open your eyes, read. Kimberly, don't let me go.
Yeah.
It is 1 o'clock. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. You've done your first bit introduction. I look forward to Wednesday. We'll talk off the air, and we'll get the program organized for Wednesday. The only one request I'll make now that that light coming through that window, you're gonna have to put something. That light is blurring you out something severe. And you're a beautiful woman. I need everybody to see how pretty you are. But not only that, but how bright you are too, right? So I'll talk to you off the air, but I'll see you on Wednesday back here.
Wednesday.
Thank you, Kim. Pleasure. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Ciao, Julia. That is the one and only Kimberly. Kimberly is our new presenter on Monday and Wednesday here at 246 Major Vibes Radio, the Global Independence Square. She'll be coming on after my morning show. And we have Arrow following on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Friday, we have the GGRU, the Global Grassroots University, and the Power of Choice will be on Fridays up to 1. And then I will bid you farewell until Monday, because I don't work past a certain time on a Friday as I go into my Shabbat. And I would say today with Kimberly was a very good start, a good groundbreak. As you can see, Kimberly can hold her own, and she's very presentable in every sense of the word, and a young lady that's going places. And I was serious when I said future could be a future prime minister of Barbados. I have the right party for her anyway when she's ready. But Kimberly will join us weekly, Monday and Wednesday. I want to say Monday to Friday, but Monday and Wednesday. And her following, as you can see, is quite aggressive, quite large, and ambitious young people. I'm all for you guys. I was that when I was your age. I'm probably not old enough to be most, if not all, of your fathers in that age group. But I would say I support you guys. And thank you for supporting Kimberly. Thank you for calling in and for making her debut. A memorable one for me. I'm sure it will be for her as well. And it has been a downright pleasure to be with you all today. So have a good one. I'm going to just run a little video here now, game and a commercial. And then I will be signing off myself for the day. So let's see, man. Yeah, there you go.
Beings, we're proud of our sense of community. Oh yeah, we're very big on that. We try to help each other in any way we can, except when it comes to saving each other's lives. Even if all we have to do is put our names on a bone marrow register. Not quite so big on that, are we?
There are 24 times more white people than black on the UK bone marrow register. If you're black or mixed race, join the register today. Visit aclt.org and see how you could be the one to save a life. ACLT unites to fight leukemia.
So what's wrong with my car?
Lady, I don't know.
When can I get it back? Tomorrow?
Lady, I don't know. Are you tired of unreliable mechanics? Do you crave good all-round service? Try the auto repair shop that puts ladies first. O'Brien's, located in Locust Hall, St. George. O'Brien's are specialists in all types of vehicles. Brakes, shocks, engine, even your air conditioning. O'Brien's does it all. And O'Brien's uses advanced diagnostic equipment, so there's no guessing. At O'Brien's, there's a drop-off pickup service for all. If you are serious about driving worry-free.
So what's wrong with my car?
Okay, lady, it's the alternator.
Oh, okay.
Call O'Brien's at 437-9322.
Students to students, talk it out. Teachers to students, talk it out.
Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
The school to learn, don't go school to fight. Don't bring school to college on a gun on a knife. Don't let the violence mess up your life. Fighting all the time, can't get your first prize.
Daddy Lord, stop this skylarking. When I'm fighting like dogs that barking. I'm up below myself, won't stop recording. Then he said they get to start parting. Peace begins with me. Peace begins with me.
Talk it out.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one talk it out. You can say the wrong reason. Talk it out. Sure that we even.
Daddy, this is non-violent season. Talk it out. Don't get in the beef with the body. Be vegan.
Violence solves nothing.
Talk it out.
We're one family.
Campaigning against youth violence all over the world.
Right now, me I gotta give you a thing called feel up your breast. Whether you have big breasts or some itty bitty titty, to pick up cancer in them would be such a pity. How to prevent that cancer, we're not really sure. And although we are try hard, we still can't find no cure. So early detection is your best protection, and self-examination could be your salvation. So look good upon them appearance and investigate them texture, and appreciate your own breast tissue architecture. In other words, make sure say you utilize your hands to get yourself acquainted with your mammary glands. So the minute there's a change and you notice something strange, you can pay your doctor a visit so them can find out what is in it. And if cancer is the diagnosis, you could have a good prognosis if you catch it before it starts to spread. Cancer no means say you're happy dead. So touch yourself, feel up your breast, put your hand them on your chest. Self-examination is the key if you want to catch cancer early. Yeah.
246 Bayesian Vibes Radio, alerting our female listeners to early prevention of cancer.
I was shocked to discover that I'm at a high risk of prostate cancer because I'm black. Guys, we've got to keep talking about our health. So if you're a black man over the age of 45, go and have a chat with your GP or speak to our specialist nurses. Men, we're with you.
If you would like to advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, if you'd like to sponsor, partner 246BayesianVibesRadio.com. All you need to do is go to the website, click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our manager and our marketing and advertising team. So if you'd like to sponsor a show, partner the station, advertise your business anywhere in the global diaspora, go to our website, www.246BayesianVibesRadio.com. Click on the Get in Touch page, and all the information you need is right there to contact our marketing and advertising team. .246BayesianVibesRadio.com is looking for presenters, male and female. If you want to join 246BayesianVibesRadio.com, you can call, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, +44 7956 146 221. You can WhatsApp, message, Telegram, +44 7417 584 733. If you want to be a presenter right here anywhere in the global diaspora, get in touch with us, and we got what it takes to take you to the next dimension. Keep it locked, we got it, baby.
Join me, DJ AC, every Sunday and Wednesday at 8 p.m. until midnight, London, UK time, for 4 hours of musical entertainment here on 246 BayesianVibesRadio.com.
Don't drink and drive.
You're listening to 246 Bayesian Vibes Radio.
Tune in and be part of the fastest growing, most authentic black conscious radio show, linking Barbados, the Caribbean, and its diaspora. The Global Independent Square with Philip Catlin Springer. Weekdays, Monday to Friday from 5 a.m. to 11 a.m. live on www.246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live. Conscious Vibes, truth and justice from all corners, and special guest appearances. The Global Independent Square, 5 a.m. till 11 a.m. weekdays, live on 246BajanVibesRadio.com and 246 Live.
Yes, welcome back to 246 Bajan Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the Global Independent Square afternoon, abbreviated afternoon edition. Kimberly was on for the midday edition. We're going to only have about a half an hour till 1:30 or thereabouts of the afternoon edition. Kimberly did a fine job. Very pleased, very proud of. I knew she could do it. And thank you, all of you that was supporting her in her debut here at 246, and I look forward to working with her and some of the people that she will bring to this platform in terms of presenters as well as viewers and interviews. It is 12 minutes after 1, and I will close out at 1:30 today because I have some documents I have to go sign and that sort of thing, business-wise. So I want to thank you all for tuning in and for sharing with me on some of your comments and your calls. It's been a real interesting day, to say the least. I still have 1, 2, 3, 4 videos that we didn't get around to today, but we always have booked more. We always slot in more than we are able to do. But I will not try to run anymore today. It's 13 minutes after now. So for that time period, though, I will play once again my dear friend from Ghana, Gabriel's video, which I'm just queuing up because I want to get used to it for tomorrow when he appears on the show. Tomorrow morning, he'll be on the AM session with me. I wanted to put this together so that it kind of introduces him to what he has to say. So we're going to run it again for those of you who haven't seen it, and for those of you who would like to see it again, and those of you who, in fact, may be interested in traveling. As I said, I have a friend over in Ghana right now. She just landed there, and she is now hooked up with Gabrielle there, and I've been sending people his way. It's about the third set of people I've sent there, and he, of course, I'm working to bring them back the other way as well. But this is a real pleasure to be able to work with all these people from different parts of the world, and to be able to share our commonalities as Black people. I've been notified that the Facebook streaming was very shoddy today. I didn't see it on my end. In all honesty, I did not notice it. Mine seemed fine, but I'm told that some of you were getting very poor streaming service. Facebook has been very good in recent times with me, and no problems, no issues. Not sure if that's something bandwidth with certain people or not, but in any event, that's technology, and we'll have to learn to live with those things to some degree until we can do better. In the future, however, If you having a problem with your Facebook streaming, well, you can log on to www.246BeijingVibesRadio.com and hit the live, and you will not have that problem. Your streaming will be fresh, crisp, and in your face anytime. So you're not hostage to Facebook. We also have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have YouTube that we broadcast on at the same time, and we have Carib Social, which is also one of our indigenous platforms here. So if you have a problem with any of the ones that are quote unquote controlled by other folks, even though I don't want to create any hostilities where they are not necessary, I want you to know that you have the options to go to Carib Social and log on. You just have to sign up. And once you sign up, matter of fact, you should probably do that all now. You should be signing up to Carib Social if you watch this program, and sign up on there. And in the event that there's a problem, you'll be able to log on to Carib Social or 246BeijingVibesRadio.com, and you will get your streaming without interruptions. Those are our indigenous platforms, and unless a bomb drop on them or something, there's no reason not to be able to access those. So I say that, folks, because there's always going to be the attempt to scuttle a good thing. And today, we had a good show, and I expect tomorrow we'll have a great show, and the next day, and the next day. And I don't need any additional carriers than my two that I have, which stream worldwide anyway. So it doesn't really matter to me if somebody wants to scuttle my my show. I mean, that's your prerogative. It's your show, it's your platform. You do what you want to do, but it's your loss, because at the end of the day, my show will still go on tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. That's it. I mean, those days of monopolizing are over. They're done. They're gone. So develop some proper hygiene around here. All right. Nobody ain't begging for anything. We are a significant contributor to the social space out there. And this show is doing a responsible work of trying to speak truth to power. And as a result, I will not allow my show to be marginalized. So if one of those commercial carriers choose to, and it's always the same, but if it choose to play that game, then we will just step aside, just keep moving. We can't be controlled that way anymore. It's just, and enough presenters now, and enough that are coming on board that will continue on no matter what. No matter what, the show is gonna go on. No matter what, the show must go on. The show will go on. 246 Beijing Vibes Radio, 246 Live. This is the Global Independence Square, coming to you live from Bridgetown in Barbados. I am your host, Philip Catlin Springer. And I look forward to our future together. I look forward to sharing with you all out there who are still logged on, and following. But we had a good crowd today. We've been getting some very decent crowd and listeners. There are a lot of more listeners than there are of viewers, because I think a lot of people are still at work and it's hard for them to view. But that is expected. That is expected. And as we expand into the late afternoon show, from 1 till 4 coming up, that I'm looking forward to, but I still have to do some work to build that. And I'm really looking forward to that at this point, getting those panels put together. And once we have that in place, we just have to push the button, let them go. Let them go. Let them do what they have to do. So I look forward to continuing to build this platform, continuing to build 246 Vision Vibes Radio and 246 Live. Also 246 Gospel. We will be pushing that out there just now and coming to you with some real unique programming on there. And I look forward to that. I look very much forward to that moment when that becomes the reality and the norm here, where we have not only the 246 Vision Vibes Radio and 246 Live, but also 246 Gospel. And I say that because that has its place as well, and especially in the Caribbean here, where I'm broadcasting from. Gospel is a very important part of our culture. And also, I believe in America, it's a big part of the culture, probably in Britain as well. Can't speak for that so much, but definitely in the Caribbean and in America for sure. So we're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing until we get it right. And we mean no harm to no. We just have to do what has to be done to achieve the outcomes, and we hope to be able to do it relatively safely and without too much fanfare, but open the consciousness of people everywhere. We have the GGRU on Fridays, online all the time. That's our motto. Online all the time. Imagine being able to access your education 24/7. Doesn't matter what day, what hour of the day. It's morning for somebody, it's noon for somebody else, it's afternoon for somebody else, and it's evening for somebody else, it's nighttime, all at the same time. What a wonderful world we live in. Imagine if everybody woke up at the same time, went to sleep at the same time, ate at the same time. Well, it'd be pretty dull, pretty boring. I mean, if the whole world looked the same, there would be nothing really to look forward to. The gods were smart enough to create diversity. And it's because of that diversity that we all see the beauty of life. Yes, it is. It is a beautiful thing. Okay. And we all can get along. We all can get along. And we all can live in the same spaces. And we all can coexist. Even those that choose not to can. Just you choose not to, doesn't mean you can't. That's your choice. You know, it's an old saying that I always repeat when there's no alternative. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody heard a tree fall, did the tree fall? Well, yes, it did. Just that nobody heard it. I repeat, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody heard the tree fall, did the tree fall? Yes, it did. So just because you don't like my politics, or you don't like my BO, or you don't like my look or something, doesn't mean that we all can't coexist. It just means that you and I will agree to walk on opposite sides of the street, but we don't have to come to blows or something. Not necessary. But if it comes when it comes to that. That's life. It just shows character, that's all, or lack thereof. Anyway, little tongue in cheek there, but it was an interesting day. I got to reveal more of myself to this audience. You know, my growing up in white suburbia and culturalization. Funny, socialization is a hell of a thing. When you are socialized a certain way and you think that that's the only way, and then you get an awakening and you realize, well, there's another way, and there's another way. That's the beauty about life, learning that there is another way. Only a mongoloid would not acknowledge or understand that there are maybe 10 different sides of the same story or the same objectivity. But if you gotta have it your way and your way only, well, God bless you. That is your decision. But I say we can all find an amicable and workable solution. A lot of people like this show because I speak truth to power. I don't try to be overly controversial about anything, but it doesn't mean that I'm above telling you the truth or being told the truth, for that matter of fact. Your truth may not be the same as mine. Mine may not be the same as yours, but I'm a sovereign being, and because I'm sovereign means that I don't have to accept anything I don't want to, within reason. So in other words, there are codes you must live by in a society in order for the peace and comfort of everyone around you. I respect that. But also, at the same token, it does not give you the right to force your will upon mine, especially when I resist your will. There is no need for that. Let us all learn to get along in this world. Let us put our hope and trust in the Most High God. And last but not least, I would say to you, fear no man. There is a higher power, and all things will be rectified at the end of the day. Yes, Black people, you've been subjected and subjugated to abuse for these many years, but you caused a lot of this on yourselves. We caused this upon ourselves by, first of all, disobeying Most High God. When we were advised and asked to follow the tenets, we did not. And he said, God, as much as he loves you, like any parents, will punish you. And once you have learned your lesson and you have turned your face to God and asked for forgiveness and repentance, God will take you up off the ground and restore you at least tenfold of what you were before. And my people just have to come to that realization that you are born kings and queens. You're born royal. You are in the image of God, which means that you are exactly like God. Not mankind, not human, none of that. That's where the lies are. That's where the miseducation is. You are not a human. You are not mankind. You are man, Zakar. You are God created and God imaged. When you look in the mirror, that's why there's no image of God, because God said, I am inside of all of you. So therefore, if God is inside of you, when you look in the mirror, what you see looking back at you is God. Remember that. Remember that the next time somebody tries to tell you that you're 3/5 of a human, or you're this or you're that or the next, remember, you are God. On that note, I sign off for today. I bless each and every one of you, and I give God thanks for you. And I ask that you will be safe until tomorrow, 5 a.m. Shalom, shalom.